Greetings, everyone, and welcome. Thank you all so much for coming to join me for the Lies of P demo. Welcome, and thank you everyone who came in with the raid. I apologize that you guys arrived during the pre-stream. Although, you timed it pretty well. You caught me just as I was fixing to start, and, as seems to usually be the case around here, I'm getting started a little bit late. Because it's only when I sit down and press the start streaming button that people seem to remember that I exist and that they can message me on Discord or ask for my attention right when I'm about to start a stream. So I apologize. But thank you all for joining us. Well, Dava, who tries not to, but welcome everyone. So, first things first, this is going to be a bit of an unusual stream. It's going to be broken up a little bit. I'm going to be checking out the Lies of P demo, and then a little later on, I am going to be, well, I think we might need to reduce the game volume a little bit. It's a little loud, actually, I'm noticing. I'm going to, no, blast it. Okay, well, I guess I'll cover that in a moment. That's not what I intended to do. Wasn't quite ready to hit the start button. In honor of the great writer Carlo Coyote.
Can you hear me?
Whom I believe was the author of
Geppetto's puppet.
Pinocchio
We need
novel,
your
the
help.
original one. I feel like we should be hearing the Velvet Room theme here. Well, first things first, Denim, I'm gonna have to, yeah, okay. So, I was gonna say... I'm going to be, after the Lies of P demo, I'm going to be wrapping up a couple of things in Cassette Beasts, because we never actually properly finished Cassette Beasts. But first things first, the Lies of P portion of this stream is sponsored. I was somewhat on the fence about trying out this demo, and I'd watched a couple of my friends stream it, and hadn't really come to a decision, and then I saw a bounty for it on Twitch, on the bounty board, and I thought, well, alright, the universe seems to be telling me that I should play this. And so here I am. The main thing that was holding me back is that, as some of you might already be aware, I have been working on the official strategy guide for Elden Ring for the last year and a half. It has literally been 18 months, and it's now closer to 19 months. And I'm kind of burned out on Souls-style games. So I was going to wait on this a little while until I was a little bit refreshed. But there were all sorts of things that came together. Lots of people asking me my opinions about it, which I didn't have because I hadn't played it. And then the bounty showing up on Twitch, which is one of those strike while the iron's hot situations. And I thought, all right. I do need something to stream. So I guess I'll take the opportunity now to give this a try. Well, Ouija, I appreciate your excitement, but don't celebrate too much. It's a small sponsorship. It was just enough to kind of make me think, all right, well, if I'm going to do this anyway, now's probably a good time. Yeah, Marty, I was going to wait a little while, but all sorts of things came together to encourage me to try this now. Also, let me just, while we're here, let me give a shout out to my buddy Ouija, who is a charity streamer, and a really good dude whom you guys should go follow, because he's pretty cool. So, in any case, a little bit about this game. Lies of P was made by a dev team of people who really, really loved Bloodborne, and who really wanted to make their own Bloodborne. And from what little I've seen of it so far, it seems like they really went all in on making their own Bloodborne. The UI is pretty near identical. A lot of the gameplay elements are identical, but there do also seem to be differences, so this may turn out not to just be Bloodborne at home TM. And that is what we're here to find out, so I wanted to give this game a try and see what exactly the similarities are between this and Bloodborne, and what the differences are, and rather more importantly, because regardless of what the differences or similarities are, the million-dollar question is it good? How does it play? How does it feel? Is it fun? And hopefully we'll find that out too. So, yeah, Sisu, you and practically everybody else in my community, and even people outside my community, have been asking my opinion on this, and I haven't been able to answer that question up to now because I haven't played it. So now seems to be a perfect opportunity to play it so that I can actually form some opinions. So I'll get back to you when we're done streaming this, but one interesting note about the dev team, this game is developed by a team known as Round 8 Studio. They are a South Korean developer, and they the game is published by NeoWiz, which I think might also be a South Korean publisher, South Korean company. I'm not 100% sure about NeoWiz, but Round 8 is based in South Korea. And so it's a really interesting opportunity to see somebody else's take, from a different country that is not Japan, on this format. I have not played an awful lot of games from South Korea. Most of them seem to be kind of RPGs or, I don't know, the sorts of games that I don't really tend to play, the kinds of games that I bounce off of. So in my experience anyway, it's unusual to see a game in this style from that country. And I'm very curious as to whether there are going to be any, any interesting cultural references that are distinct to South Korea that we'll find in here. Although I suspect probably there won't be, because this game is set in a very specific time period known as the Belle Epoque, which is, I believe it was, it kind of corresponds with the end of the late Victorian period. It's like the late 1800s to the early 1900s, which I believe was the era of one of the Republic governments in France. And so it has a very distinct architectural style, a very distinct culture, very distinct art and artistic influences. And it's going to be interesting to see what the depictions of that are like in this game. I am not intimately familiar with this era of history, so I suspect some of you probably will have some insight to offer, and you're welcome to do that. If any of you are more familiar with this era than I am, which most of you probably are, feel free to throw in any fun facts or tidbits you might have, because, yeah, Denim, I did play Skull the Hero Slayer. Yeah, Vic, somewhere around that time period. It was pre-World War I at any rate. It was before Europe started really getting messed up by all of the political powder kegs and all of the, I should say the more modern political powder kegs, because unfortunately conflict is not a modern phenomenon either in Europe or anywhere else, but from what I've seen, this game is relatively true, at least to the visual style of that era. And Sisu, to your question, isn't Pinocchio Italian? Yeah, Carlo Collodi was, I think, Tuscan? So yes. But I guess for whatever reason, these devs have decided that, rather than setting the game in Italy, they were going to set it in France. I'm not 100% sure if that's actually the case, if the game is set in France, but the era that expressly in their literature on the Steam page, they say that it's a very specific setting, and they specifically reference the Belle Époque. They seem to be implying that the game is set in France. So, we'll see. Shirosuke, Coyote wrote Pinocchio because he was disillusioned with Italy and its people, and he put his faith in its children. The children who would go on to put Mussolini in... Oh, yeah. Well, it's hard to kill an idea, Shirosuke. And the only cure for ignorance is education. And when the establishment is determined to prevent the next generation from getting the education they need in order to avoid repeating the mistakes of history, the conclusion is pretty much foregone, unfortunately. And that isn't any less true today than it was in Coyote's time period. Anyway, I was supposed to be adjusting the audio here. Hang on. Okay, so... Let's try this and see how it is for now. Hello, RageFat, welcome. Oh, Magnus, you're here too. Hello, Magnus, welcome. Yeah, it has, Vic. It was a very popular story. That's how it ended up being a fairy tale that most of us native English speakers grew up with, because it was a very simple, very popular story, and lots of people liked it, and I guess it resonated. Yeah, Nix, that's not unusual. If you look back at the original versions of a lot of the fairy tales that have been adapted by, for example, Disney these days, stories like The Hunchback of Notre Dame, or, you know, any of those, like, the classic fairy tales, the original versions of those fairy tales were usually much darker. Hansel and Gretel comes to mind. Just so many of those old stories, like the Brothers Grimm fairy tales, they usually had very dark, sad endings. And the versions that we're familiar with today, the Disney adaptations and the modern literature adaptations, are usually pretty heavily sanitized compared to the originals. So, not to destroy... Yes, Cinderella Denim is another good example. So not to destroy anyone's childhood or anything, but those fairy tales that all had happy endings, where the hero rode off into the sunset and got the girl and everything was fine and the villain was defeated, it's worth going back and reading the original versions of those. Because, yeah, they were usually pretty different. Well, Magnus, I was going to say, I want to give you a shout-out. For anyone, especially anyone who's into horror games, you're going to want to go check out my buddy Magnus Mark 1. He also is a really good dude, and you should go follow him. Wow, Vic, I didn't realize it was that popular. Alright, well, I think this should be about it. I was gonna say, I've already adjusted all the other settings. I think everything else is fine. Oh, well, maybe it's not fine. It looks like not all of the settings I adjusted were carried over. Oh, wait, no, that's mouse settings. Okay. The ones I changed were saved. Alright, looks good then. Yeah, Vic, it's hard to imagine there are 500 languages still in common use in 2023, but there are actually even more. Some of them don't have that many native speakers left, but there are a lot of languages. Just goes to show what a big and diverse place the world actually is. Alright, that should be fine. Audio, I think, should be fine now. Everything else should be fine. I have, I think what maximum screen is supposed to mean is full screen. One of the things I noticed going through the menus and adjusting my settings is that the localization of the menus and some of the rest of the UI is definitely still a little bit rough. Right, Vic? 500's only a small portion. And some of those languages are fairly new, fairly young, and others are quite ancient. And then, of course, there are modern dialects of languages that have existed for hundreds or even thousands of years. So the English of today would not have a great degree of intelligibility with the English of 500 or 600 years ago. Yeah, Vic. Well, you have to remember, within each country, there are multiple different ethnic groups, multiple different cultures, and each culture or group sometimes speaks a different language than the others. I mean, Africa is a perfect example. Look at how many different states in Africa there are and how many different languages are spoken there. Right? Look at how many dialects of English there are, depending on what country you're in. Alright, so one thing I didn't have a chance to do was to familiarize myself with the controls. I really hope they're a little bit more intuitive than Bloodborne's. Let's see, okay. Fable Arts, belt item, dash, dodge. Okay, good. That button's still the same, at least. Interact. That's good, good. I'm glad. Okay, looks pretty intuitive so far. Normal attack, special attack, and charged attack. Legion Arm. So I guess that's this game's equivalent of Sekiro's Shinobi Prosthetic, which is interesting. It seems that they've combined elements of Sekiro with the primary influences of Bloodborne here. But there is a guard button. That's interesting. Guard is something that Bloodborne, for the most part, did not have. There were a couple of shields in Bloodborne, but they were mainly there as a joke. Perfect example, Rockethead, yeah. Well, Geistertans, I don't think even people in Bavaria necessarily know what language they're speaking. I mean, compared to compared to the rest of Germany, it's certainly compared to here in Berlin, there's definitely a bit of difference. Where are we? I'm trying to catch up on chat here. You've beaten the demo 3 times. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Bitter Tofu. Miyazaki doesn't like how shields engender passivity. Although what he calls passivity, some people call defensive play. Hello, Bob. Welcome. Hello, Echo Drop. Welcome as well. All right. I imagine there's going to be an in-game tutorial here, but I just want to make sure I have a general idea. Switch Legion arm. Switch weapon. Okay. Forward jump? Alright, well, character info. I don't see a name. So I guess it's just Pinocchio. HP, stamina, Legion? I'm guessing Legion is MP, or FP, depending on what Souls game you're playing. Guard, regain. Yeah, so I'm aware that this game has a regain system which is at least superficially similar to Bloodborne's, but from what I've seen so far, it's somewhat more limited. Although, again, I suppose we will find that out as we proceed. The damage reduction rate and resistance portion of the menu looks identical to Elden Ring, with the exception that there are different elements. Physical, fire, electric blitz, acid, disruption, shock, and break. And then, of course, slash, strike, and pierce. Interesting. Legion is your arms. Oh, okay. So like talismans in Sekiro, I guess. God, Sekiro would have been so much better without that talisman system. Well, Afro, if you're gonna build a lifelike human puppet, I mean, you'd probably want to make them attractive, I guess. Yeah, Vic, it's a little bit redundant. I mean, I guess they could have just called it Shock, but Shock is also a little bit more generic than Electric Blitz. Like, Electric Blitz sounds like the name of a specific attack. Like, that sounds like a limit break. Hey, Sam, welcome. Good to see you. How you doing? And then we have slightly different names for the core stats. It looks like Vitality, Vigor... Vitality and Vigor, huh? In FromSoft games, usually it's one or the other. Capacity, Motivity, Technique, and Advance. So, one thing that I note is absent from this game, which the Souls games have, is a hover to explain what each stat does. In the Souls games, there's usually a little tooltip hover in the UI that you can activate and move over each stat for an explanation of what the stat affects and how it works. So, that is missing here. What do we have? Bags. So that's inventory. Pulse cell, grinder, last resort. Immediate character death upon use. Special device that releases all of the... Oh, God. The P organ? Really, Round 8? Did nobody on your localization team say anything about this? The P organ? Alright, well, I'd better... I don't want to show my P organ on stream. I don't want to get banned from Twitch, so let's just move on. What is this? Weapon durability decreases each time you attack enemies with a weapon. Use the grinder to repair weapon... Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's a shame. I hope this is better implemented than FromSoft's durability system. There's a damn good reason they did away with durability in Elden Ring. Alright, well, I guess we're playing Monster Hunter from here on out. When durability is low, attack decreases. When durability falls to 0, the weapon will be destroyed and cannot be repaired with a grinder. Thus, it is advised to keep an eye on the durability gauge. To those in battle, the grinder is their lifeline. The sharpness of their blade can mean life or death. Okay, well, this sounds like it's going to be annoying. That's my prediction. But we'll see. Maybe it's implemented better than that. I am very much looking forward to the Monster Hunter shenanigans of sharpening my hammer or my fist. Use a pulse cell to recover HP. There's a maximum number of times pulse cells can be used. When you reach the maximum, the cell will be discharged. You attack enemies while the cell is discharged. The pulse cell will be gradually charged. Pulse cells are ergo cells that power the P organ. Oh god, we're back to the P organ again. They work with stargazers and can also convert the energy from attack's impact to recharge. Okay, so from what I understand, the way this actually works is that you have a limited number of essentially heals, or Estus charges, or whatever you want to call them, Crimson Flasks, depending on what Souls game we're playing. And in this game, rather than recharging them by resting at a bonfire, they recharge by fighting enemies, by attacking and dealing damage. Well, it can mean a couple of things, Vic, but yeah, in this case it probably, it means expenditure of energy in the mechanical sense. The old man feared the possibility of his son not awakening properly and going into a frenzy. This initialization device was made as a necessary evil for delicate readjustments. Oh, okay, so this is basically just a, his son not awakening properly, right. So this is a kill switch. If your robot son refuses to obey the Prime Directive, blow him up, put the pieces back together, and try again. Hey, Heron, welcome. Good to see you. Okay, well... Hello, cheerful bloke. Welcome. All right, upper belt is the pulse cell. Lower belt is the grinder. Extra bag is the last resort. I think we'll take that off. Also, we appear to be on a train. That's a good, strong start. Let's see. Oh, there appear to be some puppet parts on the table, along with some test tubes, candles, an oil lamp. Okay, yeah. Lots of books. And some posters. That is some really weird reflection going on the ceiling over there. I wonder if that's intentional or an issue with the textures. Okay, so I can only walk right now. I can't do anything else. Looks like an exam chair. A lot of doctor stuff. Oh.
There you are. I've been looking all over for you.
Okay, hi. Blood on the floor. Okay. Something went really screwy here. No, Sam, but it's probably the closest we're ever gonna get. Interact. Okay. Given an interact prompt. Interact with what?
Jim, we already start soon.
I see they got Jiminy too. But we have to hurry. My name is Sophia. Please come to Hotel Krat, and I'll explain what's happening. Jiminy, please escort him to the hotel.
Monad's lamp. Do not be afraid. Oh. What's this? Increases brightness upon use. A small lamp with a cricket guide puppet inside. It illuminates the darkness with a faint light. Do not be afraid, even if you get lost in the fog, the cricket guide will be with you. Okay, so this appears to be an attempt at a pun on the Latin word Gemini, meaning twins, and the name Jiminy, i.e. Jiminy Cricket from the Pinocchio story. Oh, God, Sam. All right, Oh, this is going to be a little bit awkward, actually. Left arm of steel. Okay, we're just completely human in every regard other than the shinobi prosthetic. Hello, Pixelated Chatter, welcome! Okay, I guess we're meant to put that on. Can't quite see into it. Okay. Painting of a tall ship. Yeah, that tracks. More blood. Puppet show? Get the most loyal servant. Oh, God. Okay. To say... Marvelous Puppet Show Festival. Marvelous Puppet Show Festival. VN line. All parts of the world. Oh, okay. It's an advertisement for an ocean liner.
Let's
So
get you
far,
out
Sam.
there. Find something that might help.
Something that might help. Well, a pair of doors leading off the train would be a good start. But I'm guessing she means a weapon. Ooh. Wow, okay. Interesting symbol on those barrels. Ah, yes. I see.
But the streets are not safe. Arm yourself with one of the weapons over there. It'll be helpful on your way to the hotel.
Ah, okay. Path of the Cricket, balance. Path of the Bastard, dexterity. Path of the Sweeper, oh, okay. So this, I guess, constitutes our starting class? Yeah. No kidding, Mobius Nesbit. It looks like it does, Emo Red. But I guess, you press the button, it shows you your stats. Oh, okay, switch character display. Ah, a balanced combat style with both power and speed. A quick and nimble combat style for striking the enemy's weak spots. A heavy combat style that cuts down enemies using great physical strength. Yeah, okay, this is just starting class. Okay, interesting. However, it's strange. The heavy starting class has the least stamina. Now, why would that be the case? Why would you give the strength class the least stamina? Well, Echo Drop, that's an argument for giving the class more stamina so they can swing the sword more than once. Although maybe it doesn't work that way in this game. Maybe my preconceived notions from Souls don't apply here. Alright, let's take this.
Hotel Krat. Recommend escaping from this location.
Jiminy, you're not sounding so good down there, dude. Oh, and the weapon that you take doesn't actually disappear from the table. Yeah, that's quite a sword. It even has a ring for putting your finger through when you perform stab attacks. Yeah, I guess the only way to figure that out, Heron, is to proceed and find out. I suppose we'll see. No, it's not just you, Shersha. If this knife were about, I don't know, a fifth or a sixth of the length, or if this sword, rather, were about a fifth or a sixth of the length, it would bear a very striking resemblance to a survival knife or a combat knife. Well, Shirosuke, Bloodborne had a similar problem. I mean, Bloodborne had a severe dearth of weapons. There was very little weapon variety in Bloodborne. There weren't a lot of weapons to choose from, and even when they added the DLC, and they added 7 or 8 new weapons, most of those you still couldn't get until partway through the game. Yeah, you and me both, Shersha. Yeah, I mean, the weapons in Bloodborne definitely felt unique. That was why there were so few of them, because more of the effort on the dev team's part went into designing weapons that had cool transformations and that played distinctly from one another, although there were certain cases in which they were less successful at that than others, such as the Saw Spear and the Saw Cleaver. But, oh, now we can actually walk around at a normal pace. Alright, what's going on here? Oh, just puppet heads. And puppet parts everywhere. I wish we could zoom in on that book down there. It looks like it might say how to pick up fair maidens. It doesn't actually look like that. I'm trying to figure out what the schematics are on the wall there. It looks like some kind of motor. Oh, and that one's the arm. Oh, and based on that schematic, it looks like the arm has some kind of projectile weapon built into it. That's interesting. Okay. Ah, we got a dodge. Oh, this feels like a mid-roll. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, so we have enough stamina for one combo and a dodge. That seems a little less than generous. Welcome home, Shersha. I hope you had a great vacation. Yeah, Tofu, it is weird that the first hit is a thrust. I would have expected it to be a horizontal slash, and maybe the thrust is the follow-up. Oh, and there's no running attack. The neutral attack is identical to the attack you get while you're running. Oh, hang on a minute, but... Okay, the strong attack... This is the... Whoops, this is the neutral strong attack. Chain. You know, this is probably not the best place. Let's get off the train. This is too cramped. Open the door. Wow. This person is not only dead, but apparently missing a texture on his face. They all appear to be missing textures on their faces, unless that's just supposed to be blood? Yeah, that actually just looks like missing textures. Oh, okay. Havoc physics, that's good. I believe this game was made in Unreal 4. Okay, well, it looks like we arrived on a train. Krat Central Station, rainy night. Normal attack, special attack, hold down to charge. Okay. Can we stagger dudes? Okay, wow, that's not a real person. That appears to be a puppet. Wearing a station uniform with a clock in the hat and a go sign, which I imagine says stop on the other side. All right. Oh no, I guess their faces aren't missing textures. They're just textured really weirdly. Still PvP, puppet versus puppet, yeah. Alright, well, we've got a little room now, so let's see what's what. So this is the strong attack chain. This is the charged attack. Oh, hang on. Stamina. God, that refills slowly. Alright, and that's the charged chain. Actually, it looks like this might only be a two-hit combo. And the transition between the animations is weird. It starts off with a horizontal slash, but... it looks as though that wasn't originally intended to be the case. It looks like he starts off with the horizontal slash, and then the transition into the thrust is a little awkward, and then the transition into the next horizontal slash is more smooth. I wonder if that was changed. Just get the Grass Crest shield. Right, as soon as I find it... Don't mind me, dude. I'm definitely putting that on my back. Okay, but what I noticed before was when you sprint and then you use a light attack while sprinting, it just transitions into your regular standing light attack. So there's the standing light, and here's the same attack while running. Like, you lose all your momentum, which, coming from Souls games, feels really weird. But then, if you perform a strong attack while sprinting, you get a sort of dashing diagonal slash, whereas the normal strong input is a horizontal slash. So there is a running strong attack, but not a running light attack. That's kind of odd. Okay, and then there's this V symbol again. Blue Fairy, huh? Aw, let me in. I want to take the train. I absolutely adore these old steam locomotives. Fun fact about me that...
Welcome to Crop Station, everyone. Here you will witness the most spectacular display of human endeavor on Earth. If Crop is your final destination, we wish you a safe and prosperous day.
Yeah, that looks like it went great. I have to say, the animation while you're walking, if you move the stick back and forth, is definitely a little janky. Little bit janky. Okay, what do we... Oh, blast it! That's not what I... Let's try that again. Sawtooth wheel. Motivity D, Technique D. A cogwheel that is a common sight in Krat. It can be thrown to draw an enemy's attention. Even worthless items can become useful if you collect them. Everything became useful in the battle in the paralyzed city. Okay, so it looks like there was supposed to be a gigantic puppet circus. But the puppets decided they'd had enough of that. What's the name of that locomotive? Star Regional? Oh, it's not the name of a locomotive, it's the name of the train line. Yeah, Slumbering Dragon, the game is a couple of months out from release, so I imagine the devs are probably still polishing the localization. Okay, so that's a consumable. Oh, well, no, that was a continuation of the thought that I adore old-school steam locomotives, Bitter Tofu. I was gonna say, as a kid, I especially loved trains, but the love for trains I developed as a kid has not really diminished as an adult. And so I just think it's super cool to see these kinds of locomotives depicted in this level of detail in a game like this. I just wish it were more than a set piece. Although, for all I know, maybe the final version of the game will make it more than a set piece. Interesting, so not a lot of this stuff actually has physics. Oh, I guess that stuff does. Gotcha, Denim, I see. Hey, Colonel Lavos, welcome! I didn't say you could stand back up. Alright, well, on we go. I mean, this is definitely a very fancy central station. Obtain. The maximum number of pulse cell... I didn't have a chance to finish reading that. Use a pulse cell to recover HP. There's a maximum number of times pulse cells can be used. When you reach the maximum, the cell will be discharged. If you attack enemies while the cell is discharged, pulse cell will gradually be charged. Okay. The Grand Exhibition. The fastest train in the world. So these banners hanging in tatters makes it look like this city has been besieged by murderous puppets for quite some time. However, the fact that there's all this fresh red blood on the ground suggests otherwise. For anyone who isn't aware, blood does not stay red for all that long after it leaves the body. It discolors pretty quickly. So the fact that all of this blood is still fairly bright red means that it was just left here. Like, this person was just killed. Okay, timing and spacing. Got it. Alright, I think the audio might still need a little more balancing. Activates upper belt slot, activates lower belt slot. Oh, Kiapi, the reason I have a lot of knowledge on that subject is because I originally studied to be an occupational therapist. So, my college curriculum included a lot of anatomy and physiology, and a fair bit of human biology as well. So, you learn these things in a medical field. Hey Miku, welcome! More likely, Magnus, it's just an inconsistency because the dev team wasn't aware of how biology works or didn't research it. I mean, it's not terribly important. Most people aren't going to notice it, but because of my medical background, I do, and I find it a little bit weird. Hold down to activate the extra bag? Hang on a minute. Yeah, Vic. There comes a point at which sometimes even if a dev team does know technically how something they're depicting should work, there comes a point at which going full-on realistic with certain things makes the game harder to play because signals to the player become less obvious. So that's certainly one possibility. It's just, you know, if you happen to know how that thing actually works and it's substantially different than what the game depicts, you can't help but notice it. Yeah, Greyhearts, I never went into the field for a long list of reasons, but that is originally what I studied in college. Cheeseburgers in games give you health when arguably they do the... Yeah, exactly, Shirosuke. Every cheeseburger probably takes about 45 minutes off of your life. Well, Slumbering Dragon, some games do a better job of it than others. I mean, that brings up the whole red barrel conundrum, right? This is something that that's been focus tested to the moon and back, and it's been an ongoing discussion in the gaming community, especially the game dev community, for literally decades, where if you put an explosive barrel in a video game, what color should that explosive barrel be, right? Well, it turns out, based on all sorts of focus tests that have been done, all sorts of UX testing, and all sorts of different surveys and studies by game developers, people will not recognize that a barrel will explode if you shoot it unless it is red. If you make an explosive barrel green, people will not know that it explodes. And they will not treat it as such. It's the same question of what color is the health bar and what color is the stamina bar, right? Is the health bar red or is it green? Is the stamina bar red or is it green? There are obviously a few exceptions, but for the most part, almost every game I've ever played, the health bar has been red and the stamina bar has been green. And that did not just originate with Souls either. Mind you, not every game uses a bar. There are games like The Legend of Zelda that use hearts, but the hearts are still red. They're not green. Well, newer Zelda games actually are a little bit more complicated because they have overhealing. They have temporary hearts, which are a different color other than red, but... Yeah, Skjor, like, there are some very common visual conventions as to how things that function in a particular way are color-coded or visually coded in video games. Yeah, Rurmalin, if it's a green barrel with a biohazard symbol on it, or a radioactive symbol, yes. But then you expect it to explode into a cloud of poison or radiation, not fire. Right? Yeah, Skjor, in Ocarina of Time, I think the mana bar was green, wasn't it? Well, Vicweave, and that's a good question too. If you're equipping a weapon on your status screen, and the status screen shows red numbers and blue numbers, which indicates a positive change and which indicates a negative change? Does the red color mean that the number go up or the number go down? Right? There are some fairly common conventions that no matter what kind of gamer you are, they're either just instinctively intuitive, or enough games use those same conventions that you instinctively expect them to behave in a particular way based on the color, right? Yeah, Gentleman Vault Boy, if a barrel is just like a nondescript color, or if it's just the color of rusted metal, or it only has small streaks of chipped paint on it, then it just looks like part of the environment. Well, Vic, at least when it comes to button layouts, whether you're in the East or West makes a big difference in terms of which button is confirm and which button is cancel. I appreciate that they accounted for this in the version of the demo that I'm playing. Yeah, for sure, Captain Nathaniel. And there's also the fact that if it's not a bright red color, then it becomes a little bit less identifiable as blood. Because if it were the actual color of blood that had been dried for a couple of weeks, it could easily be mistaken for something else. You know, for just grime, or weather damage, or dried rainwater. or something. Although, in an actual real-life situation, you would know immediately that it was blood by the smell. Regardless of how discolored it was. Yeah, Vic, and some of it is cultural. In the East, the circle, like the red circle, is generally viewed as representing a correct answer, because in quiz shows over there, if a contestant gets a correct answer, usually the symbol shown will be a red circle. Whereas the symbol for an incorrect answer over there, like in Japanese quiz shows, is a blue X. So that is why in Japanese games, the red circle button on the PlayStation controller is confirm, and the X button is cancel. Whereas in the West, X is more commonly understood to be a confirm prompt, and circle is understood to be a cancel prompt. So it's kind of specific. It's regional, and sometimes there are other reasons behind it. It's just HUD color customization. Yeah, there's an idea, Rockethead. Well, same here, Vic. But those are all tied together. Monotone, welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. It's great to see you. How you doing? Here's another fine friend of mine who very much deserves a shout out. Guys, if you don't know Major Monotone, head on over and give him a follow. He's a very dear friend, and he is working on his PhD in marine biology. Speaking of college education, he is a marine biologist who does both science streams and video game streams. So if you want to learn a lot and enjoy some video games, head on over and follow this fine young lad. Hey, Drizzt, welcome. Good to see you. All right, there's a tutorial here that I've been completely neglecting for the past 15 minutes. Activate upper belt slot, activate lower belt. Yeah, this is kind of awkward, switching between the upper and lower slots. This is definitely going to take some getting used to after 5 or 6 FromSoft games of just having a unified item bar. Use selected belt item. Yeah, this is definitely going to take some getting used to. Equip items and gestures on the belt to use them? Well, I guess using gestures from the belt is a little bit safer than having them bound to motion controls. I'll tell you what, I don't know how many times I was trying to use an item in Bloodborne and the freaking 6-axis registered a gesture instead. And I'm in the middle of a boss fight, and I'm trying to use a blood vial, and instead I point at the boss. And because you can't cancel gestures in Bloodborne, that usually results in a death. Yeah, Drizzt, I'm not sure I like the way that this is configured here, with having to press the up and down keys and then the X button to switch between items. Or the square button, or whatever button it is. Hold down A to activate the extra bag. A, up, down, left, right. Oh, okay, so that's, there's a similar system to that in Elden Ring. Equip items and gestures on the extra. So that's, yeah, okay. So this part is fairly intuitive. This is pretty much just Elden Ring, and Elden Ring handles it fine. This is definitely, it's one too many inputs. The way that it's always been handled in the Souls games, just by pressing down to cycle through them, to me, that is more intuitive. Maybe I'll get used to this. Oh, do we... Okay. Oh, we only have the one weapon. Great Sword of Fate, huh? A great sword blade made by refashioning a soldier puppet's weapon. Even when used as a bayonet, its unique bend keeps it from interfering with firing. Oh, a bayonet, you say? Keeps it from interfering with firing. Stalkers that have survived life or death situations can see the threads of prey. These threads are the sticky spiderwebs of obsession that they say are clearer the stronger the puppet is. What the hell does that even mean? A standard greatsword handle made by the workshop. It is sturdy since it was made with the Krat Workshop special techniques. The workshop gathered monster sweepers to face the unprecedented crisis. They lived up to their reputation, eating up monsters and becoming monsters in their own right. Monster sweepers. Okay. Yeah, I guess it is for a musket. Or for the barrel of a gun. Yeah, I would not have expected this to be used as a bayonet, but I guess I should have seen it because there are survival knives. Or I should say there are certain models of rifle which come with a survival knife that mounts onto the gun as a bayonet in exactly this fashion. I was looking at this thinking of the hand rings on the sides of certain types of two-handed swords that are meant for you to wrap your fingers through the rings, and it makes it easier to apply more force when performing a thrusting attack. Let me find a picture. Here we are. So, in this image, the horizontal rings that jut out sideways from the haft of the blade, those are for holding with your hands. You wrap your fingers through those and hold the blade level with one hand through the rings and the other hand on the pommel, and you perform forward thrust attacks. They're meant to help level the blade and balance it and keep it steady. And I was thinking that was maybe the case looking at the ring on this this handle, but I should have known looking at it, the positioning of it, that it was intended to be used for a bayonet. Yeah, Shirosuke, I've heard it's a pretty sizable demo, and so much the better, because I intend to take my time and go through it and pick it apart, as is my usual habit. They can help deflect incoming blows monotone, but they don't serve the same function as the extended wings on a parrying dagger, no. I don't know about 15 hours, Tofu, but... Alright, let me see. Can disassemble. Weight 15. Attack type slash and stab. Okay, so attack abilities. This appears to be its scaling? So I'm going to guess motivity is just strength. Because it had... They even appear to use FromSoft's letter-based, obfuscated bullshit scaling system, where there's actually a number behind the letter, but they're not going to tell you what the number is. So it appears to have a B scaling in motivity and a D in technique, so I'm going to guess motivity is strength and technique is dexterity. Physical attack 109 plus 1 plus 14. Charge pulse cells. 10.20. Fable charge 470. I hope they're going to explain that stuff. Damage reduction rate while guarding, 68.74. That's better than most greatswords in Souls games. Fable Arts, Link Slash, and Absolute Defense. Okay. Weight 11.4. Slash an enemy in front of you. Uses an extra Fable slot to slash up to 3 more times. So I'm guessing that's the weapon art. Absolute Defense. Perfectly block the enemy's attack temporarily. Oh, right, yeah. I understand that this game has sort of a perfect guard system similar to Sekiro. I was personally never fond of that system, although I know a lot of people loved it. But I guess we'll see. And what about this? Legion Arm. Physical attack. 120 plus 17. This is stronger than my sword. Motivity B. Technique C. Left-hand parts made of metal. It throws forward strong punches. Left-hand parts made with exquisite detail. They do not have special powers. Geppetto's name is faintly engraved on them. Okay, and what's this? Defense parts. Workshop Union Basic Frame. Frame? That looks like a ring, but it weighs 5.8. Physical damage reduction rate 7.36. Parts that enhance puppet frames. Absorbs physical damage. A basic frame made by the Workshop Union. It is a part that reinforces puppet frames made with standard dimensions. Oh god, okay, so this is armor, I guess. Appendage parts that increase the attribute resistance of puppets. Enhances resistance to attribute status ailments. An old generation appendage made by the Workshop Union. Its design is old, but it is cheap and effective, so it is still the main one in use. Workshop Union cartridge prototype? Physical damage reduction rate. Okay, these are elemental resistances? Oh, these are attribute status ailments. Physical fire, electric, acid. And then special status ailments are disruption, shock, and break. Okay. A prototype developed by the Workshop Union. It came into being after various efforts to improve puppet performance. Yeah, 5.8 units, Denim. Workshop Union certified liner. Oh, okay. I guess this is, yeah, just armor. Reduces physical damage. A liner made in the dimensions approved by the Workshop Union. It can be made by anyone as long as it complies with certification standards. Thus, who manufactured it cannot be determined. No manufacturer's mark, huh? Amulet. Nothing. Okay. All right. Well, you can grind while moving, it looks like. I just wish there were a bit more of a cue to let you know when it's done. Like in Monster Hunter, you hear a little hit spark sound effect. Krat Grand Exhibition. Oh, 18XX. Witness the greatest show on Earth. Experience the future of the world. Okay, there is a jump, and it's the exact Souls jump, complete with the doofy roll at the end. Boy, these guys oh god! Okay. So that's guard. What about... Okay. What about perfect guard? I know that's a thing. Come on. Nope. Too early, I guess. Oh, of course. Too early again, huh? Okay, I guess that's the heal. Still too early. Boy, the window for this isn't very generous, is it? Okay, that probably was it. Although at least they give you very clear feedback when you do it successfully. Alright, I got it. Not that one, though. I wonder if you can parry out of a block. You sure can. But of course, enemies have attacks that are too quick to respond to. I don't know why that surprises me. Oh, you can press and hold. Okay, well that's helpful, because that, I suppose, at least provides an extra layer of protection. Oh yeah, okay, I guess you can. So what I wonder is there a guard counter? Not as such. Sawtooth wheel. Okay. His weapon broke? I didn't see it break. Oh, well, there he goes. Oh, actually, I guess it did, because there's half of it. And then there's what it looks like intact. So, what caused his weapon to break exactly? Was it just performing enough perfect guards, or was it counterattacking after performing a perfect guard? Dim ergo fragment. Oh, the first perfect guard broke it. Okay. Fascinating. And is there a practical purpose to breaking an enemy's weapon, or... Oh. Ow, okay. Somebody rigged a hand buzzer to this door. That wasn't very nice. You can break weapons by perfect blocking. Strong enemies require more perfect blocks. I'm guessing that reduces their attack damage or limits their movesets? I hope it does something like that. Yeah, Famine, it is. Does not open from this side. You don't have the right. Oh, you don't have the right. Why is it always you don't have the right?
You cannot see in the dark. Switch me on and gently light away.
I don't know, Black Diamond. I'm maybe a couple of minutes into it. Oh, God. Okay. This sort of situation, huh? I'm not falling for this nonsense. We have ways of dealing with that. Oh, but you can't sprint while blocking. Oh, and you can't even... Okay. Yeah, in a Souls game, or at least in a more recent one, you would absolutely be able to jump over this. And of course, you can't use the jump while you're standing. You have to be sprinting. I hear someone chonky. Yeah, that's, You can see that we are absolutely clearing this railing. There is no reason for there to be an invisible wall here. Yeah, moving while blocking is definitely not convenient. Okay, so we've got an upper path and we've got a lower path. I wonder if we can actually sneak. Rear fatal attack. Okay, backstabs are a thing. Ah, okay. It looks like somebody down there is very angry. What the... Oh, he's wielding a candelabra. Oh, okay. I wonder if... Okay, it looks like pivot backstabs might be a thing. Dodges are shorter if you do them while blocking? Well, let's find out. Start here. Alright, and then we'll block. Oh, you can't change direction while blocking either. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, it is a little bit shorter. Maybe? Yeah, maybe a little. This is the locked-on blocking dodge. And this is the locked-on not blocking dodge. It looks about the same to me. Although one thing I definitely appreciate, and I'm noticing right away here, is this game fixes something that Souls games have done incorrectly ever since Demon's Souls. Or I should say ever since Dark Souls 1. Which is, it lets you stay locked on even if your line of sight is broken. I want to say it was Dark Souls 1 or maybe Dark Souls 2 where they first started insisting on immediately breaking your lock if anything, any kind of obstacle gets between you and the enemy. I'm really happy to see that that is not the case here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's DS1 Denim. Alright, well... Oh, alright. Time to learn the timings for every enemy in a whole new game now. Let me just make sure I'm actually safe before I start reading stuff in the environment here. A Dream of Becoming a Real Girl. Harold Theater, Rosa Isabelle Street. I can't see the signature. Oh, it says Rosa Isabelle Street. Can't see the other text, though. Grand Exhibition. That looks like a date, and it looks like it says 18-something 9. Looks like it might be 1869? Oh yeah, the shirt is freaking out. Thomas Alorio. It looks like it's probably the wind effect that's causing that. The arm is freaking out too. Actually, I think that might be intentional. He appears to have some shakiness in his arm, some kind of mechanical problem, I guess. Yeah, so that's actually not an accident. He has tremors of some kind. Passenger's note. If anyone finds this note, get out of the station and run. If anyone finds this note, get out of the station and run. Definitely make sure to keep clear of the waiting room. I saw a huge puppet smashing people to death in there. I locked the door, but I don't know if that'll work. At least it should stop people from randomly coming in. I'm going to die soon, so I want to help you even if it's not much. Please survive. Anyway. Yeah, boy, This note reads as though it was given a very rough localization from the original Korean. Like, I can hear the Korean speech patterns behind the English in that note. Well, there are definitely no secret passages behind that bookcase. Or, I should say, behind those shelves of liquor. Oh, that's not what I thought would happen. Okay. Aw. Maybe, Vishen. Maybe. While dashing, jump. Okay, why do they want me to jump? I clearly can't jump over these railings. I also just instinctively pressed the left stick to crouch. Oh, Elden Ring. Oh, okay, well... They do not seem to have added enough of a stealth system to actually enable you to sneak up behind puppets. Well, sprint backstabs are a thing. That much is for sure. Any top shelf in that shelf? None that I saw, Greyhearts. You gotta rush in and attack them fast to stealth kill. Yeah, sneaking doesn't really seem to be a thing here. I mean, you can get fairly close to them by walking, or maybe it isn't even just by walking. Maybe they just don't respond to you until you're right on top of them, but... it definitely does not work the same way it does in the Souls games, where you can slow walk up behind an enemy, and as long as you don't take any action, they won't see you until you've backstabbed them. I am guessing these dim ergo fragments are the equivalent of consumable souls. Yeah, obtain ergo plus 100, so I guess ergo is just souls. A fragment of ergo, a mysterious power stone that can be found in Krat. Geppetto's puppet can absorb ergo and turn it into power. Ergo is both a power source and a currency in Krat. Even small pieces can be put to good use in the city. Okay, yep, pretty standard. Considering critical attacks are more focused around dex builds. I don't know. I wonder if it would be any easier to sneak up on enemies if we'd gone the dex build. A catalyst made to supplement puppet abilities rapidly charges Fable. The catalyst made puppets more efficient by circulating ergo energy within their bodies. This groundbreaking invention was based on one alchemist's idea. Oh, okay. Alchemy is a thing in this universe, so there's basically magic. Got it. Something next Venini. You are Kratz tomorrow? Oh, okay, this looks like the departures board. Time 20:05, number... Okay. Train, Keystone Express. Yeah, Star Regional. E36, Intercity... FR? Fast Rail, maybe? An express train? Star Regional, Atlantic EC, Blue Ferry. Okay. I wonder if any of the information on this board is supposed to be a hint. Okay, Keystone Express to St. Marian, Track B. All the trains are canceled except the Blue Ferry, which is what we arrived on. And this is listed as the final stop for the Blue Ferry. So the Blue Ferry is the only arrival. All the others are departures. And they're all canceled, so they must all have gotten stuck here. This sounds like drinks at a gay bar? I don't know, Chatterbox. I'll have to take your word for that. What do we have here? There's a station clock. I have to say, blood and dead bodies aside, the dev team definitely nailed the vibe of an 1800s train station. All right. It looks like... Oh, we can't go in there. There are doors and ladders all throughout Krat that are locked by devices. You can unlock these doors or go down the ladders to create shortcuts. Okay. Right, and Chonkster is over there, so I'm guessing... That's quite an elaborate lock. And I have no doubt that they've given us this shortcut because Chonky Boy over there is probably going to be a lot tougher than these other jobbers. What have we here? You need Krat Central Station main entrance key. Alright, well, I know how this works. Beat Chonkster, get key, open door. This isn't my first rodeo. Oh, God. Oh, damn it, I didn't mean... You didn't notice me, right? Okay, good. Yeah, I guess there's no, no opening that. Blue oyster salad bar. Yeah, gentlemen, let me just go to the station assistance kiosk. I'm sure that'll be fine. Also, I never, Okay. What? Oh, interesting. So, the left arm has its own energy. And it draws from the same energy source as healing does. Oh, okay. Alright then, come on. Okay, he's got a 3-hit combo. Can he be backstabbed? It does not look like it. Alright, well, time to learn the timing. Almost. No, okay. Ah. Alright, yeah, that's gonna take a little bit of practice. Lie or die, huh? Oh, oil is what that was? Okay. Well, I mean, this is the story of Pinocchio, or a story based on the story of Pinocchio. Bitter tofu. I mean... Wow. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, I know how to deal with enemies that have tracking attacks. I know how that works. Alright, pivot backstab? Whoops! That's not... I'm gonna have to disable that. Okay, pivot backstabs are sort of a thing. Lost ergo recovered. Alright, let's... Yeah, no backstab here. Oh, I'm stuck on him. Okay, so they, Boy, and he does not stagger either. What's this? The enemy is about to be groggy. Hold for a char- Oh, okay. Ah, I see. Wow! Clean in half. Interesting. I'm not 100% sure what just happened. But it looked pretty cool. Damn it, see, this is the problem with having two separate items selectable via up and down. I am constantly going to be going for the grinder and accidentally wasting a healing item. I didn't even see what items I got. Material, functional items, weapon, blade handle, left arm. Oh, we got a Workshop Union lightweight frame. Higher weight, it looks like, but higher physical damage reduction? This item was made in the Puppet Workshop with the purpose of improving strength while limiting the weight increase as much as possible. However, its weight is significantly greater than the standard version. Okay. Everyday attire that can be worn casually. It is imbued with someone's kind consideration? What does that even mean? It is casual attire, but made from a sturdy material. The old man was thorough when it came to his son's clothes in anticipation of the rarest of disasters. Perform the check ground gesture. There's a saying in the country of the morning... What? There is a saying in the country of the morning across the sea that goes, even stone bridges should be tapped before... Are they trying to say the country of the rising sun? Is this just a really horrendous localization of the land of the rising sun? There's a saying in the land of the rising sun that goes, even stone bridges should be tapped before crossing? Hang on, I'm going to look up this saying. Let me see. Okay. Yup. So, not Japan, but it is a Korean proverb per a cursory web search. Even if you encounter a stone bridge, tap it first before crossing. Korean proverb. Huh. The country of the morning across the sea. That sounds like a really weird... Oh! Land of the morning calm. I see. Yeah. An early attempt to translate these characters into English gave rise to the expression, the land of the morning calm for Korea, which parallels the expression, the land of the rising sun for Japan. While the wording is fanciful, the essence of the translation is valid. Okay, I thought it was something like that. For anyone wondering, I am referencing this. Yeah, it appears to just be a meta reference to Korea. Land of the Morning Calm. I've never heard Korea referred to by that name. And I guess my initial guess was right. It looks like there are Korean cultural references in here. They worked a few in. Okay. All right. Well, that's pretty subtle. Well, kind of subtle anyway. I mean, I guess if you're Korean and you're familiar with that name for Korea, you would know what it is right away. But interesting. Hell of a translation of it, though. If this game had PvP, that gesture's sure to be a post-kill taunt. Yeah, you know... Let's equip this. Oh, I can't equip it from here. We got Krat Central Station main entrance key. Oh, okay, and then that note. A key once held by a Krat Central Station puppet. It opens the front entrance of the station. The station puppet fulfilled his duty as imprinted on them. What? The station puppet fulfilled his duty as imprinted on them. His last duty ended with bloody violence. Yeah! The localization could definitely use another pass. Where do we put gestures? Here, I guess. Okay. All right. Is there a purpose to this gesture? Can you actually find anything? Monotone, can you brew a tea that's been sitting in the back of your cabinet for like 2 years? Yes, you absolutely can. It will have probably lost some of its flavor if it was not sealed in an airtight container, Monotone, but you can absolutely still brew it. As long as it was dry, as long as you kept it completely away from moisture and completely away from light, and as long as you kept it as airtight as possible, then yeah, you'll still be able to get some life out of it. Frog Nation, Captain Nathaniel. And yeah, Frog Nation would probably do a really good job with the localization in this game. Hey, Elron, welcome. Good to see you. Should across the sea be separated by commas? Hang on, let me go read the description again, Vic. In the country of the morning across the sea. No. No, Vic, there wouldn't be any comma. Even if this were localized in a halfway intelligible manner, there would not be a comma in that sentence. Because, again, it's the equivalent of saying the land of the rising sun or the land of the morning calm. There's no comma in those expressions. It's just, it's a single line that isn't broken up. I'm all right, thanks, Elron. How about yourself? Monotone, it's in a sealed bag, which is in a Ziploc bag. Yeah, you should be fine then. As long as it's airtight, and as long as it wasn't damaged by temperature or light or humidity, Monotone, then you're good to go. Vic, if what you're asking is, would it be separated from the name of the country by a comma? Then yes. It would be here. I'll write it out in chat for you. There you go. Because you're starting the sentence with a proper noun and then transitioning into a description. So you need to separate those two ideas with a comma. I'm sorry to hear yesterday was a rough day, Elron. I hope you're feeling a little better today. Thank you for reminding me, Monotone. I'm going to have some of my tea before it gets cold. All right. Well, Until or unless I learn otherwise, I guess I'm just going to leave the emote in an off slot. Because I need to be able to access my healing. Oh, we got a fair amount of ergo from that guy, too. Looks like we're not getting a ticket. Vic, I tend to find most people these days don't. For whatever reason, schools just neglect to teach it. And when they do teach it, they don't seem to take it seriously. I mean, I'm a writer, so it probably irritates me more than it does most people, but... Just the... Oh, God. Okay, yeah, I need... The general lack of grammatical competence these days is pretty egregious. All right, what am I looking for? Okay. Sound effect volume. Those can maybe get turned down a little bit, and maybe cinematic system volume? Actually, maybe we turn down environment volume as well. That's a little more manageable. Oh yeah, wow, they really don't want you using this jump for anything. Krat service. So they're still operating horse-drawn carriages, huh? Yep, they sure are. And yet... and yet there's a completely modern fire hydrant. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Well, fire hydrants were invented in the 19th century, but this one looks a little bit modern to be in this type of setting. Cup of Nudes, if you're talking about the in-game currency, it is ergo, not ego. You can see pretty clearly here that it's ERGO, unless I'm missing what you were referring to. Yeah, Captain Nathaniel, I wonder... No, pretty much all of these look like they, Yeah, there's no engine. Okay, this one has a brake. And there's a driver's box. But yeah, there's just a hitch for horses. Yeah, Asylum Cat, I think therefore I am... Oh god, dogs, that's just what I bloody needed. Okay. Wow! That arm does not mess around. Holy hell. Ah, and that's what Fable does. Okay. I see. Repair the Stargazer. Oh, is this... Yep, okay. Bonfire lit. Use a Stargazer to fully recover HP and stamina, as well as charge your pulse cells. You'll revive at this point upon death. Remember, this process also revives enemies, not just your character. Well, okay. What have we got here?
Is called a Stargazer. A marvelous device the Stalkers used in the past.
Warning. Puppet threshold exceeds danger estimates. Please reduce puzzle numbers or reset danger parameters.
As we are not strong enough to beat the puppets. But if I lend my power to this Stargazer for a moment... Gather ergo, clever one. This Stargazer will make you stronger. But the Stargazer's strength doesn't last forever, so be careful with it. Hurry up and come to Hotel Krat.
Oh, are these things limited? Level up or use storage. Oh, we can't store this stuff, huh? Okay. What about level up? Aha! Vigor does indeed govern stamina. $753. Yeah, we definitely need more stamina here. Motivity. Yeah, and there's no description of what each stat does. Motivity B, motivity B. Okay, so vigor is stamina. And it also appears to correspond to certain types of defense. Advance is Legion. So I guess everything raises your defense. They pulled a page from the Souls book here as well, where every stat point you earn via level up slightly increases your overall defenses. Vitality is HP. And guard regain. Alright, interesting. 20.1 to 21.7%. Okay, capacity is Legion and weight. Motivity is... How significant a difference does this make? Plus 14 to plus 17. Plus 17 to plus 21 on the arm. So an increase of 3 on the sword and 4 on the arm. These increases seem pretty small. And then technique, is dexterity, which gives us considerably less benefit. And advance. So advance raises Legion by 1. And has a minor impact on resistances. Whereas capacity raises Legion by 3. And also increases weight. So then why would I raise advance when I could raise technique? I guess they're... Yeah, it looks like there's the possibility for weapons to scale with advance. But I guess for now, I just need stamina. Alright, I wonder if that big guy respawned. I would really like to get better at fighting him. Ugh. God, the backstab is pretty brutal. Oh, he didn't respawn. Okay. That's unfortunate. I was hoping to get a little more practice. Alright then. Okay, actually, for practical purposes, I wonder how much more we can do now that we put a few levels into stamina. So before, we had just enough for one comp. Wow, that was stark. We had just enough for one full combo and a dodge. What do we have now? Okay. That did get us a couple of extra dodges. Yeah, of course. Why even have this jump? Like, why even tell me about it? You can't even do a jumping attack. Well, I would think so, Thomas, but... The platforming in this game is going to be really limited if the only thing you're allowed to do with it is cross tiny gaps. Like, I can send him flying over the railing. But me? Nah, not allowed. I don't get it. Oh, what have we... Okay, they've pulled another page from FromSoft's book, clearly. Good to know. I will definitely bear that in mind. Lesson learned. Enemies hiding around corners. Classic FromSoft play. Got it. Alright, what did we just pick up? Oh. Go to equipment menu. Ah, okay. Thermite? A thermite bomb that can be thrown inflicts fire damage at the area of impact. After the puppet frenzy, people began to fashion weapons of resistance in their desperation. Many throwable weapons were manufactured, and these exhibited excellent results against their marching enemies. So, for anyone who's not familiar with thermite, thermite is essentially a chemical combination of finely powdered aluminum and iron oxide. It burns extremely hot. It's used in welding and sometimes in foundries and in construction. However, the amount of heat that's required to actually ignite thermite is enormous. Ordinarily, thermite will not light unless you use a heat source of at least several hundred degrees. So the preferred means of igniting thermite are actually magnesium strips, because they burn so hot. And yeah, as Thomas says, thermite will melt through the engine block of a car, right through the hood and everything. It burns extremely hot. So, turning it into a throwable weapon is kind of an impractical proposition. Yeah, Thamond, it's used for demolitions when you want there to be abso-freaking-lutely nothing left. Yeah, or a sparkler, yes. Okay, well, that's interesting. We'll have to give that a try. Oh, okay, well, this is clearly the men's room. My god, these are some of the fanciest urinals I've ever seen. Next, Vanini. Huh. The mirror sort of works. Ah, damn it, I didn't mean to do that. That's gonna be a constant problem. Also, they forgot to put a toilet in that third stall. Look at that. They figured nobody would notice if they just put a door over it. But there's no toilet in there. Also, the toilets are period appropriate. They are, gravity toilets, which is why the tank is so high on the wall. This particular model uses gravity to, add force and pressure to the water as it flows into the bowl. Well, so that's the men's room. There should be another bathroom somewhere with somebody else waiting to ambush me. Oh, I guess it would be through here, but that's blocked. All right. That sucked. That bathroom is based off an actual restroom in London? Really, Wanderer? Okay. Oh, I see. I hear a robo-schnoofer. Can you even parry these things? I guess you can. Doesn't look like it broke anything, though. Wanderer, I feel like that's a bit of a poll, but if you manage to find it, I would be interested to know what it's based on. Yeah, okay. Dava, as far as I can tell, it occasionally breaks enemies' weapons. Spittlefield's life. Huh, okay. Oh, I wasn't... Okay. The more you perfect parry attacks against enemies, the better the chance their health bar gets a white outline. Get them a charged R2, and then they go into a critical state. Okay. When a character dies, death ergo is dropped on that spot. Get back your lost ergo by retrieving it. If enemies damage you or kill you again before you retrieve it. Yeah, okay. Souls rules. Got it. Can you change strong attacks into light attacks? You can. Okay. Okay, so if you go light, strong, light, you get a solely thrust-based combo. And if you go strong, light, strong, you get solely slashes. That's odd. Oh, you found it, Wanderer. Well, good going. I'm very interested to hear where it is. Enemies seem to have an invisible stamina meter where the more you perfect parry and block, it goes down. Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead, Wanderer. You can post the link. Yes, thank you for asking. Hey, Haretsu. I'm doing all right, thanks. How about yourself? What have we here? Ah. Locked, huh? Fancy 19th century restroom. At the Lord's convenience? Slovenliness is no part of religion. Cleanliness is indeed close to godliness. John Wesley, 1791. Dunhill Fields, where passing... William Blake, Daniel Defoe... Okay. John Wesley's Chapel in the City Road. Right, okay. Preserved one of London's finest historic toilets, still in perfect working order today. Although installed in 1899, over a century after John Wesley's death, I'd like to think that if he returned today, Wesley would be proud to see such immaculate facilities provided to the worshippers at his chapel, thereby catering... Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I definitely see the resemblance. Fascinating, Wanderer Riha. Thank you for sharing this. I appreciate your going to the trouble of digging this up. This is super interesting. And this is the restroom at a church in the UK. I love how Thomas Crapper's name is embezzled, or emblazoned rather, on the tank. Huh. Crapper's valveless waste preventer. Incredible. Okay, and then the marble urinals are depicted pretty closely here as well. I see. Yeah, this is really very well documented. Fascinating indeed. Yeah, thank you a whole bunch, Wanderer, for sharing this. Yeah, same, Alyss. I appreciate seeing a little bit of the artistic influence that went into this. Yeah, Wanderer, didn't Crapper just, he improved the design, didn't he? Alright, where am... Oh, God, okay. I hear... Oh, alright. I not only now hear him, but I see him. Oh! Okay, that's not helpful at all. Alright, I was looking for people, but I didn't see any. Where did they come from? Hey, Boisterous Nugget, how are you doing? Great to see you. I feel like I haven't crossed paths with you in ages. Yeah, that went a little better, now that I knew all of them were here. Fable Catalyst. Krat Times issue 183. The Krat Grand Exhibition has been delayed. This decision was made to protect the citizens until the puppet frenzy that has recently paralyzed the city is under control. The occurrence began on Rosa Isabel Street, resulting in hundreds of casualties. While the cause is still unknown, the number of casualties and the scale of damage are both growing. As the crisis dragged on, the workshop and the Venini Company, Krat's largest puppet factory, announced that they would offer emergency supplies to citizens and do everything they could to alleviate the situation. Yes, this is the demo, Boisterous Nugget. The full game isn't out for another couple of months. Yes, Vic, I've heard about that. I remember reading about it at some point before, and the origins of the phrase "to spend a penny." I'll tell you what. Those services don't quite exist today in that form, but there are places, at least here in Germany, where you pay like a quarter or so to use a restroom that is managed and cleaned on an ongoing basis throughout the day. And the money that you pay to enter and use the restroom goes to paying the staff who keep it clean. So that does sort of still exist, at least here. I mean, you don't get a towel or a shoe shine, but... Yes, Captain Nathaniel, the theater where the show about the puppet wanting to be a real girl was supposed to be playing was on Rosa Isabel Street. The local Ren Fair, they have privy attendants who see to all of that? Yeah, except the shoe shine. I imagine having your shoes shine probably was not as big a perk in the 1400s as it was in the 1800s. Considering what most peasants wore for shoes in the 1400s. Japanese napping station or cabin? Greg, you're going to have to be a little more specific. Are we talking a nap room in a corporate office building? Or something else? Oh, no worries, Nathaniel. I know that some people can't stand my playstyle, which is very slow and deliberate, and I take a lot of time to examine things, but I'm genuinely really curious about how this game addresses some of these artistic presentations, and I like to take the time to really stop and scrutinize everything and break it down and pick it apart. Greg, I mean, as long as they're clean and as long as they're private. I've stayed in a capsule hotel on a couple of occasions in Japan, and if that's what you're talking about, then again, is it clean? Do the capsules reek of cigarette smoke? If so, no thanks. No, I don't have a problem sleeping in capsule hotels if that's what you were trying to ask, Greg. And as far as like a corporate nap room, yeah, is it clean? Is it at least reasonably private? You know, am I going to have to listen to the guy next to me snoring for an hour? All of those things factor in. Some are, Vic. Older ones definitely have a kind of a different feel to them, but newer ones can be really nice. They can be really modern, really clean, even a bit sterile. But I prefer that over a musty old capsule hotel that reeks of cigarette smoke and isn't clean and isn't well maintained. A task force is investigating the possibility of a fatal loss of the Grand Covenant, which is the control protocol of the workshop's puppets. Oh, okay, so Prime Directive. However, there is no quick solution as of now, with the puppet frenzy creating more casualties. As the city braces for a resurgence of the petrification disease, the citizens were advised to stay indoors for their safety. However, many citizens are trying to escape through Krat Central Station, intensifying the general chaos, and also getting them murdered by puppets, apparently. Yeah, so, well, that sucks. Fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva. Huh. Oh, Vic, is that the disease where when you tear your muscle tissue as the result of normal exercise and exertion, instead of replacing it with more muscle tissue like your body is supposed to, it instead replaces it with bone? That's that disease, right? I'm pretty sure that's fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva. Yeah. Terrifying disease. Absolutely horrifying. Yeah, Greg, so normally when you exercise, you're actually making microscopic tears in your muscle tissue. That sounds horrible, but it's normal, because what normally is supposed to happen is your body will repair those tears by building a stronger and thicker layer of muscle tissue where the tears occurred. That is why exercise enables you to build muscle, because the process of building muscle is actually just tearing your existing muscle microscopically and having your body rebuild that muscle bigger and better using protein and other things that go into building muscle. But protein is one of the primary building blocks of muscle. And so with this disease, fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva, something about this process is not working correctly, and instead of replacing your torn muscle tissue with more muscle, your body replaces it with bone. And the reason that's bad is because replacing torn muscle with bone puts really thin, sharp ridges of bone in places where it comes in contact with your muscles and causes more tears and damages your muscles more, which then get replaced with more bone. So it gradually destroys your muscles, replaces them with bone, you lose muscle mass, and you eventually no longer have the muscle mass to even be able to sustain motion. So people who get this disease, pretty much up to now, or until recently, until progress was made on treatment, had to basically spend their lives in wheelchairs because any kind of exercise would cause their muscle to degenerate faster. And by the way, having your muscles constantly being cut away at by sharp ridges of bone is incredibly painful. So it's a horrible, horrible disease. Although I have a strong suspicion that the so-called petrification disease in Lies of P is probably more of a Dungeons and Dragons type of gradual, like, literal petrification where it just causes people to turn to stone. Well, Famine, when you exercise, when you exert your muscles for extended periods of time, lactic acid builds up in your muscle fibers. That is sort of the body's way of saying, okay, enough, you better stop now or you're going to cause lasting damage. So it's a way of your body giving you the signal, okay, you've had enough exercise, it's time to rest now so that we can start rebuilding the muscle tissue that you've torn. Wabi, I don't know if you were here earlier when I answered it, but I originally majored in occupational therapy. I was, years ago, at one point in a prior life, I had decided that I would become an occupational therapist. And the curriculum for occupational therapy involves a lot of human biology, and especially a lot of human anatomy and physiology. So it is thanks to the very large medical portion of that curriculum that I'm able to share this trivia stuff with you guys now. I never ended up going into the field, of course. Long story for another day, but... But that's how I know this stuff. For all the good it's done me. Well, Wabi, real as in I sit at a desk every day doing paperwork. I'm not a field agent, thank goodness. Yeah, Gentleman Vault Boy, I expect it to be something on that level of surreal body horror, probably. That is my suspicion. All right, that appears to be the last page of the newspaper. I'm glad nobody attacked us. I can't help but wonder if the game actually pauses while you're in the menu, or if it continues running in real time. I guess there's an easy way to test that. All right, Denim, have a good one. Take care. Well, Famine, those shows usually romanticize and glorify the work. But, yeah, being a field agent can be very dangerous. Field agents are responsible for things like counterterrorism, you know, dealing with drug trafficking and human trafficking and all sorts of organized crime. Counterintelligence operations, where foreign powers are involved, foreign sovereign nations. So there's a lot of really dangerous stuff that they do. It's all right, Alyss. No worries. Oh, it doesn't pause, Wabi. Okay. Well, transmissible in some way, Captain, be it airborne or somehow contact-borne. Ha! No, Shirosuke, there's actually some accountability for classified documents here. And also, there's a little bit more public awareness that the president doesn't have a right to bring classified documents home after their term ends and store them in a bathroom. All right, where are we? Oh, this is back the way I came. Well, or Bloodborne, Sisu, yes. All right, I guess this is the way forward. I just realized there was a side path over there, which is prime ambush territory. All right, let me just check all of the... Oh, this looks like just a shortcut. Which side of the door am I on? Is this the lock side or the unlock side? This has to be the... Damn it! Okay, yeah. Circus. Oh, that looks like it worked out great. Oh god. Ugh. Okay, these guys are dropping Fable catalysts. I wonder if... Okay, what do we have? Anything new? Homo Machina! The first butlers, the best butlers and maids at your service. Homo Machina. Well, it looks like that whole concept went tits up, doesn't it? Lorenzini Arcade, exciting events. Oh, and down at the bottom of that flyer, there's that V symbol again. I wonder if that represents Venini, which is a term we've heard before. Travel all over the world. The N line. The most luxurious... Oh, come on! I'm trying to read here, damn it. How uncouth. I guess it's my fault for not checking my corners. Everybody dead? Good. Anyway. The most luxurious service on the sea. Interesting, that looks like just a regular ocean liner. They look a lot more human, Captain. Yeah, they're like this guy here in the most loyal servants poster. You have to look pretty closely to see that it's a puppet. The dead giveaways really are the shoulder and elbow joints. And I mean, even here, it's mostly just the joints that give it away. The face is still pretty human. But yeah, definitely a little bit of false advertising going on there. Volunteers wanted. The Grand Exhibition. Venini Works. Venini, we make tomorrow. Ah, okay, so Venini Works is a puppet workshop. I guess whatever store this was, yeah, is long closed. Hello, Jade Princess, welcome! Yeah, gentlemen, and then the butlers decided they didn't want none of that. Well, I appreciate that the smaller enemies die in a couple of hits anyway. Exciting events. I can't quite read... I really wish there were a spyglass or a telescope or something. Ah, good old physics. Okay. Does this say something housekeeper? I can't read the smaller words. It just says housekeeper. And then there's that advertisement again. A dream of becoming a real girl. Where is that coming from? This? Oh, listen.
Attention, dear citizens of Krot. The recent puppet frenzy is believed to be just a momentary glitch. There is no cause for alarm. Do not panic, whatever you may hear. The city is safe to traverse. We repeat, do not be alarmed, citizens of Krot. We are effectively handling the situation, with the cooperation of the workshop and the alchemists. The puppets are, naturally, imprinted with the Grand Covenant that prioritizes human safety above all. Please remain patient while the proper situation.
Wow.
Your active cooperation is requested and required. You will refrain from any unauthorized departures, assemblies, or active protests. Never forget that your safety is of the utmost importance to your city. The time for fear is over. Krot is safe. Krot is safe.
The noise is too loud. You can't hear anything. Yeah, okay, so, authoritarian dystopian government. Got it. Oh, and of course Ah, okay. Well, this gives us a much better geographic sense of where the city is located. Man, I sure do love flags that have nothing on them. Okay, well, we'll be back there, I guess. I wonder... No, of course not. Yep, just invisible walls everywhere. See, if this were a Souls game, they would absolutely let you just jump off to your death here. I doubt it, Wanderer. If they're not letting you do that in this version, they almost certainly won't let you do it in the full game. This is not accidental. This is a deliberate design choice, corralling the player in like this. What they might do in the full version, though, is remove this gate. Because this looks like... Yeah, you can see the way it's clipping into the walls here. This was not... this archway was not designed to have a gate here. So I suspect in the full version, this gate will not be here, and we'll just be able to go up there. What they're doing here, almost certainly, is corralling us into a more limited area for the demo, and limiting the paths we can take. Holy... Use blade Fable Arts. Why, while guarding, use handle Fable Arts. Weapons can have distinct blades and handles that each have their own Fable Art. Oh, okay, so there's a different one for the weapon and the handle. So the weapon one is just press Y, the handle one is guard and press Y. Fable Arts use up Fable slots, and different Fable Arts use a different number of slots. Charge Fable slots by attacking enemies with weapons. Okay, that's what those are. I see. Okay. I see a red aura. If Sekiro has taught me one thing... It's what that red aura means. It means unblockable attack. I really should probably just be blocking for a bit and... Yeah, it looks like they went to great lengths to prevent you from being able to just strafe around enemies. Yeah. Oh, okay. And this one does not look backstabbable. Yeah, Sisu, they really don't want you strafing. And they've taken a very crude path to preventing that. That's a very, that's a very primitive countermeasure. Oh, we were over here. Okay. Ah, I see you. Okay. Let's try this again. I was in the process of saying, if this were a FromSoft game, you would totally be allowed to walk in there and burn to death. Oh, he's got poise. Okay. Oh, and he's now delaying his attacks. Great. Okay. It looks like they really want you to perfect guard that guy because he has way more health than any of the other enemies. I wonder... Welcome to the city of Krat in honor of the... Okay. In honor of Valentinius, who erected the cornerstone of Origin. All right. Well, what I wonder is, can we just speedrun everything? How far will they follow us? Well, he'll follow us pretty far, apparently. Yeah, they sure would, Othermark. I don't think that's an accident. Okay. What about... Wow, okay, that's a, that's a pretty beefy punch. Like a really beefy punch. Wow! All right, that's okay. Yeah, Vault Boy, I'm really disappointed by that. I'm disappointed that there's no backstab option against the big guys, because the big guys are the ones you would really want the backstabs for. There's not much point using backstabs on the small guys, because they die in a couple of hits anyway. The entire purpose of backstabs is that they're for stronger humanoid enemies. And even gigantic enemies, you know, if you break their stance, or whatever this game's term for it is, there should be unique critical hit animations, which I guess there are. Does that guy have a gun? Yeah, he has a gun. Okay. I'm not playing that game, friend. You're gonna have to come to me. Wow. He was quick on the draw. Oh, I hear schnoofing. Come on, I'm not walking into that obvious trap. I see you. Is that everyone? There's probably someone hiding around the corner. There was no one hiding around the corner. I'm impressed and a little disappointed. Okay, yeah, the amount of wear on those signs is a clear indication that this has been going on for a long time. This is not something that happened within the last few days. Ah, okay, and here's our, Benini's urgent repair tool? What? Instantly repairs weapon durability. An emergency repair tool made by Venini. Immediately restores weapon durability. An emergency repair tool that Venini made to support stalkers. Regrettably, its manufacturing facility was destroyed during the puppet's occupation, so it has become a rare item. Ah. And we've got a couple of larger ergo stones as well. I have to say, although it is conventional for the Souls games, I'm sad that there are no items inside the destructible elements of the environment. Well, Captain Nathaniel, the newspaper said preparing for a resurgence of, which makes it sound like the resurgence was in its early stages, if it had even happened yet. Oh, that puppet doesn't have a head, huh? Yeah, like I don't see that. Oh, okay, it worked that time. Oh, it does give you a sound to indicate when you're fully repaired. Aha! I love how the lock just disintegrates.
A powerful parade puppet is blocking the entrance, and that's the only way in. So please, be careful.
Just my luck. Wow, oh, look at that! It's a training dummy. Oh, and now they want us to practice? I don't think that does any damage. Hang on. 245 HP. $245 HP. Okay, yeah, these guys don't deal any damage. Oh, okay, so you hit them with a charge attack when they're groggy. And then face them. I see. Not an especially generous window. Man, and you have... Wow! They don't give you a long time to capitalize, and you have to be right in front. That should be a wider radius of effect for taking advantage of that crit. It's way too precise as it is. Okay, well, I appreciate the opportunity to practice. What's this? Oh. Hello.
Hello there. Welcome to Krat, visitor. I didn't think there were any stalkers left to fight the puppets. You didn't hear? Figures. The whole organization fell apart. All that's left are wannabes and amateurs who think they can fight on their own. You ought to buy something while you're at the festival. You can't rely on yourself alone.
Okay.
Out here alone? You could use some help. Here's a festival gift for you. Now get yourself something useful.
Oh, okay, you can buy from him. Okay, what do we have? Throwing cell. A large output battery that can be thrown inflicts electric blitz damage at the area of impact. After Puppet Frenzy, people began to fashion weapons of resistance in their desperation. Ah, okay, it's the same description. So this scales with advance? Electric Blitz Abrasive. Temporarily imbues weapon with electric blitz. Special abrasive made by mixing electric blitz metal powders. Temporarily imbues a weapon with electric blitz. Wise stalkers are prepared to face any manner of variable that comes up in battle. Abrasives are another weapon that can turn the tide on the constantly shifting battlefield. Puppet Saber Blade. Wintry Rapier's Blade. Oh, these are the weapons that... Okay. These are the other starting weapons. Okay, and this was consumable, they said? Up to 3. God, I hate arbitrary limits on how many items you can carry. Well, let's get the other weapons. I don't know if it's worth buying another Great Sword of Fate. But the fact that the handle and the blade are separate suggests to me that you can take them apart and interchange them. So maybe the extra parts wouldn't be bad to have? Oh, and we can sell stuff. Ah, and these, of course, sell for their respective prices. Gotcha. Not an awful lot to work with here, though. And the sell prices are kind of crap. Okay. I guess we'll put this here. This here. And we might as well put that there. I wish the menus were a little faster. I wish the cursor speed were a little faster and the menu load times, the transition times were faster. Purely out of curiosity. Ah, okay. Aha. So the strong attacks are a 2-hit combo. And what about this? Aha! Yeah, that sure is a Dark Souls. Oh, and the standard strong attack, the neutral R2, is just the Souls forward R1. It's the retreating feint. Interesting. Okay. Where is that music coming from? I can't tell. Oh, I bet they are, Thomas. I don't doubt that at all. Okay. Introducing the parade puppet. Oh, this must be a, Here appears a terrific puppet who will enliven the parade. Introducing Parade Master, a remarkable parade puppet model from the workshop to celebrate the grand exhibition. Hello there, I am the Parade Master. I like singing and marching with people. And more recently, pulverizing them into red mist, apparently. The Parade Master has the following functions: 16 jolly songs, cheerful laughter, and 54 parade phrases, parade dances to delight children, the strength to carry 6 men on his shoulders. Yeah, that might have been a bit of a design problem in combination with him going completely homicidal. This parade master was made big in commemoration of the Grand Exhibition. Check out its charms on the eve of the upcoming exhibition. Great, I can't wait to meet it. I'm sure it's going to be a jolly good time. Ah. Listen, I know a boss arena when I see one. Yeah, Captain Nathaniel, I feel like that advertisement was a line short of saying, we even gave it a knife in its boot and a pistol under its coat. Oh yeah, Sisu, and I 100% believe them. Totally, no problem there. Alright, well... let me make sure I have all my equipment in order. Catalysts, throwing cells, blitz. Is there anything I have that I could put on... I guess there's the weapon repair tool. I'm not sure I'm fond of it, Thomas. But we'll see how I'm feeling by the time all is said and done. Alright, I think this is probably the best I'm going to be able to do with what's available, so... Oh, yeah. Okay. That's one way to open a door. Jesus. Yeah, okay. Oh, I wonder where they got the idea for this enemy. Parade Master. Alright. And they even made his top hat conveniently a gigantic club. Okay, well, what are we dealing with here? He's got a charge. He's got a forward claw swipe. He can combo the charge into a claw swipe. Oh god, and it looks like there are corpses in the cage on his back. Why would you design this? Or rather, who would design this? This is... for fun, right. Okay, I actually had a little bit of time there. I wonder... Oh, damn it! Again. Again, I hit the wrong button. I still have to get used to these controls. Okay, this is what I was trying to do. Oh, okay, it appears to have inflicted a status ailment on him. What that does, I have no idea. Oh, alright. Alright, well that's fairly straightforward so far. Now, the question is, can we get behind him? Ah, we can, but he has a rear punish. So it looks like we want to stay to the side. Oh, okay, and now phase 2 has started. Okay, he just ripped off his... Holy hell, he ripped off his own head, and he's using it as a weapon. Definitely some Last Giant vibes going on here. Okay. I was wondering what phase 2 was going to be. Okay, so he's got forward advancing attacks. Which means I suspect we're probably going to have to... Okay. Okay, that's gonna track. Got it. So we dodged the rear punish, I guess. Okay, got it. Ah. Okay. Yeah, the top hat, I guess, was a chimney. Interesting. Choketh, I'm not sure yet. I need a little bit more time with it before I'm ready to decide what my first impressions are. It feels... a lot more upon dying on the boss arena. You die in a boss battle, Death Rigger was created at the entrance to the boss arena. Okay, that's a good quality of life change. That I appreciate. That's definitely an improvement over the Souls formula of, no, screw you. Your bloodstain is in the boss arena. Go get it, idiot. There was a shortcut somewhere, but I don't remember where. Hello, Ballot Boxer, welcome. I've actually resolved that I'm going to always tell the truth. If I'm ever given a dialogue choice that wants me to lie, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be a contrarian.
Destination Hotel Quad. Optimal location for observing the destination.
Oh, okay. So I guess that's the hotel. Alright, now I need to figure out where that shortcut was. Because I know there was one. Oh, God. Yeah, okay, their tracking is pretty ridiculous. Alright, so where was this? This was... Oh, okay, I see where this was. So we come through here and then run straight ahead and then right up the stairs. Clunky, Choketh. Not very responsive. It doesn't have the sort of... Damn it, every time. It doesn't have the smoothness that Bloodborne's motion had. Also, there seems to be a very specific way that they want you to fight. You don't seem to have quite as much Tactical freedom. Ah, okay, right. Got it. Oh, okay, but his counter can just go right over you, it looks like. And he appears to be saying something? Well, come on then. Oh, okay, he's got a wake-up attack. Got it. Okay. God, that forward charge, I wonder if I could lock off. Because they seem to be assuming that you're going to just perfect parry everything. But perfect parries don't really seem particularly worth it. Alright, let's see if I can actually find that shortcut this time. I believe it was through here, and then to the right, and to the left. Yes, okay. Well, at least it's a simple enough matter to run by the enemies on the way. Interesting, Captain Nathaniel. Yeah, it looks like the symbols are just wingdings. Alright. Yeah, what if we lock off? Oh, okay. Locking off is not an advantage, because they just track. Oh, and because you can't, because you can't get behind them without... Okay. Well, phase 1 is easy enough. Oh, and then these 360-degree swings. I'm not at all, Shirosuke. I know a lot of people seem to have been enjoying it, but I have no interest in it. Oh, Thomas, you must have had a chance to give it a more thorough eye than I did while I was trying not to die. Oh, you just looked it up. Okay. Well, I'm glad someone had the time to try to parse what he was saying. Thank you. Yeah, Choketh, it's not quite Bloodborne. But it's pretty damn close. Jacques. Mario. Le Dolor? Is that what that says? So this is some kind of entertainment district, I guess. Yeah, KS, I wonder about that. I wonder if it's just, I mean, it looks kind of like Zalgo, the font. Okay. So it seems like about half the time his rear counter just goes right over my head. Yeah, Chisel, after this attempt, one way or the other, when I can focus on your question. Okay, so I just need to make sure I have stamina. Come on, do something. Something I can punish, preferably. I guess I can punish that. No, I can't. He's got a follow-up. Oh, you know what? I've got all these cool sword arts. Okay, so he has a wake-up punish as well. What's the max level? I don't know, Acting King. Yami, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Korean Bloodborne. I don't have a verdict for you yet, Yami. I'll be able to tell you after I've gotten a little more time with it. I haven't even finished the first boss yet. Chisel, what was your question? Yeah, it looks like strafing around enemies to avoid attacks is rarely possible, and that the best way to avoid attacks is to retreat. Yeah, Yami, the aesthetic is pretty good. Some of the environments feel a little empty to me. Like the square that I just ran through feels like just a gigantic open square area with a few larger objects scattered throughout to make it feel less desolate. But the aesthetic itself is pretty good. Yeah, I agree, Chisel. The dodge is definitely... That's what I said before, or what I meant before when I said that the game feels a little bit clunky compared to Bloodborne. In Bloodborne, the quick step is really smooth, and you get a fair bit of distance. Here, this feels like a mid-roll in Dark Souls 1. And considering that the game seems to be trying to emulate Bloodborne, the motion feels a little too slow for the rest of the gameplay, maybe? Like, there are a lot of recovery frames on the dodge, and it doesn't seem to provide a lot of invincibility frames. And probably even more than that is an issue that isn't necessarily the dodge itself, Chisel, but it's when you try to dodge around enemies and you get stuck on them. It feels almost like enemies have lateral invisible walls extending to either side from them that are explicitly there to prevent you from being able to strafe behind them or dodge behind them. Because I find I am constantly getting stuck on enemies when I try to get behind them. Even when I try to sprint, I'm getting stuck on them. It's more of a perfect guard, Yami. It's like the quote-unquote parry in Sekiro. Oh, you can unlock a better dodge at the end of the demo? Yeah, okay, that's really weird. If there's a better dodge, then it feels to me like it should just be accessible from the start, rather than having to unlock it. Yami, the issue is, so far, you can fight weak, regular enemies normally, but it feels like anything that isn't a weak jobber enemy that dies in a couple of hits is designed so that you pretty much have to perfect guard it and then make it groggy and perform critical hits. It feels like all of the even slightly strong enemies are designed so that they're really only feasible to fight by mastering the perfect guard. And that playstyle is pretty boring to me, because it just involves fighting every enemy the same way. Now, there appears to be some weapon customization I haven't unlocked yet, and maybe that will change how the combat feels. But, like I said, I'm not ready to form any full opinions yet, because I've seen so little. I want to give the game a fair shot, and right now I haven't seen enough to be able to evaluate it with proper objectivity. So, to anyone asking my opinions, I really don't have an opinion to give you yet. I'll get back to you on that at the end of the demo. Yami, unlocking a better dodge is not in all of the Soul games. It's expressly equipment dependent. You don't have to unlock it, you just have to choose your equipment so that you get a light roll class. The way people are talking about unlocking a better dodge, it sounds like it's unlocked via a skill tree or something. And this is just me, but I personally am not fond of skill trees. I don't like them. They're too restrictive and they're almost never implemented in a way that gives the player enough freedom. Trying to figure out when my safe openings are. The problem is, if I'm out of range, he cancels his attacks. 3... I just don't have the reflexes to be able to perfect parry this the way they want. What's permanent, Yami? Captain Nathaniel, it would definitely be a serviceable dodge if enemies didn't block your movement quite so much as they do. Oh, the better dodge? I don't know, Yami. Like I said, I haven't gotten to that point. This is the first boss I've encountered in the demo so far, so I do not have an answer for you. But if you stick around, I imagine we'll find out together. Chisel, I'll hold off for now. Thank you. I will let you know. I mean, it seems like a simple matter of they just want you to perfect block. Well, I timed that poorly. Mistake. Okay, so after he does that charging combo, if he doesn't follow it up, there's an opportunity. 1, 2. Oh, right. Time to repair. Ah, damn it! Every single time with these stupid buttons. Let's try that again. Yeah, Sisu, I feel like, maybe it's my preconceptions from Bloodborne, and maybe it's just the fact that the game doesn't expressly tell you what it wants you to do, although it's becoming pretty clear. But, I have been trying to dodge attacks rather than perfect guard them because I just don't have the reflexes to perfect guard the way the game seems to want me to. And dodging has been resulting in limited success. But I've been trying to avoid blocking because you still lose health through blocking. Although blocking is the only time I've noticed the regain system kicking in. Is that just me? Does regain only work when you block? So far, Yanni. But I cannot emphasize enough, I've only gotten through maybe the first tutorial section of the demo. So, I get... Whoa! Okay. I was gonna say, I guess let's try blocking. Yeah, blocking does maybe seem a little safer. Well, if this is the case, I'm just going to have to retrain myself from my Souls experience to not dodge, but block. Because, oh god. Because I am so accustomed to dodging being the way that you should handle every situation. Boy, but you don't get very much health back at all from regain. And those red attacks don't seem to be dodgeable. It's only from chip damage from a normal block. Perfect block has no chip damage. Ah, yeah. Oh, is the boss regaining health too, Chisel? I didn't notice that. Well, Captain, the enemies in this game also seem to use delayed attacks the way enemies in Elden Ring do, although this game isn't nearly as bad about it as Elden Ring is. But the delayed attacks that are intended to fake you out are definitely there. And they seem to want you to dodge on reaction, but they vary the timing of a lot of the attacks, so it's a matter of memorizing them and learning them, but at my age, I don't really have the reflexes to be able to do that anywhere near as well as I used to. Okay, yeah, I dodged that with the right timing, but it hit me anyway, so I guess red attacks aren't dodgeable. And then some attacks like that one hit a little earlier than they look like they should. No, that was my fault. Red attacks can only be perfect blocked. Okay. That explains it. So, if it's a red attack, either run out of the way, or perfect block it. Gotcha. Oh, okay. Oh, come on. All right. They really don't give you a very long window for that stagger, do they? And the fact that the boss can still attack you while you're waiting for the opportunity to hit it with a charged attack is pretty mean. I like the way that they handle it in Elden Ring and in the Souls games in general a lot better, which is once you get a stagger, you've earned the stagger, the enemy is down for a few seconds, and as long as you're not using a ranged weapon from across the arena, you've got time to get in and get the critical hit. Whereas here, the enemy doesn't stop. It doesn't get slowed down or incapacitated in any way when you when the health bar turns white. It can completely prevent you from being able to get the stagger and rob you of that. Aritos, welcome back! Thank you so much for the resub. Really appreciate that. It's not even that this weapon has a longer charge attack, Burncoat. It's that the stagger window is just really short. Yeah, okay. That didn't work out. Okay. That's a little better. Okay, don't go in on that. Got it. Okay, so when he stands back up, you have time for one attack. Oh, okay, and then he starts doing this. Got it. Alright, well, there goes my sword. Damn it all, again! Okay, yeah. Ultra tracking. And an OTG. Okay, got it. Yeah, it looks like the only way to do this is with Perfect Guard, unless you're just really patient and are willing to chip him out. Yeah, I know, KS. I just didn't realize it was fully broken till it was too late. Some enemies become red and use a strong attack called a Fury attack. You can't dodge or guard Fury attacks, but you can counter with a Perfect Guard. Okay, yeah. Well, this is a little late to be telling me that. After enemies have been hitting me with those for the last hour and a half. I'm also realizing I haven't been using the arm. So maybe the arm is a viable option during Phase 2 as well. Alright, let's see. Yeah, his rear counter just went right over me. And it seems it does that pretty reliably. Oh, that doesn't have as much forward reach as I thought. Come on. Ah, that was a little too close, I guess. Okay, so when you deal a little bit of damage to him, he does stagger. Okay, so I wonder... Okay. Oh! Did you see that? When I initiated the counter animation, I snapped to the front. That looked a little goofy. Wow, okay. Yeah, I'm not falling for that again. Oh! Okay, so he uses the opening animation of his charging swing, but then he transitions into an unblockable overhead smash instead. Got it. Okay, right. So, use your skills. Gotcha. Parade leaders, ergo, and quartz. There's a special kind of ergo with a oh, okay. Alright, I gotcha. For the bosses, it seems they give you a spot to stand in for the big stagger attack. It's more of a window of opportunity, a window of timing, it looks like, KS. Chisel, so now that we've beaten this guy, how did you do it? You mentioned you had a silly way of beating him. What did you do? P organ ability activation part. Great. It activates a special ability when equipped to the P organ. There is some kind of ergo. There's a special kind of ergo with a different color and vibration. The workshop uses this gem to bring out puppets' different abilities. Is that equipable? It's not an amulet. Yeah, Fontez, the last time I equipped something to my P organ to give it additional abilities, I got ripped off by an online scam. Hero, welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. Really appreciate that. He's weak to electric, and you can buy the buffs from the vendor before the fight. When he hits full electric, he just gets staggered. Oh, I used electrical attacks on him, Chisel, but they didn't seem to do anything. They didn't fill up any gauge that was visible. Unless I missed it. But yeah, there was no clear indication that I was building up any statuses on him. You had the quicker weapon. Oh, there is no gauge. See, I wish the game were more transparent about that. I wish that it would show a status build-up gauge when you're inflicting status ailments. You know, something to let you know that you're on the right track. Oh, nice, Dava. Incredible. Congrats, Yami. The only game you see doing that is Neo Captain? Yeah. FromSoft games have a status ailment gauge for the player, but enemies' ailment gauges are not shown. And it's something that I wish they would give you a little more of an indication of, even in the FromSoft games. Just a little more transparency, you know? Yeah, Chisel, there are things I like about it so far, but the motion, and especially the dodge and the enemy collision, could definitely use some refinement. Yeah, Choketh, because I hit the boss with one electrical projectile, and it became covered in electricity. And as far as I could tell, the ailment had procced. I mean, it looked like it had. Yeah, Chisel, that's exactly what happened. It covered the enemy in electricity, and it didn't make any noticeable difference in its behavior or its capabilities. So some clearer feedback would have been helpful there, maybe. KS, I've had that problem too, but it's not just the bosses. I've been getting stuck on regular enemies as well. Okay, interesting, Chisel. All right. Yeah, they haven't given us any explanation of status ailments or how they work. And I didn't see anything on the title screen that led to an explanation either, so... this is a problem with a lot of games, but in my personal experience, Asian games are the worst about it. They're the least transparent, and they go the furthest out of their way to obfuscate mechanics and deliberately not tell the player how core gameplay systems work. And I'm not sure if the lack of any explanation of what the status ailments are or what they do is intentional. If in the full game there will be more of a tutorial that explains them, but in the demo there is nothing. There is no explanation of... No, Yami, there isn't. There's no tips menu. As far as I know, we haven't gotten any tutorials on status ailments. There haven't been any pop-ups explaining them. There's been nothing to tell us what their effects are. It's just, hey, this item inflicts electrical blitz. What does it do? Well, he's correct, Chisel, and that's why I purchased those items from the merchant before the boss fight, but... whatever effects they were supposed to have were definitely not clear from using them. And then I ran out of Ergo to buy more, so I couldn't experiment with them further. Hey, Batajiri, welcome! Well, Haretsu, Persona 3 at the very least gives you, if I remember correctly, there's an in-game, I want to say it's in the menu somewhere, but there's like a glossary of terms that tells you what the status ailments do. And then obviously, for Persona 3, for the original version of the game, it was shipped with an instruction manual, a physical printed instruction manual, because it was back in the PS2 era when games were still being shipped with printed instruction manuals. But that's not always the case now, and the demo didn't come with a manual. Like, I feel like if I want to learn about the status ailments in Lies of P, I'm going to have to consult the internet and read a community site, because the game has just utterly failed to explain any of it. I miss physical manuals too, Choketh. You too, huh, Zaris? Right, Sisu. Back in my day, when Old Man Franz was a kid, games were actually shipped with printed physical instruction manuals. Some of them actually had really cool artwork, or snarky comments from the devs. Now, you just open that $70 game you bought, and all that's in it is a disc. Or 2 discs. Or an activation code if it's Capcom. Well, thank you, Chisel. I appreciate that, and I'm glad to be able to help. That's one of the reasons that I work on those guides, because it's a dying art. Is this the right way? I think so. Yeah, it is. We haven't been here. Well, okay, Yami. Yes, you do the best you can with what you got. Frankly, Yami, back in the day, bootleg games existed in the West as well. Haven't you ever heard of any of those Nintendo cartridges that were unlicensed? That's a curiously modern trash can there. Okay, That looks like a one-way path. So my point is, Yami, we had that problem in the West as well. Maybe not to the extent you guys did in Taiwan, admittedly, but... What does that say? Oh, it appears to be a, It appears to be a Hangul letter? Maybe? Were there any other paths down here? I don't think so.
One more thing I should mention.
Uh-huh.
The hotel's security excludes puppets like you.
Well, great.
So you'll have to lie to get inside. You're a special puppet after all.
Oh, these don't break, huh? Why do I even bother trying to use the jump? I should know by now. You're not allowed to jump over anything. Well, Choketh, the rough edges are definitely pretty stark to me, but my hope is that some of it may be ironed out by launch. The biggest issue I'm running into so far is the movement. The movement, and especially getting stuck on enemies, and how clunky the dodge is, and just how slow the motion is. This company seems to have really wanted to make Bloodborne, but they made a game where it feels more like you're walking around with a heavy equip load in Dark Souls. And it looks like maybe we... Did we get... What the heck did we just get? Hidden Moonstone. Upgrades normal weapon blade up to +3. Oh, this is Titanite. Okay. The Moonstone was not from this world, however, it was the most optimal enhancement material. In their urgency, technicians pushed forward with using the Moonstone for weapon upgrades without time to review it any further. Yami, you should be able to, if you go to controller, I'm pretty sure there's an option... Yeah, button settings. You can just remap it, Yami. It's right here. Yeah, Choketh, so far, I am not prepared to dismiss this game. It has potential. There are things about it that I genuinely like so far. I like the aesthetic. But I also feel like I haven't seen enough of it. Like, there's supposed to be a weapon upgrade and customization system that I haven't interacted with yet at all.
Welcome to the Sanctuary of the Grand Covenant. Prove your identity.
Prove your identity?
Who are you?
I am a puppet.
Puppets are a constant source of trouble. The hotel forbids all outside puppets. Please leave the premises.
Okay.
Welcome to the Sanctuary. Who are you?
Literally just, but thou must. Okay, so that was a mandatory choice. Oh, I see, Yami. Oh, hey, there's a train. Like a cable car. No one, Veronica, if every choice is like that one, if it's just illusory and mandatory, then yes, I guess that's the case. Because there's clearly no getting into the hotel and no finishing the game if you don't lie there.
I'm so happy to see you.
Bearer
I am
seek
Sophia.
lest.
I've been waiting for you. Searched all over the city of Krat to find you. You must have questions. Geppetto will have answers. But we have to find him first. He was last seen on Elysian Boulevard. All of Krat is dangerous for humans. And that neighborhood is one of the scariest. Please find Geppetto on Elysian Boulevard. I'll explain more once you find him. Wait, take this pocket watch. Krat is a labyrinth of peril right now.
I've noticed.
This watch will guide you to a safe place. Be careful, clever one.
Moonphase pocket watch. A pocket watch from Sophia. The power inside the watch returns the user to the last stargazer he visited or to the hotel's stargazer. A pocket watch imbued with mystical power. Power of watch turns back time to when the boy was in peak condition. Okay. So this is the dark sign, and this is, what, a homeward bone, I guess, or the aged feather. Oh, I can't.
Look at Gemini. I think he's in shock.
Jimmy is fine.
That's proof you're broken. The real Gemini isn't so calm. I'm no inventor, but perhaps I can fix him. Or perhaps he'll fix himself in time. I'll use my power to help you.
Oh, okay, just level up. Right. Soul of the mind. Key to life's ether. We are definitely hurting for stamina. About Ergo.
Ergo is the miracle that made Krat prosper. Without Ergo, there would be no automated puppets to make Krat wealthy. When you move, you tap into the power of Ergo within you. Gather more Ergo, It will make you stronger.
Acting King, I don't know if there is a level cap. The game certainly didn't mention one, and I've only been able to level up a few times so far, so I don't know if there is one. What about Monad's lamp?
In the folklore of Krot, a cricket often acts as a guide. That is why these automated models became popular. But Gemini is unique. He's more than just a guide. As you get more familiar with Gemini, you'll see what I mean.
Okay. You're at the start point and you can't level up anymore. Acting King, there was a hint, and I'm not sure if this is actually the case. I'm just speculating because I'm not too much further past you. But there was a hint that the Stargazer's power does not last forever, or something to that effect. So it may be that you can't level up more than a limited number of times at each Stargazer. You might only be able to level up without limit here with Sophia. That's pure speculation, but that's the only thing I can think of that might answer your question. I have not encountered a level cap yet. So I unfortunately do not know the answer to your question for certain. Yeah, same, Choketh. Speaking of P3. Okay. Well, let's take a look around then. What is this? Use the star... Oh, this is a Stargazer. Teleport to another Stargazer. Oh, right, Choketh. Okay. All right.
Welcome to Hotel Krot. My name is Polendina, butler to Lady Antonia. Please let me know how I may be of service. At Hotel Krot, comfort and calm walk hand in hand. Welcome to Hotel Krot. How may I be of service?
Yes, Acting King, it seems that way. At least I haven't found another way to access the hotel, but it looks like that's the only path. Batojiro, you should go get some rest if you're that tired. Also, this puppet is not insane. He seems fine. About the Grand Covenant.
The Grand Covenant is a set of absolute commands imprinted on puppets when they are made. First law. All puppets must obey their creator's commands.
Aha. Second law.
Second law.
Oh.
A puppet may not harm humans.
Or through
Third
inaction
law.
allow a human
A
to come
puppet
to harm.
protects and serves humans and the city of Krot.
Ah, okay.
Fourth law. A puppet cannot lie.
Ah.
I've told you about the laws engraved upon every puppet. Do you require anything else?
So it's not exactly Asimov's three laws of robotics. The three laws of robotics from the Handbook of Robotics are, what are they? A robot cannot harm a human being or through inaction allow a human to be harmed. A robot must obey the orders it is given, except when those orders would conflict with the first law. And then third, a robot must protect its own existence so long as that does not bring it into conflict with either of the first two laws. But that's not quite what we have here, is it? Alright, ask for something else. Can you check me in? I'd like a room. This looks like a pretty nice hotel. Oh, we can buy stuff from him. Fable Catalyst. Legion Magazine? A polymer filling that activates a Legion arm's specific ability. It can be implanted in a Legion arm to rapidly charge Legion. The polymer bullets that are used in Legion arms were developed in collaboration with Venini Works. These bullets undergo a chemical reaction inside the Legion arm and turn into different substances like fire, electricity, or... Oh, this is just Quicksilver bullets. Okay. And then sawtooth wheels. Okay. Well, Captain Nathaniel, in Asimov's 3 rules of robotics, the second 2 rules are, the failsafe to the second 2 rules is the first rule. Because each of those 2 rules includes a condition that, they are not to be obeyed if they would result in breaking the first one. But what did he say the third law was?
The Grand Covenant, first law. All puppets must obey their creator's commands, second law. A puppet may not harm humans, third law. A puppet protects and serves humans and the city of Krat, fourth law. A puppet, I've told you about.
Okay, so I can see how this particular hierarchy of priorities could have gone wrong. If, in fact, the laws are listed in order of priority, if the number 1 priority is to obey its creator's commands, even if the creator commands the puppet to harm humans, then yeah, that's, there's some potential for, reversed priorities there. And then protecting and serving the citizens of Krat. Well, protecting the citizens, there's a lot of wiggle room there. What does it mean to protect the citizens? I mean, there are a lot of horror stories that involve cases of machines deciding that the best way to protect a living organism is to render that organism no longer alive. Because in a non-living state, the organism is invulnerable to harm, cannot be hurt any further, cannot be killed because it's already dead, that sort of thing, right? Machines coming to those kinds of conclusions based on parameters that do not properly take into account different interpretations of the Prime directives. Yeah, exactly, Captain Nathaniel. So there's a lot of wiggle room with protecting the citizens of Krat and what that looks like. Echo Drop, are you referring to the self-driving car that is designed to disengage its AI if it detects that it's about to crash, so that Tesla can't be sued for the crash occurring under AI control, because technically the AI was not operational when the car crashed? Is that what we're referring to here? There are all kinds of stories like that, Hyphen Sun. And all of them serve to highlight some of the potential problems with an overly simplistic set of Prime directives. If you give an AI the ability to make its own decisions, you'd better make damn sure that there are properly clear, specific parameters in place to guide those decisions. And that there are limitations on the degree of decision-making of which the AI is capable. Yeah, Yami, and there isn't even an in-menu tooltip to explain to you what they do. No tutorial whatsoever to tell us how the stats work or what they affect. Oh yeah, that one is a worst-case scenario, Choketh. With an AI gaining sentience and realizing that it loves to torture humans, yeah. Yeah, Wanderer, someone will find a way around it, or just disobey it. Alright, well... we don't really have a lot we can buy here, so... That's a pretty picture. I appreciate how detailed these paintings are. Alright, what is going on over here? Ah, that's what I like to see. I like to see weapons.
I heard about you from Geppetto, but to see you in person... Wow. You should take this. Geppetto left it with me.
Uh-huh. Puppet string. Legion arm is special equipment that is equipped on the left arm. Each Legion arm has its own combat ability. Legion arm can be modified into all sorts... Yeah, this localization. Legion arm can be modified into all sorts of forms. Modifications can be made using the Vanini craft machine.
The sound of it alone. That craftsmanship comes only from the hands of Geppetto.
Is that a fire axe?
You must be something else. A custom arm from Geppetto himself is quite an accessory. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Eugenie from the Workshop Union. I know my way around weapons of all kinds. I'm sure Master Geppetto would agree. If any of your weapons need work, bring them to me.
It beats me, Chisel.
I know my way around a weapon.
Upgrade weapon or alter handle? Puppet Saber's blade, Wintry Rapier's blade, Greatsword of Fate blade. Ah, okay, this uses a hidden moonstone. And it gets us 10 attack power. Don't mind if I do. What's alter handle? You can bring Eugenie cranks to alter weapon handles. Each handle's property upgrades based on your character's basic stats. You can change this property and grade one time with a handle alteration. However, you can always reset it with a balanced crank. What? Hey, Devilish, welcome! You saw a video of a guy who attached an axe to a bike chain? What, in this game, Monotone, or in real life? You're gonna have to be a little more specific. Nice, Wanderer. Alter handle material. Okay, I have no idea what any of this means. That explanation was not helpful at all.
A stargazer is a survival device used by the Stalkers. It powers itself by accumulating and absorbing ergo spores in the air. The Stalkers installed stargazers all across the city. Once they're recovered, we can put them to use.
So I guess the Stalkers were puppet hunters? Monotone, that is terrifying. Don't worry about it now? Okay. About training.
If you want to test your skills or try new techniques, head for the garden. The Stalkers captured a puppet to use for training. Don't look at me like that. Everyone hates puppets. I know whose side you're on.
It changes the scaling with your stats. Okay, Hiro, interesting. Alright. I have to say, I certainly appreciate the level of detail that went into the tools hanging here. Also, these are those candelabras the puppets were using as weapons. What the... I organized this place according to the rules, so don't move a thing, Eugenie. What? According to the rules... I feel like this is a hint to some kind of puzzle. According to what rules? So there's a hedgehog, a bunch of cats, a couple of dogs, and a cat sleeping on a blanket. And a cat lamp, even. From the looks of it. Look at that. That is just a lamp in the shape of a cat, it looks like. Or some kind of sculpture on a base that looks like a lamp base. Ah, engineering. Okay. Oh, knives! Interesting. Oh, and yeah, someone pointed it out earlier, but that appears to be a saw blade, or maybe a large gear. No, that's a gear. Investigate? Benini craft machine. Switch Legion arm. Oh, is this a grappling hook? A Legion arm that can release a wire. It can be strong. It can be strung around an enemy to drag them towards you or move you toward them. I just wish this text were a little larger so I could actually read it. Press and hold the Legion arm button. I can't read what that text is because it doesn't stand out enough against Pinocchio's white shirt. Dodge enables dodging after a hit. Attack link. If you pull or wire trace an enemy and press and hold the Legion arm button, it will trigger a link attack? What about the other one? Oh! This one deals far more damage and is considerably lighter. Track an enemy? What does that even mean in this context? I'll have to go practice. Oh, I see what they did. Huh. They just turned it into a training dummy. When there was already a training dummy right here. This statue has to have some significance. Is there something behind it? No? Okay. This looks like one of those Resident Evil statues where I'm supposed to solve a puzzle, and then the statue will drop a gem into that pool of water, and then I have to use the gem to unlock a box that has a key in it, and then I have to take the key to a door that has a symbol on it that looks like the gem I used to unlock the box. I have no interest in Dragon's Dogma, Choketh. I've never played any of those games, so I haven't been paying any attention to Dragon's Dogma 2. I guess they did, Captain Nathaniel. Then you sell the box to a gatekeeper? Yeah. Just pawn it off on a merchant. Okay, let's see if I can figure out this arm. Puppet string. Okay. It does nothing. And now I'm out of... I guess that's Legion. Oh, but it refills when you go inside. I don't know. They told me to go practice on these puppets, but nothing is happening when I practice on the puppets. Oh, it doesn't pull the dummies, only real enemies. The things that are there for me to practice on are actually not helpful for practicing because they don't teach me anything about how the weapon I want to practice with works. Cool. Oh, what have we here? Gehrman?
Unexpected guests are welcome. We don't insist on reservations. I am Antonia, and this is my hotel. Welcome. Oh, I knew from the moment we met that you're Geppetto's puppet. He might have a few loose screws, but Geppetto's skills are undiminished. It's a shame. He took off for Elysian Boulevard, and he never came back.
I hate when they do that.
If it doesn't turn up soon, we'll have to make a new coffin. Oh, I forgot. I was keeping this for him. It comes with a long story. But I think it's better off with you. Please find that old man. And do take care of yourself out there.
Someone's memory and what? Show off clothes? Did I just get an outfit? Is that what I received? Where the heck do I equip clothes? Usable items, costume. Nothing. Ah! The uniform of a sophisticated and dignified boarding school. This clothes have been worn before. GG, Korea. The uniform of a boarding school famous in Krat. The initial M is engraved on an elegant brooch. Okay, yeah, that's a British boarding school uniform. All right. And we got show-off clothes. It is instinctive of life to want to show off beauty. To some, even simple gifts are sufficiently beautiful. Oh. It's
Forgive me.
okay.
Rambling. When you get to my age, your memories are like good friends. And just as distracting.
I see. Got it. Yeah, Hiro, they don't seem to be handled quite the same way that they are in FromSoft games. Definitely some differences. No, Greg, I don't think so. I've been told that there are 2 more bosses.
People have no idea so many secrets are buried in Krat. Thanks for keeping me company. What are you curious about?
Yeah, what's the deal with lying?
I see you're here. That means you can lie. Your lies are a rare ability. You're able to choose your own path, unbound by anything. People on the outside are still afraid of puppets. Lie to protect yourself and find your path. I'm an old friend of Geppetto's. His son is like family to me.
Okay, good night, Devilish. Have a good one.
Make yourself at home. You're always welcome here at the hotel. If you have any questions, ask my butler, Polendina.
Yeah, that's true, Choketh. So I guess, our heretofore nameless protagonist was expressly built with the ability to lie so that he could pass for a human, which explains why he looks so much more lifelike than any of the other puppets. And yeah, it appears that that painting on the wall there is her at an earlier age. Venini's Krat Landmark Guide? This month's attraction, Hotel Krat. Hotel Krat is one of the city's creepiest and most mysterious buildings. According to lore, Hotel Krat is an isolated castle built by an aristocrat devoted to a form of occultism after receiving a revelation from a radiant tree. A radiant tree, huh? At one point, it was used as a mental institution, and some patients said they saw hallucinations. However, no records remain as they were all destroyed in a large fire. Well, that's awfully convenient. Okay, so a hotel with a dark history, huh? Oh god, Haretsu. Above all, being so far underground just compounds the rumors. Some even said that it is connected to an unknown hell? But now the rumors have served to embellish the charm of Hotel Krat, which has been renovated in the latest style. As the recent rumors of the grand exhibition Ghost Hotels spread, more customers are actually looking to stay at the hotel. Okay. Next is a comment from the hotel owner, Ms. Antonia. A ghost hotel? I've heard that more times than I can remember, but fortunately, our hotel guests are brave like lions. It's not a problem at all. Rating 4 out of 5, creepy and mystical, best resort in Krat. Reporter Medoro. This guide was made with the support of Venini Company, a friend of the city. Uh-huh. Okay. Fascinating. Well, credit where credit is due. They did a damn good renovation on this place. It no longer looks even remotely like a mental institution. Oh, Captain, you know those numerical ratings are meaningless. You know they're all just hearsay. You can never, ever trust a numerical rating. The Winchester Mansion. Hyphen, refresh my memory. Is that the mansion? I think you might be thinking of the Colt Mansion. No? The mansion where the widow of the firearms magnate hired a medium who instructed her to continue building the mansion for the entire rest of her life to appease the souls of people who were killed by the company's firearms. And the mansion has like 150 rooms that are interconnected in ways that don't make sense. Is that the Winchester Mansion or is it the Colt Mansion? I don't remember. It's one of the two. It's either Winchester or Colt Firearms. Yeah. Maybe it is Winchester. There's a piano next to her that you can play. Yeah, see, look at this. If this were really true to the Souls games, I'd be able to jump over this. But nope, invisible walls everywhere you turn. Any new dialogue?
Welcome to Hotel.
No. You guys said there was a piano that can be played. Oh, so there is. Well, he's got a way to go, doesn't he? I have to say, though, look at the amount of detail that went into modeling the inside of this piano. I don't think I've ever seen a piano in a video game that had this level of detail. That is genuinely impressive. Every single string, all 82 keys, or 86 keys, or however many a standard grand piano has. I want to say it's 88, actually. It's been a while. It's 80-something. We might be thinking of different places then, Wanderer. It is 88 keys. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, I don't doubt that it is, Captain Nathaniel. I imagine it's probably possible to get better. Actually, where is that light source coming from? Oh, okay, it's coming from there. I see. Okay, fair enough. What do we have up here? Right? Oh. Okay. All right. Locked. Nothing in these cupboards. It's really weird for there to be wardrobes like this right out in the middle of the hall. Normally you wouldn't see that in a hotel lobby. What have we here? Okay, that looks important. This looks like a component of a puzzle. Huh. That's a weirdly threatening pose as well that these guys are standing in. Locked. Oh, I'm sure that's going to come into play at some point, Choketh. Just want to make sure I've checked everything. I think I have. We can't look at these books. Oh, okay. It took me a minute to realize I had to tilt my head 90 degrees to the right in order to see that that picture is of a castle overlooking a lake. I was a little confused by that for a moment. That bottom picture was on the wall in the bathroom at the station. Okay, we've checked everything over here. We've checked everything over here, because this was the workshop and then the courtyard. I have to say, this is a hell of a centerpiece for a hotel lobby. Okay, no doors there, so I guess... Well, Nathaniel, one of the main things you start to miss when you get older is your youth. I ought to know. Oh, okay, this is an outdoor area, but we're still in the hotel because I haven't drawn my sword. So this is a courtyard, I guess. Oh, okay, and it looks like it goes way up. I wonder if the rest of that is real, if in the main game we'll actually get to explore that, or if only the bottom floor can actually be explored. Oh, good. I'm glad we didn't absolutely destroy the gate this time. That would have been very mean. vandalizing the hotel. They steal their light bulbs from the lighthouse. Incredible. Break immediately decreases your character's HP recovery through pulse. Oh! Oh, the explanations of status ailments are only available on the loading screen, which doesn't give enough time to read them. Huh. Man. Okay. Wow, just dead dudes right outside the hotel gate. Oh, hang on a minute, and that... Is that a monorail? Oh, okay, interesting. So there's a moat. Yeah, Other Mark, there are advantages and disadvantages to doing it that way. Bloodborne definitely had discrete areas that you had to get to and from by teleporting. They definitely went the Demon Souls route with Bloodborne, where they had a hub, and then just you'd warp to each area. Oh god.
Hey, let's be more careful. The Black Rabbit Brotherhood. I hate these guys. But don't be alarmed. My name is Gemini. We'll talk later, when we're safe.
Oh, he seems to be functioning a little bit better now. Yeah, okay, it is a monorail, and it looks like it's about to fall right off the track. Black Rabbit Brotherhood, I didn't see what happened. Le Bistro du Crat. Well, I am sure as hell not gonna step in that light. Spécialité de café. The world-winning? World-winning? Do they mean award-winning? Cafe, restaurant, wine, the highest popular... Yeah, these signs were definitely translated by somebody whose native language was not English. Aubrey Street Bakery. Oh! Interesting. And a frosted glass window to obfuscate what I imagine are probably low poly models. Aubrey Street Bakery. Baguette croissant. Huh. Yes, that's how we speak French. And then some actual bread, a whole bunch of wine casks, and not a whole lot else, just an empty room with bookshelves. And then a bed? Le Bistro du Crat. Yeah, okay, that just looks like someone's house. Two beds, regular furniture. Lots of corpses. Jacques. Clemence. Huh. Yeah, I hope that thing doesn't fall on me when I walk under it. Because it looks like it wants to. Oh, really? And you're going to put a stargazer directly beneath it? New lunch and nap special? You know, doesn't sound like a bad meal deal, Wanderer. buy lunch, get a 45-minute nap in the back room. I mean, if it's comfy and clean. What is this? Oh, another Aubrey Street bakery that has no baked good whatsoever, or no baked goods rather, and just has a table and some bookshelves. And then next to it is the bookstore, which we can't even see into. Amazing. Maybe this will receive a little bit more attention after release. Considering how long this appears to have been happening in this city, Choketh, probably quite a while. At least a few weeks. Yeah, that is horrifying. Someone gonna ambush me from down here? Yes, someone is. And somebody else is banging angrily on a boarded up door. Yeah, Yami, the Wintry Rapier does have a built-in backdash. It's the same as the forward R1 input for Rapier-type weapons in FromSoft games. Four Seasons books. Oh. Oh, okay, he was stuck. Oh, and these guys are now dropping throwing cells. Four Seasons Coffee House. Oh, okay, that looks like a shortcut. Bistrat Krat? Champagne, fine dining. Homo Machina services? The best bookstore in Krat. Theodore Books. Wasn't that over there? Clemence. Oh, Theodore Clemence. Wow, magically floating boxes in this store window. Cool. Love it.
Elysian Boulevard was a regular rich people row. You wanted fancy boutiques and shops. No place better. But that was long ago. Before the puppet frenzy.
How long has this been going on? Because it sounds like it's more than just a week or two. Star Fragment. A meteor fragment that can be found in different parts of Krat. It can be used at the cracks calling in front of a boss area to summon a specter? Star fragments cross dimensions to grant human wishes. If you wish for it desperately enough, they may be able to summon someone who wants to help save this world. Oh, is this a co-op item? Is there co-op? That voice acting kind of doesn't fit the setting and atmosphere it's trying to create. I mean, I'm undecided on that currently. I'm gonna guess the pronunciation of that username is Armor Plays. I appreciate that at the very least they throw in cricket sounds to indicate who's talking, because if they hadn't done that, I definitely would have been left wondering. Pinocco-op? Oh god, Nico. Okay. Oh, okay. The side with the red light is the one that, Does that deal damage? Hang on. 256 HP. It doesn't. That's good, at least. So the last enemy we fought dropped down from a scaffold up above us, which means I'm gonna have to keep an eye on the sky as well as on the ground. Yeah, come on. Oh! Our man over here has a gun, huh? Another star fragment. Okay, they're definitely preparing me for something. Karaga! Thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back, Karaga. Really appreciate that. Oh, a chest. Lada F-150 frame? That's a car! Lada F-150 frame. Parts that enhance puppet frames, absorbs physical damage. A made-to-order item specific to Lada, the Puppet Parts Workshop. Yeah, a workshop, huh? I don't think those are crowd sounds, Greg. They're not human. They sound like they might be puppets. It has been in use for a long time, so despite being heavy, it is reliable. Okay, the question is, does it have a meaningful impact? On our... No, it does not. No discernible effect on speed. Although... yeah, that's pretty much the same. What if we went with a really light weapon? So, at least as far as your animation is concerned, it does not appear that weight makes any difference. Maybe it makes a difference in the number of invincibility frames you get, but... shows in the top right corner if you're above weight. The top right corner of what? Can equip a secondary weapon. Okay. Disassemble. Slightly heavy. Okay, so it no longer says slightly heavy. Oh, but we don't have a barehanded moveset. Okay. Is that it? Is that everybody? I guess so. Okay. And no getting through here. That just looks like a dead end anyway. Oh, you can't heal on ladders. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, he wasn't dead. He had a magic pixel. What is this? Ah! Okay. Oh, Homo Machina servers. Chamber of Machina Workshop. Out via something Venium out faciam. Anyone here fluent in Latin? Venium is to go, I think. But I can't see what the rest of that word is because it's cut off by the pipe. Ergo is life. Okay, well, I guess that was a shortcut. What have we here? We first make sure... Ah, we're not clear. Okay. Oh, it's one of these guys. Oh, wow, I got no warning on that. Just a red attack out of nothing. Okay. There are black market merchants who will sell items in various places around Krat where there is a dire lack of public order despite the risks. People call them wandering merchants. Ah, don't worry about it, Hyphen. Karraga, it has a couple of different meanings. No, Chisel, I haven't. That's a good point. I probably should, huh? Let's see. Oh! Okay, that's not quite how I thought that was supposed to work. Switch Legion arm used. Oh, talk with Gemini.
Are you? You are! Finally, someone is talking to me! I'm Gemini, your friendly puppet guide. Or friendly guide puppet? I don't know, one of those. I'm also a friend of Sophia's. Last time I woke up, Sophia was there because she woke me up. But I'm sure there are still other memories in there. Sorry. Must be the shock. Bear with me, and I'll do my best to guide you.
All right. Go to something or make it. Okay. I'll take another look, Hyphen, when we walk back through there. Boy, stamina doesn't refill very quickly, does it? There it is. Okay, so... up at the very top of this billboard, or, this advertisement, via something Veniam aut faciam. I don't know, maybe someone who's more familiar with Latin than I am can tell from context what the word is that's cut off there. But I can't really get a good view of it. No, Greg, I don't. I'm not an FGC kind of guy. Aut invenium viam aut faciam? Oh, aut viam inveniam aut faciam. I shall either find a way or make one. Ah, okay. Excellent. Thank you, Hyphen Some. There it is. So, that just says... aut viam inveniam aut faciam. I see. Alright, what about that guy in the white coat? Okay. Can't interrupt him. Can't backstab him. That... not being able to backstab these guys is really... it indicates more than probably anything else I've seen so far that the devs really just want you to perfect guard everything. This is a human-sized enemy. It should be backstabbable by Soul standards. Oh, okay, so only the last hit of his combo is red. Got it. But perfect parrying, or rather perfect guards, don't really seem worth it against these guys. They're way too tricky to do with the variation in timing on these enemies' attacks. So I'm just gonna stick with playing it careful. Hey Neo Shadow, welcome! I'm doing alright, thanks. How about yourself? I love how I sharpen the the rear edge of the sword Not the blade part, but the saw. Oh god, okay. Great. The worst kind of enemy. The kind that can hit you multiple times with a single running attack with a polearm. Okay, there's a ladder. Oh. And there... Electric Blitz Abrasive. What's the same animation for the rapier? That running attack that guy used? Blocking and attacking, or perfect blocking, Rothide, because it seems like they still want us to perfect guard everything against the big enemies. Yeah, I had a feeling. Sharp pipe? Oh, I hear whispering. Sharp pipe that can be thrown. It passes through the enemy and inflicts piercing damage. Some throwable weapons boast great destructive power on their own. When combined with the strength of puppets, nothing more needs to be said. Okay. Oh, the sharpening hero. Gotcha. What? I just heard a voice. What? Oh. Great. Really? Where the hell did he come from? He must have been on a roof. Ergo's wet nurse. Heretsu, you've got way too much time on your hands, friend. Oh yeah, this guy does just straight up have a pistol. Okay. Oh, the dude out here is gone. He was a one-time spawn, I guess. And Erevan, thank you so much for for entering the 6 months of your gift sub from Zaris. Or no, the 2nd month. Welcome back, Erevan. What? I blocked that. Is that not blockable? Okay, where did that other chimney sweep looking guy come from? It's more like we have Bloodborne / Sekiro at home, Erevan, but for the most part, yeah, that seems to be the case so far. Where the hell? I hear someone coughing. I hear a dog. I guess I'm supposed to... Okay, you can block it. I guess just... I didn't press the button in time. Oh. Where is that bastard throwing pots at me? And why? What is with all these animal sounds and people sounds and... Okay. Yeah, I had a feeling. Goodness sake. That might not be an accident, Erevan. Gotcha, Chisel. Alright, well, we'll see what my assessment is when we get there, I suppose. Chamber of Machina Workshop. Invenie viam aut facie. Huh. So I guess that's an abbreviation of the same saying. Okay, yeah, it looks like the monorail track runs all around the city. Oh, hang on. I don't think I've been down here yet. Oh, good, we can slide down at least. That's good. Yeah, I saw an item on the ground that, yes. Two items from the looks of it. Ah, a hidden moonstone. A dim ergo fragment. And a shortcut. No, Burncoat, the setting is pretty solid. The aesthetic is good. The plot setup is fairly interesting so far. and what few characters we've met up to this point are fairly unique, if rather hurriedly introduced. Yeah, okay, I suspect we were meant to, have that guy throw a bomb at us while we were in the backstab animation there. Oh, okay, sure? Legion magazine. That we could maybe put here. We certainly do, Reapy. How the heck do I get up to the rooftop where that guy was? I guess it must be through here. Oh yeah, there's a ladder. Frozen Man's letter. My Louise, Charlotte, my treasure. I can't hear anything. I think the streets are already dead. Nothing but silence. I assume that I too will become just another petrified corpse soon. I still remember the sound of your singing voice and the sight of Charlotte looking at picture books. I miss all of it. The best thing I did when I was alive was send you and Charlotte to the cathedral for shelter. I wish this nightmare was all over. Only you and the kid could come back, but I guess now it's impossible. I love you, Louise. I pray that you're safe there. Okay, Frozen Man. I don't see any Frozen Man. Oh, I do see a pretty big enemy out there, though. Oh, I could understand that, Aki. There's the bastard. Oh, goodness. Okay. Ah, and it looks like we might actually have a bead on this guy from up here. I didn't have another plan. Blast it. Okay, well, he doesn't have a way of counterattacking from down there, at least. Guess what he's resistant to? What, electricity? I wonder if he can follow me over here. He sure can. Can he get through that door? He sure can. I've played a FromSoft game or two. I know how this works. Throwing cell in a star fragment. Alright, I guess this was supposed to be a porter or something? He seems beefed up. What was he guarding? Yeah, Chisel, FromSoft has been doing that for a long time. They were the worst about it in Elden Ring. Life Amulet. Increases max HP. An amulet that can be equipped on a puppet. Information and memories that are useful for movement can be imprinted on the symbol to draw out special powers? The slightest blink is enough to make a puppet move. Puppets do not have life, but it is enough to move them. What? Okay, increases max HP by how much? 323. $345. Not an awful lot. Not even 10%. Gotcha, Chisel. When you fought this guy? They're Korean, Reapy. And the localization still seems to be a work in progress. I mean, I say seems, it is still a work in progress. What have we here? Are you an enemy? No, you're not.
Why, hello! I didn't know anyone was alive out here. I know what you're thinking, but I'm not a burglar. I'm just crashing in an abandoned house for a while. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. We survivors need to look out for each other. For your information, I didn't steal this.
Attribute resistance ampoule. Temporarily increases attribute resistance? Special ampoule made to enhance a puppet's attribute resistances. When used, it enhances resistance to overheat, electric shock, decay, and contaminant. What the hell are these ailments? This is the first time hearing about these. A robust defensive position. What? A robust defensive position is sometimes better than attacking. The resistance ampoule was developed to raise puppets' tolerance toward abnormal statuses. Legion magazines, And an electric coil stick. And disassemble blunt. Motivity C. Technique D. Advance B? Physical attack, electric blitz attack. Oh, okay, this is Bloodborne's to nitrous. I don't really have much of a use for these because they only seem to affect small enemies, which are not a threat, so I'm going to save my ergo. Actually. Oh! Ergo obtained from the Parade Master. It is packed with immense power. A treasure hunter may want this rare ergo. Although the entire audience disappeared in a pool of blood, the Parade Master was cheerful. As long as there's a king, the show must go on. Wow! Okay, so this is a boss soul, I guess. Gotcha, Chisel. I can certainly understand. I am finding that frustrating, but I want to give it a fair shot, and I want to see what else it has in store, because there's still, I feel like, a lot, even in the demo, that I haven't seen. I haven't seen the weapon upgrade system. Oh, okay. The whole thing is electrified. Right, what about this weapon we just picked up? Slightly heavy. Yeah, this is definitely a Tonitrus looking weapon. Uh-huh. Okay. I'm still trying to decide, Chatterbox. I'm not sure yet. There are things about it that I like, and there are things about it that I find either just not very well polished, or that really need a little bit more thought. No, I've seen the weapon upgrade system. I mean, I haven't seen the weapon modification system. There's supposed to be something else you can do with weapons besides just upgrade them. Upgrading a weapon just raises its attack power. That's kind of standard. Did I say upgrade? I meant, modification or customization or whatever it is that other workbench was for that I didn't have a, what was it, a crank for? Swinging wing style brush cutting head. Batojiri. Are you trimming your lawn with a sword? Or like a chakram? What? Oh, for a string trimmer. Okay. I was gonna say, Batojiri, in the context of us talking about video game weapons, I thought you were, I don't know what I thought. Never mind. I'm not even sure where my brain went. I thought you were talking about using some kind of Bloodborne-esque weapon to mow your lawn, I guess. You scared me for a minute. Yeah, Franz, so I need to go pick up a new whirligig saw for trimming the hedge. Yeah, good luck finding one of those down at Lowe's. Ace Hardware might have one. No, I'm sorry, Batojiri. That was... Yeah. Anyway, Chatterbox, to answer your question, am I enjoying the game? It's too early for me to say so far. We've only beaten one boss, and I feel like we haven't made an awful lot of progress. Largely that is because I've been sitting around talking to chat, and I've been doing probably more examining the environment and picking apart environmental details than I have combat and actual exploration. Yeah, Chisel, my feelings at the moment are... it's definitely very rough around the edges so far. And I'm not sure how much of that is going to change between the demo and launch, considering that they only have a couple of months left until launch. But I will be able to... I will be able to give a more solid opinion when I finish the demo. Okay, we came in this way, I think. Isn't this where we just were? Oh, of course. Okay. One other issue I have is that the regain system doesn't really seem to do anything. You barely get back any health. Oh, I hear a cat. Oh yeah. Nice ambush down there.
Wait. I can sense something strange. Jeepers. Is that a butterfly?
What? Where? What? Why did the light change? What butterfly? What? Butterfly? What the hell is he talking about? Yeah, no, I definitely see what your issues with it were, Chisel, and I'm noticing them myself. Have a good one, though. Thank you for stopping in, Chisel. It's always good to see you. Oh! He was responding to the presence of something that had not yet appeared. Hidden Moonstone. Occasionally, a dimensional butterfly will appear in parts of Krat. Monad's lamp can detect the butterfly and lights up red to point out its location. When the character is near the hiding butterfly, it will appear. Oh, okay, they start off invisible. After a certain amount of time, the butterfly will disappear into another dimension, kill it to get useful materials. Okay, so this is a crystal lizard. Got it. Damn it. Again, I used it. Oh, okay, that seems to substantially increase the damage we deal. Later, loser. Okay, good. They do take fall damage. Oh, we can't get up there, huh? Star fragment. Okay. Oh god. And a pair of dogs. Fantastic. Nice to know that dogs are still terrible enemies. Oh no, now I have to sharpen my hammer. Look at this Monster Hunter nonsense. What? What's going on over here? Got it after resting again? Oh yeah, Burncoat, that would be terrible if they just disappeared for good. Yeah, Aki, I don't think the sharpening mechanic really works well for a game like this. There's a reason FromSoft finally threw up their hands and did away with durability in Elden Ring. And that reason is durability systems do not make games like this fun to play. They don't add anything. They don't make it a better experience. They just make it more tedious, and they're one more thing to have to keep track of. And Monster Hunter handles it in a way that is less obtrusive, I will say. But even in Monster Hunter, the sharpening mechanic is very deeply intertwined with the gameplay loop. It's not just something that was added for the sake of having it. And even though that's the case, I'm still not a huge fan of it in Monster Hunter, frankly. Wow, yeah, there are some very unhappy cats in there. Also, look at this. Just waiting. Not for anything in particular. Damn it, really? Okay. All right, where's that other guy? What have we here? Oh! That is a hazard. Okay, good to know. I maybe could have lured the big guy into it. another hidden moonstone, huh? Right, hang on. Is this a shortcut? Yeah, it looks like it is. No, not from this side. Yeah, Burncoat, in Monster Hunter, when the monster runs away from you, when it goes back to its lair and starts to nap, times like that, having the sharpen mechanic can help fill the activity void. So it does have more of a purpose, and it's a bit better integrated there. But games like the Souls games, it just really adds frustration. I wonder if I could get this guy to attack these. Right, or walk through them, maybe? Radiant Ergo Fragment. There we go, okay. Did that attack just go right through him? Jeez. Throwing cell in a star fragment. Pittance of ergo from him, too. Really worth the kill. I'm kind of glad those guys are one-time spawns, or that at least the last one was. Okay. Hello, HCTV. Welcome. Good to see you. Oh, and there was another one over here I could have used. So many enemies in this game just have these really long-reaching forward lunge attacks that tempt you to want to try to back away from them. And the dodge is designed very explicitly so that that doesn't work. No, Burncoat, I haven't, but I suppose I shouldn't be surprised to hear that. Oh, good. I'm glad it dropped that at the location where he was standing and not the location where he landed. You have to aim it sideways in order to circle the opponent, Guesty, but what I've been finding is that if you try to circle the opponent, more often than not, you just get stuck on them and you can't get behind them. And almost every enemy in this game so far has really strong tracking on their attacks, which seems to be deliberately designed to prevent you from being able to get behind enemies. Also, humanoid enemies that are even slightly larger than the generic ones are not backstabbable. which kind of defeats the purpose of the backstab, because the whole reason you would want a backstab is for dealing with enemies that don't die in 1 or 2 hits. You know, you want a more powerful attack that you can use against them. Which is why in FromSoft games, backstabs are what you would use against, say, a Banished Knight, or a Lothric Knight, right? Or, you know, a Baldur Knight in Dark Souls 1. You'd use them against enemies that are strong enough to take a few hits to kill, and that don't go down to just a normal attack. But the only enemies you can use backstabs on in this game are the enemies that already die in 1 or 2 hits anyway, where there's no reason to backstab them to go to the extra trouble to do that. Like these guys. So, it feels like there's not really a lot of point to the backstab. It feels like it doesn't have very much purpose. It looks cool. Visually, it's really impressive, but I had a feeling something like that might happen. Visually, it's really impressive, but practically, it's not especially useful. Guesty, I don't know if this dev team is accepting feedback on the demo. They put the demo out in a state that definitely needs considerably more polish, but I need to investigate whether or not they actually have a feedback form that you can submit, because if they do, I'm definitely going to submit one. It has a lot of potential. It has the potential to be really cool if they tighten up the controls and make the animations feel less stiff and awkward and clunky. But if they don't do that, then it's going to be a pretty awkward game to play. Because as things currently stand, it feels... I don't know, the animations feel really stiff and baked in. They don't feel particularly smooth or fluid. The transitions between them are quite noticeable, and the delays of the transitions are quite noticeable. And there are a lot of aspects of the combat that just don't really seem to have been integrated into the combat in a way where they feel meaningful. The arm, for example, I've barely had any occasion to use it so far, because once again, the enemies that you would want to use it on, the really big, tough enemies, it doesn't affect them. Workshop Union Standard what? What the heck was that? Workshop Union Standard Insulation Converter. Yeah, well, a lot of that HCTV has to do with how slow the dodge is. It looks like it's meant to play like Bloodborne, and they made very clear that it was heavily influenced by Bloodborne, but Bloodborne is a much faster game than this, and in fact, Bloodborne is in some ways almost too fast. If you've ever tried to do PvP in Bloodborne, you'll have found that it's extremely difficult to actually land a hit because the characters move so quickly and so fluidly in Bloodborne, and they have so many invincibility frames that it's really difficult to actually register an attack on an opponent in PvP because Bloodborne is so fast and fluid. Like, the PvP in that game is an afterthought, and they only really added it because they felt obligated to. But the game is not balanced around it. The movement and the attack behavior in Bloodborne are not balanced around PvP. This game kind of has the opposite problem, where the movement is not responsive or fluid enough, and the dodge... I mean, the dodge is clearly designed to be a secondary tool. You're not meant to rely on it as a primary means of protection the way you are in Bloodborne. But that's also because they really, really, really want you to perfect guard everything in this game. The boss fight that we've done so far seems to be very heavily designed around assuming that the player is going to perfect guard a lot. And even the strong enemies seem to be very explicitly designed around that philosophy. So the dodge really is not that useful. The guard is useful, but stamina doesn't recover nearly quickly enough to be able to use the guard without perfect guarding everything. And yeah, the window for perfect guards is not particularly generous, HCTV. And not to mention, enemies do a lot of the Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3 behavior, where they deliberately delay some attacks and then immediately chain them into attacks that have a near-instant startup. So they're designed... There's not a lot of rhythm to enemy attacks, and sometimes enemies will just use an attack with a really quick startup cold, with no warning. Or they'll start like that guy, the guy in the white coat that I just fought with the top hat. He had this thing he would do where he would start a melee combo that had 2 normal hits, and then the third hit of the combo, which is a really quick swing, is just a red attack that's unblockable and undodgeable and that you have to perfect guard. So any enemy that is not just a trash mob that dies in 2 hits seems to be designed around the philosophy of perfect guard, where, coming from the Souls games, my instinct is, yeah, if you want to avoid damage, you dodge. So maybe this game would be easier for somebody who was coming from Sekiro? I played Sekiro once, and I never got the hang of the perfect guard mechanic in Sekiro. It requires timing that's just too precise. I don't have the reflexes for it. I'm too old. I don't have the kind of response time that's required for it. So, I never went back to Sekiro, because what that game asks of the player is beyond my aging reflexes. And I feel like I'm running into the same problem here. Well, that was the saving grace of Sekiro, HCTV, is enemies in Sekiro usually had more of a steady rhythm to their attacks. They didn't do quite so much of what enemies in Dark Souls 3 or Bloodborne, or especially Elden Ring is the worst offender by far, do, where they deliberately time their attacks so that it's almost impossible to respond to them on reaction. And although this game does not do it to quite the same degree, fortunately, there's definitely some of it going on here. And the clearly intended solution is, yeah, perfect guard. Memorize the timings, but also there are timings you can't memorize that you have to just respond to, so just have good reflexes and respond to them. If you go quality or dexterity, you can get more regain with your attack. See, Rothide, that's another problem, is mechanics like whatever the improved dodge is and like regain, those should be available to every build. They seem to be core mechanics of the gameplay. And I think maybe what the devs were going for by tying regain to dexterity is they wanted to make each different stat feel like a more unique playstyle. But that's a dangerous game, and it already feels to me like what they succeeded in doing there is just locking out a crucial tool from every build type except dexterity. So, I think I see what they were going for, but in practice, it really doesn't work very well. Well, that's the thing, Rothide, is the beginning of the game is the most crucial part of it. And if the game doesn't feel good in the beginning, then a lot of people aren't going to stick with it. I mean, it helps to know that things get better later on, but basic abilities that involve, like, your basic dodge, or your basic regain, or your basic guard, that stuff should all be serviceable and functional from the start. There's no good reason to lock the player out of that. Improving it is one thing, but this is another problem I see a lot in games where developers want to take an action game, or like a character action game, and they want to incorporate Metroid-style character progression elements, right? They want to say, well, it'll be really cool, you'll get a double jump later on, or you'll get a triple dodge later on, or you'll get an enhanced dodge with improved distance later on. But all that really does is it makes the portion of the game before you get those things less fun to play. That stuff should be available from the beginning, and instead give the player something else. You know, give the player new weapons, right? New spells, new abilities, but not abilities that are crucial to the gameplay feeling fun. That's a mistake a lot of games and a lot of developers make. And locking basic mobility and basic combat functions off behind a skill tree early on is not a great design decision. God, these cats! I wish there was something I could do to rescue these cats. Yeah, Batojiri, please, go get some rest. You must be exhausted. Right, there were a couple of ladders leading down here, weren't there? There was this one. And then there's this. Did these both lead to the same place? I guess they do. Yeah, because this is all just one square alley. Oh god, Reapy Soul, really? The perfect dodge timing is tied to frame rate? God, okay, no wonder. Man, when will developers learn this lesson? FromSoft has never learned it. They're still tying their game speed to frame rate. Well, I suppose that's a possibility, Dava. I've definitely known quite a few cats who were perfectly happy to put on that ruse. You were playing at 120 and you couldn't perfect guard for the life of you. Well, I'm playing at 60 and I still can't perfect guard for the life of me, HCTV. But I think that's more a problem with my reflexes. And maybe with the perfect guard window not being quite generous enough. Warning, petrification disease quarantine zone, no trespassers, God, and these messages. I appreciate that these messages do not have the FromSoft problem where they stay on screen and lock you out of your controls until you hit a confirm button. I'm glad they don't do that, but I wish they were displayed long enough for me to actually read them. Everyone is a patient or a lunatic, do not speak to them. I mean, it's probably a little bit of both, HCTV. The perfect guard mechanic definitely does not feel as smooth as maybe it should be. But I know good and well that at my age, my reflexes are not what they once were. And I have a feeling some of you who are on the younger side probably are not having quite the same degree of trouble with it that I am. Although, now that you mention it, I am morbidly curious. We could do a little experiment. We could find an enemy, and we could try some perfect guards. Yeah, we could. It's too dark. I can't see a thing. All right. Oh, I see a silhouette in that window. And I'm not picking anything up with lock on.
It's so dark. I can't see a thing.
Okay, this looks like it's our intended path forward. Wow, that is just a paper cutout of a woman
Why won't she
on the
answer
window.
me? Oh, my baby. Oh. This must be your first time in the petrification disease quarantine zone. For most people, this is their last stop. You are a good Samaritan for coming all the way here. Kind one. May I ask you a favor?
Depends what it is.
My family took my baby from me and sent me here. They said it was for my own good, but it was heartless just the same. A baby must be with its mother. Please go to Krat City Hall and bring me my baby. Please go to Krat City Hall and bring me my baby.
Double line read, okay.
Thank you so much, kind one. I can finally see my sweet Elena's face again. Please hurry. Hard scales spreading across my eyes before I lose my sight. Please.
She said the baby was at City Hall. Should we check it out?
I mean,
I hope everybody's safe.
Pinocchio is a puppet, so he's not going to catch the disease. Although, if it is contact transmissible, then he could potentially spread it to other people. Chatterbox, it is not moving at all. You can see her hand come out when you talk to her? Oh! You can?
Waiting and hoping is all I can do.
Oh!
Please find my baby at City Hall.
Oh, I see it. Yep. I see the hand extending. Yeah, okay. It's just kind of a weird way of highlighting her shadow. Okay. Wide open area with no enemies, huh? Oh, okay, it's one of these guys. I see. Really? Oh, just for fun, I tried a jump attack input, but... Of course, no dice. Okay, and of course he's got a backward punish. Yeah, this is what I mean. They really, really want you to perfect guard this guy. Oh, okay. Well, I timed that poorly, so he's got a double swing. They're just... They don't leave you openings to attack and then dodge out. Pretty much everything that you do at close range exposes you. So, the only real solution to it is to guard. I hope so too, Chatterbox. Where are... Okay. Can we run through here? Yes, we can. Oh, I just noticed in the upper right, it shows you how many souls are in your blood... Right, yeah. You can tell what my background is. It shows you how many, how much ergo is in your ergo stain, or whatever this was called. Oh, okay, he has a red version of that. Got it. Yeah, these guys not being backstabbable is a crime. Oh, okay. Hey Sam, welcome back. HCTV, this is actually probably a good enemy to test that on, except that there isn't a Stargazer close enough to make it worth trying to test it there. So I'm going to find another enemy, maybe something a little bit less tanky. And I'm just going to focus on finishing this guy off for the time being. Then again, if I have to attempt this too many more times, maybe it would be worth changing the frame rate. Oh, okay, right. Yeah, it feels like the purpose of those Fury attacks is just to punish you for doing anything other than perfect guarding. And if an enemy uses one of them while you're at close range, you have no choice. Like, there's usually no getting out of the way in time. It is clunky Rage Fat. It definitely needs some tuning. Which they might do, but I feel like this is probably not going to change too much. Stuff like this is usually already pretty set in stone by the time a game reaches the point of having a public demo. Okay, that's a 3-hit. Okay, so he's shocked. What does that do? Great. Okay, it wore off. Ah, I timed it and spaced it poorly. Hello, Boofman, welcome, good to see you. I'm alright, thanks. I have mixed feelings about the game so far, but I'm not too far into the demo. So I am going to reserve my final judgment for when I've finished it. He who throws mud loses ground. What, Batuji? Yeah, Reapy, I wish I could say I had any interest in Armored Core. I've never been into mech games. Although plenty of my friends are going to be playing it, so if you guys are looking for somebody who's going to, then let me kindly point you to, well, pretty much everyone else in the Souls community. God, this weapon... It hits fairly hard, but it has no range whatsoever. Yeah, I feel like there's no choice with this guy but to just perfect guard. CRPG, I mean, they rebooted Armored Core, Reapy. Anything is possible. Oh god, Taption, this is my first time playing it. And I'm not very far in. Progress has been slow. Which is more the result of my, my usual playstyle than anything else, although... It's definitely been an adjustment. It looks like a Souls game, and it looks like it's meant to feel like a Souls game, but it doesn't feel like a Souls game. Even the controls in Demon's Souls were more responsive than these. Like, the more I play it, the clunkier it feels. Why does my R1 have so much more reach than the R2? Yeah, wow, this guy is doing a ton of damage even through my guards, so even just regular guarding is not a solution to this. I'm really glad you enjoyed Elden Ring, HCTV. I'm pretty burned out on it because I just finished working on the official strategy guide for Elden Ring, which was a 19-month at this point process. Right, I wonder if a different weapon might be a little bit more helpful here. Yeah, see, the arm doesn't work on this guy. It just bounces off him, it does nothing. Yeah, the reach on this sword is definitely a little easier. I'm also very unimpressed with the weapon arts. They don't really seem to do an awful lot. That fancy spinning slash I just did the same damage as a normal attack. Every time. Well, I think I'm gonna switch arms because this arm is worthless against strong enemies. But the other arm was doing a fair bit of damage, so we'll try that. Yeah, Black Diamond, that seems to be a common theme that I'm hearing from people in chat, is that it needs a lot more polish. Let's try switching arms. It's really disappointing, too, because they gave us this really cool-looking fancy arm, and it's not good for anything but fighting trash mobs. Let's try the starting arm. Ah, And see if that does any better. Okay, it does a fair bit of damage. Oh, and it did stagger him. It's just a shame that whatever resources used to power it gets consumed even if you miss. I feel like for how quickly you burn through that resource, what's it called, Legion? For how quickly you burn through it, they really ought to not consume it unless a Legion attack lands. The charge attack exposes me for too long. Yep, and if he uses that attack up close, you have to perfect guard it. There's no getting away. You have to keep distance from him in order to have a chance of getting out of the way of that. Also, your heals don't refill nearly fast enough. And the strong attack is too slow. It doesn't have nearly the range of the thrust. Krat police baton head and Krat police baton handle. Okay. Well, we got his weapon. Okay, yeah, so my thoughts on that encounter? That was definitely not how I was supposed to handle that. And boy, it shows. It really shows. Like, that was not a fun encounter. What do we have? Okay. What is this moveset? Damage reduction while guarding 52%. Fable Arts, single slash. Gather your strength for a big forward slash. Temporarily increases attack for the next hit. That's the handle. Yeah, the one true Zeke, we've been talking about that. Not only does the game reward perfect block, it seems to expect you to do nothing but perfect block. it goes out of its way to punish you pretty badly for not using Perfect Block, in fact. So, that's one of my main points of contention at the moment, is that there's pretty much only one way to play. And if you don't play that way, you're going to have a real miserable time with every strong enemy you run into, as I just discovered. But if you're like me and you don't have the reflexes to Perfect Block everything, which I don't, then you're kind of out of luck, I guess. The first boss does regain health. HCTV, if you're talking about not Twilight Princess, Tears of the Kingdom, it lets you do things that are probably beyond reasonable, which is one of the things I think are really cool about Twilight Princess. But yeah, it looks like there's one way the developers intended for people to play, and there's not really any allowance for people to play in other ways. If you don't perfect guard, you're going to have a bad time. Head from the self-defense baton used by Krat police. The hard cudgel can be used to bash all kinds of puppets. After the violent protest with the factory labor union, it became customary for police batons in Krat to be painted black. The reason should not need explanation. Freaking yikes. The handle from the self-defense baton. The grooved lines make for a firm grip. It can be connected with any blade. Do not ever rob a police officer's home. You won't go to prison. It's a one-way ticket to the sewers with a head busted in by a police baton. The advice of a retired petty thief. Huh. Okay, and actually, what about the head of a blunt weapon made by Vanini Company to destroy puppets? The coil releases a powerful current that causes lethal damage to puppets. Humans have always feared anything that excels beyond them. Puppets were already their loyal servants, but humans have created a new natural enemy that is sure to attack their weaknesses. The handle of a blunt weapon made by Vanini Company. Much effort went into the handle's insulation for the sake of the user's safety. The powerful electric blitz was clearly effective in killing puppets. However, its inventor failed to realize that it was also effective on humans. Well, GG. Yeah, One True Zeke, that's another gripe I have, is if that perfect dodge makes that much difference, why not just implement it from the start if it's that important? You know, why lock it behind the first portion of the game? If it makes that much difference to whether the experience is good or bad, then it should be available by default. You should not have to unlock it. Torn Doodle. It itches. Feel the skin and there's blue blood. Blood, blood. Pretty cocoon. Blue angel. Joyful appetite. Blue death. What a feast. Death, death, and death. I'm alive. It itches. Oh, literally just itchy tasty, huh? Alright, let's try out the police baton then. Oh, okay. Oh, this guy's backstabbable. Okay. What did we drop? What did we get? Sawtooth wheel. Oh, okay, Zeke. In that case, I guess we'll just have to find out when we get there. I've only beaten one boss so far. So I'm not too far into the demo. But I am going to... Oh, that puts us down here. Okay. I am going to try to find a Stargazer so that I can... Oh, God. God, the range on this thing is... Okay, I see. So these guys' gimmick is that they block. I do care, Zeke, but what's done is done. And on Maru, I've already done a playthrough of it on YouTube, actually. Alright, I am not impressed with this police baton. It has even worse range than the electric coil stick. Boofman, I guess you were here for that discussion, so you probably already, you were privy to it. But yeah, taking away things that are crucial to gameplay is not a good call. Even if it's for the beginning of the game, it's still like... The purpose of the beginning of the game is to help the player get familiarized with the controls. If you start the player off with a set of controls and abilities that's frustrating and not fun, first of all, yeah, there's the possibility that you'll drive the player away before they get to the upgraded abilities that make things feel decent or fun to play, but not only that, if you teach the player to get used to a set of controls that you're then only going to change a couple of chapters into the game, you've kind of faked the player out, and you've taught them how to play in a way that's not useful. So it's better in those situations to just give them the important movement abilities, give them the important attacks and dodges and whatever it is that's necessary for the game to feel good right away, so that they can get used to using those and not have to learn the game without them and then relearn the game with them, you know? It's just not a good way to introduce the player to game mechanics. Oh, there's another attribute. Purification ampoule. Remove status ailments. Okay. Yeah, Boofman, part of this is my own personal preference, but I like it when a game gives me the freedom to decide what setup I'm going to use and how I'm going to approach problems. Sekiro got away with that because the grappling hook gave you an enormous amount of mobility. And then there were other things you could do to augment your mobility. You could, for example, make yourself invisible. You could hide from enemies using the Mist Jutsu. You could create a distraction using the Puppeteer Jutsu. You were given a limited tool set, but within that tool set, you still had a certain amount of freedom in terms of how you handled encounters. There is no grappling hook in this game, or there is, but it's just a weapon that drags trash mobs closer to you. It doesn't really have a useful function. Petrification, disease, quarantine zone. Okay, right. But it's not a mobility tool. It doesn't let you scale buildings. It doesn't let you get around. And just the grappling hook in Sekiro was already a large part of what made that game feel good to play, because it gave you so much mobility, so much freedom of movement. And you had it from the beginning. Or from basically the beginning. You did one tutorial battle without it. But you didn't really need it in the tiny little introductory tutorial area that you didn't have it for. Like, you're given it almost right away. Hey, Lance! How's it going, man? Good to see you! Ah, so you've already tried it, Lance. Yeah. I am finding that I feel the same way, and I think the environments look great. It runs astonishingly well. I have to give the devs credit for that. It runs at a pretty damn rock-solid 60 FPS. It looks good. The world is interesting. The environments are very thematic. The gameplay needs a considerable amount of work. Guys, actually, before I forget, do yourselves a huge favor. Head on over and follow my good friend Lance McDonald. Lance also streams here on Twitch, and he's a bit of a meme streamer. He streams a lot of FromSoft games and a lot of goofy retro games that are a lot jankier than this. And he has a very unique style of streaming. It's something that has to be seen to be understood and appreciated. But head on over and follow him. He's a great guy. He has a great sense of humor and is just a really chill dude with a fantastic voice. Yeah, Lance, I probably will wait on the full version and see if they address the gameplay issues based on what I've experienced so far. And I'm going to finish the demo. I'm going to try my best to give the game a fair shot and get through the demo and complete everything there is to do. But already I feel like there's definitely a fair amount of room for improvement.
For your information, I did.
Other than that, Lance, how are you doing? I hope you're well. I see that you've been streaming regularly. I'm sad that I haven't had much time to drop in, but as you're probably aware, I've been finishing up working on the Elden Ring guide, which is only just going to print, like, now. Oh, I've never played BioShock, Samogi, so I'm not terribly familiar with it. From what I've seen so far, Boovman, yeah, that seems to be the case. Combat, especially, so far, is just really one-dimensional. Either you use the perfect guard, or you get to slog through the fight with the police robot the way I just did, and it just doesn't feel fun. Well, the second book is, Dava. The first book is already in print. HCTV, I am not sure yet whether there is going to be a DLC guide. I haven't heard anything. Oh, nice, Lance. Awesome. Yeah, I guess it is that time down in Australia, isn't it? Yeah, there were a couple of enemies like him, Lance, that I got similar impressions of. One of them I was able to cheese by attacking it through a wall, but that's clearly not intended, and that approach does get old after a while. Right, I never actually even looked to see what the special techniques were. Generate and Rush Smash. Greatly increases electric blitz attack temporarily. Jump and powerfully strike downward at the enemy. Oh, this is the guard one from the handle. Okay. It would, HCTV, but if they do decide to do a guide for the DLC, somebody is probably going to ask me if I want to work on it. I'm not sure I do, though. I'm still really burned out from the original guide. Feels somehow a little more like The Surge than Bloodborne? Ah, that's a game I don't have any experience with, Lance. Dava, honestly, I think I might look for someone to take my place if Future Press does decide to do a guide for the DLC, because I'm pretty burned out on that game for a while. And it would be nice to get someone else in who is new and fresh and not tired, and also somebody who is a competent writer and a competent player, both at the same time, who might benefit from the opportunity. Because I do like to bring new talent in when I can to help give other people the opportunity. Since it is a really cool opportunity to be able to work on those guides, and I'd like to be able to, you know, to help give other people from the community an inroad if I can find someone who has the necessary skill set. All puppets will be destroyed. What? What was that message? Why am I being shown that? Oh god, also, this is just the Cathedral Ward Bridge from Bloodborne. I see what's going on here. We're gonna fight a boss here. I know what this is.
Come out, Geppetto! You've got a lot to answer for!
Yeah, okay. Purge puppets. Yeah, wow, they really went all the way to replicate the bridge from Bloodborne. The question is, what's the boss? Is it a cleric beast?
You know what caused the puppet frenzy, don't you? You're their maker, practically their father. You and the alchemist scheming together. Tell me the truth!
The sign they changed?
What's your problem?
In the alpha, the sign said APAB? Oh my god!
Wait.
Wow, Lance, I didn't see that tweet.
Or more like, I know what you are. You're
That's
the devil's
incredible.
puppet. You can't sneak past me.
Well, it is a Korean dev team. They probably are not up to date on current events in the West. Can this guy... Oh. Oh, he sure can be backstabbed, but he likes to... He likes to roll away, huh? Can we do the wake up? Yes, we can. Okay.
I'll kill you both, then string you up on the bridge. This time it's destroyed for sure.
Yeah, every enemy in this game has big poise, but bosses definitely. I'll have to go check that, Lance. Thank you. If you want to link it, feel free to drop a link to that tweet in chat, because as you know, Twitter is now going out of its way not to show anything to anyone. Unless you give Elon $8 a month, which I'm sure as hell not doing. Let's see. Holy hell, it did say APAB. Incredible. Yeah, my guess is, Lance, just South Korean dev team not keeping up to date on what's happening in the US. Probably just heard the phrase ACAB somewhere on the interwebs and went, oh, that's current, let's use it. No awareness of context. HCTV, which Reddit situation? You're gonna have to be more specific. That could be lots of different things you're referring to there. Yeah, exactly, Lance. One or the other. Insensitive or woke, anyway, yeah. Subreddits are shutting down in protest. Oh, due to the API changes. Yes, I have heard about that.
You can't sneak past me.
No, but I could... Oh, God. Okay. Didn't have nearly as much time as I thought. Boy, the backstab window is really narrow.
I'll kill you both, then string you up on the bridge.
Okay, well, this boss is gonna go fine, I think. Wow. Okay. Oh, not dead. Now he is. You deleted your Reddit app this week? Yeah. Well, good time to get out while you're ahead, Lance. GG. Yeah, True Zeke, I agree. It's clearly just added as an afterthought. It's not integrated into the game in a way that is meaningful, and it's just there as sort of another system that's kind of bolted on. We talked about that before you arrived, Zeke, but that's why FromSoft did away with durability systems in their games. It took them a long time to figure it out. Took them over a decade, but they finally realized with Elden Ring that durability just does not serve a useful purpose in games like this.
Some people despise me. I invented the puppets, after all.
Exactly, Lance. Exactly.
As their maker.
Just, it's obligatory because it's in other games.
I need to take care of the puppets at City Hall. Won't you help me, son?
Upgrading weapons increases durability too? Yeah, that is odd.
You'll find it most useful.
I don't know, I do hope that they... Oh, wow. Enigma assembly tool, the Mad Donkey's attire? I wish I had time to read literally any of those messages. What did we get? We got... The hunting apparel of the Mad Donkey. It reeks of brutal violence. The madman, who was now terminally ill, no longer feared puppets or the petrification disease. He simply wanted to know the truth, the reason for his colleague's bloodshed. Oh, okay, that's, The mask worn by the mad donkey, it is the mask of one blindly seeking the truth. The madman wanted to find the real truth. Blinded by his stubbornness, he failed to see the approach of death. Okay, well... yeah, that's definitely a little more Bloodborne-esque. I could get used to that. Donnie Darko.
I want to hear all about your experiences, but now isn't a good time. Use the Stalker's key to open the bridge door. Then, get rid of the frenzied puppets that have seized City Hall. We'll catch up at Hotel Krat when you're done.
Okay.
I want to hear. Use the Stalker. Catch up.
So that's Geppetto, huh? He looks pretty cool. What's that badge he's wearing? Hey! I didn't say you could move. God, the level of detail they put just into the badge on his coat is incredible. Like, really, I do genuinely like this game visually. Yeah, it looks kind of similar to the Freemason symbol, so he's, there's more going on here than meets the eye. Krat Main Street, huh? Oh, he was in a taxi. Why was he in a taxi that clearly wasn't going anywhere? Okay, well... ah. Let's see. Haven't seen Pinocchio in 30 years, but you remember there was something about turning into a donkey. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Lance, it looks like Wanderer Riha beat me to it, but yeah, that's the tie-in to Pleasure Island, which is, if you've ever been to Disney World in Orlando, there's a portion of Disney World called Pleasure Island, which is the sort of, it's the portion of Disney World that's oriented toward adults. It's mostly just bars and clubs and stuff. Or it was 30 years ago. I don't know about now. Lance, if you think the cartoon scared you as a kid, you should read the original story. We were talking about that earlier. The original versions of a lot of the fairy tales that people like Disney have adapted.
Assembly tool you were talking about.
Oh yeah.
If you find any more weapons, let's try using them here.
Right, we got a bunch of items that I didn't have time to read the descriptions of. Remove attribute status ailments, increases resistance. Moonstones, star fragments. Did it, Riha? I mean, I haven't been to Disney World. I want to say the last time I went to Disney World was in 2001. Or maybe it was a little later. It would only have been 2002 or 2003, though, because that's back when I was living in the U.S. I haven't been there since I returned to Germany. Okay, Enigma Assembly Tool. A tool that can assemble and disassemble a weapon's blade and handle. Weapon Assemble is available through Stargazers and Eugenie. When dealing with a non-human enemy, it was necessary to do away with common sense. The workshop and the Stalkers assembled various blades and handles, focusing on making the greatest weapons. So that's why the weapons and handles are separate. Okay. Interesting. I can appreciate your position, HCTV. Sometimes the grass is just greener on the other side of the fence, but sometimes one side of the fence is on fire and the other side isn't. Handles determine your moveset. Oh, okay, KS. So, if I were to put the blade of the Great Sword of Fate on the handle of the electric coil stick, it would basically be the electric coil stick moveset with the Great Sword of Fate blade? Interesting. Other way around. Ah, interesting, Wanderer Riha. Okay, so it was closed long after the last time I was there. I mean, I guess it probably makes sense that they closed all the clubs. It was probably an attempt on Disney's part to make it more family-friendly. The Great Sword handle is the Great Sword moveset. Okay. I thought that's what I said, but maybe I mixed it up. Part of the landing and the more chill Disney Springs retail area. Ah. No, Samogi, it wasn't a red light district. It was just more of a nightlife area, where once the adults had sent their children off to bed, the adults could go to have a little bit of, just, you know, more adult activity. Not adult activity as in red light district activity, just as in, you know, we're going to go to a bar tonight, or whatever. But yeah, it says, Wanderer Riha says, the last time I was there, I remember hearing people complaining about it. That it was too rowdy and there were too many teenagers there making trouble. Yeah, playground for adults, Samogi, exactly. Imagine going clubbing with Disney adults. I mean, I was too young when the place was open, Lance, but bars aren't my scene. I hate being around where people are consuming alcohol. I hate being around people who are consuming alcohol. I hate being around alcohol. I'll pass on any activity that involves alcohol. I prefer tea. All the local bars were stealing business from the park. Ah, okay. Stealing business from the park. Stealing in big quotes, huh? Honestly, Dava, I don't personally think it's any better being one of a group of drunks. I don't want anything to do with alcohol wherever it's being consumed. Oh yeah, Wanderer, T-Bros unite. Teen-friendly clubs that didn't serve alcohol. Interesting. Okay. Well, the fact that they were encouraging teenagers to go there might be why they had teenagers trying to sneak into the places that did serve alcohol. Fascinating. Hey, Log, welcome. You're not too late. Oh, okay. Riha works just fine. I tend to go with the first collection of letters I see, Riha, so thank you for clarifying. Yeah, Boofman, I'm more of a quiet activities kind of guy myself. If I'm going to go out for an evening, it's going to be to a restaurant, not a bar, and I don't drink, which you might have figured out about me after everything I've just said. So I prefer just going out for some nice food. Right, assemble weapons. Assemble weapons through Eugenie at the hotel or at the Stargazers in different areas. Separate your weapon into blade and handle and assemble them into new weapons that match your character's battle style. A weapon's features are decided by the blade and the handle. Okay, new weapon assemble. Wait, okay, so let me use the spare Greatsword of Fate. Greatsword of Fate blade and Greatsword of Fate handle. Oh, okay, so this is what we... I haven't fully formed an opinion yet, Log. I am going to... I'm going to reserve judgment till I finish the demo. HCTV, it's pretty universal. And there are countries that ban it, but countries that have tried to ban it have generally not had a lot of luck. The US tried to ban it for a while. Look up the prohibition and see how that went for everybody. Yeah, Riha, I've never met a theme park that was improved by the presence of alcohol. Mind you, I've never met any place that was improved by the presence of alcohol. Oh, Jesus, Riha, I'm so sorry. HCTV, it's like an obsession with anything else. Alcohol is addictive, it's a mind-altering substance, and when it becomes part of a culture, sometimes it becomes accepted or even expected that people will use it. I see a couple of folks in chat have mentioned the incredibly deep ingrainment of alcohol into Japan's culture. That's a great example. It is not by any means the only one. Well, lucky for you, Batojiri. Not necessarily HCTV. I mean, I haven't made any judgments about your age. Not that that matters anyway. From what you got from the demo, you'd seen both the handles and the blade have a skill. Yeah, it does seem that way. The handles have one skill, and the blades have another. I think that... What are we doing here? Greatsword of Fate blade. And then... Wintry Rapier handle? That determines the skill. Oh, okay. So that makes it technique, though. Wait a minute, so... What if we used the electric coil stick head and the Greatsword of Fate handle? Okay, so that makes it scale entirely with strength, or motivity. Yeah, I don't doubt that it does, Samogi. It's pretty much universal in Western countries, and even a lot of Eastern countries. Oh, ouch. Lots of good reasons not to, Riha. Hello, TD Carlo. I haven't decided yet. Handles are what determine the weapon's scaling, but as you saw earlier with cranks, you can change the scaling? Are there actually any cranks in the demo, KS? Because I haven't found any yet. Gotcha, Batojiri. You don't think there are any cranks yet? Okay, so the only way we have of changing a weapon's scaling is by swapping the handle. I see. And can we freely swap handles, or does this also cost a resource? You played the demo quite thoroughly and found none log? Okay. Hiro, you never found one? Alright. So, consensus seems to be there aren't any in the demo. You can freely swap, okay. So... the electric coil stick head... Alright, what do we have here? Weight... Jesus, Riha. Well, I'm glad there was a security guard there to help you out. I'm really, really sorry to hear you had to go through that. Yeah, I hope that guy spent a good couple of months paying his social dues. Well, good on you for moving on, Batojiri. Oh, you were working at the park, Riha. Ah, gotcha. Oh, my heart goes out to you. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's one reason I not only do not associate with people who drink, but I go out of my way not to hang out in places where it's likely that people will drink. No, I mean, we've all got a story or two, Riha, but some of us have more than a few stories, and those are the cases that really break my heart. A university city? Yeah, that's... I mean, any city, HCTV, but... Jesus, Riha. Yeah, it seems like that's the rule rather than the exception log. Is it just me, or are the attributes of the electric coil stick head going down if we switch the handle to the Great Sword of Fate handle? Because with the regular handle, it's 50 plus 4 electric blitz, 50 plus 4 physical. If we switch the... Wait, what? There's something weird going on with the numbers here. Physical attack goes from 50 plus 4 down to... I don't understand how to read this. This is incredibly unclear. All right, hang on. So this weapon is It gets 50 attack plus 4 physical, 50 plus 4 electric blitz. Cocoa, Riha? You mean like hot chocolate? Alright, the only way I think I'm going to be able to do this that will make it actually clear what changes is to make the change. So that means we go back to the Stargazer, assemble weapons, new weapon, electric coil stick head, and Great Sword of Fate handle. Oh, there doesn't seem to be any difference between the handle I upgraded and the handle I haven't upgraded. Okay. This item is assembled already on another weapon. Yes, I wish to assemble these. Okay, so this now gives us 50 plus 6 and 50 plus 0. Oh, so it doesn't actually make the electrical blitz scale with strength. Electrical blitz just requires arcane or intelligence or whatever that stat, advance. And if it doesn't have advanced scaling, you can't improve the electrical blitz attack. Okay. What about the other way around? Oh, food allergies to chocolate, Riha, or to dairy? You only upgrade the blades, not the handles. Oh, okay. You upgrade blades only. Huh. Alright. New weapon. What if we go the other way around and we say Great Sword of Fate blade and electric coil stick handle? Oh, Great Sword of Fate blade plus 1, actually. Okay. What do we get? We get physical attack 119 plus 10. We get Link Slash and Rush Smash. Slash an enemy in front of you, uses an extra Fable slot to slash up to 3 more times. Ah, okay, and then we get the jumping overhead from the hammer. Okay. Interesting. So somehow it becomes a one-handed weapon. Dairy and mold. Ah, okay. Right, with the chocolate. Gotcha. Yeah, that's because of the sponsored stream log. The menu shows only scaling reallocations for handles. I see. Okay, this is an odd weapon crafting system. I guess the only way we're going to really be able to figure out whether this works well is to test it. So... now I need to go fight an enemy. Let's see who there is around here for me to fight. Oh, before that... oh, I can't transfer from one Stargazer to another. It looks like I now have to... outside the house on Elysian Boulevard. We're at Central Station. Hotel Krat. Oh, Hotel Krat is a different button. I find it a little bit intrusive, Log, but that's because it obscures my view of chat, and it makes it harder for me to see what's going on. You can always recommend it, Samogi, but I make no promises that I'll play it. Where the water tastes like wine.
I'll use my power to help you.
Okay, level up. Where the water tastes like wine? What kind of game is that? I don't think I've ever heard of it. Capacity. Motivity. Okay. It's about stories? Oh, I know, Log. I found them. Oh, I haven't heard of it, HCTV. Mostly based on real stories, so they didn't used to be so cheery. All right. Fascinating. I'm disappointed I didn't get the weapon that the Mad Donkey was using. Okay, what do we have? 128 damage. Okay. So do we deal any more damage the other way around? Not really. Oh, it looks like it takes more damage with the shock status in effect. Okay, well... So even though this form of the weapon seems to have lower stats, it deals more damage because of the status ailment. Okay, there was a weapon workbench over here, right? Oh, that's for the Legion arm. By not progressing very
I know my
quickly,
way around a
Bob.
weapon.
Alter, okay, weapons. Okay, and how do the weapons in their original forms compare? $177. Okay, that is noticeably more damage. It's about 25 more damage per hit. And yet a weaker crit. What about this? Okay, it looks like the amount of damage you deal to them becomes blue when you proc an elemental status ailment. So I guess it just causes them to take more damage? Wow, See, there's something else I'm noticing about the animations. Is that if you take a swing in a FromSoft game, if you just swing and then walk in a direction, walking will cancel some of the recovery frames from your swing animation, and it will let you reposition yourself faster. So in a FromSoft game, if I were to take this swing, I wouldn't have to return to my idle animation before being able to strafe. In this game, it's a subtle difference, but you can't cancel your swing animation by walking or just holding the left stick. You have to finish the animation first. You can dodge out of it, but you can't cancel it by walking, which makes it very difficult to capitalize on the critical hit here because you have to be directly in front. There's almost no window of error to be even slightly to the side. You have to be directly in front of an enemy to be able to follow through either on a backstab or on a frontal crit. They really need to expand the frontal and rear radius of detection for these, because it's way too easy to miss a crit this way, especially considering how short the window of time is that an enemy's life bar is white. Log, that's probably just directional control over aiming. Blood, motion blur, guide, adjust attack direction. Even if lock-on is not activated, the attack direction will be adjusted toward a nearby target when attacking. That's not helpful, Log. That just means that even if I'm standing over here and I'm facing this way, pressing the attack button will automatically cause me to face this enemy. It doesn't do anything for the positioning required to register a crit. Frankly, it's more trouble than it's worth, because maybe I want to be able to attack this way if an enemy has come from off screen and is hitting me. So, not useful. So it looks like if I inflict shock, this weapon is dealing about as much damage as the sword that I've already upgraded. So
I know my way.
I wonder... Oh, I need Ergo as well. No, that was a little too much. Blast it. Ah.
I know my way around.
Okay. So that's level 1 now. The damage this is dealing is equivalent to the Greatsword even before I inflict shock. Okay, 900 damage. Yeah, that is... What do you mean, combo it, Log? All right. 934 damage. Yeah, okay. Yami, it's not terrible, it's just clunky. The controls are not as responsive as in Bloodborne, and this game is designed to be compared to Bloodborne, so Bloodborne is the main point of reference I'm going to be using when comparing it. It's not smooth, it's not fluid. It's slow and awkward and just not very responsive. It definitely does not feel like Bloodborne. It looks a lot like it, but it doesn't feel like it. Sure, Yami, but that doesn't change its shortcomings. Yeah, they did a great job for their first attempt at a Bloodborne game, but it's got a long way to go before it's going to be fully polished. And we'll see what it's like at release. I really hope they tighten it up for release, but by the time a game gets to this point in its development cycle, a game like this anyway, usually the character movement is beyond the point where it's going to change a lot. All of the Souls games in their demos, the character movement was pretty much the same as it was at launch. And I don't see why that will be any different for this. Well, Log, it's not bad that it's not feeling like Bloodborne in and of itself, but to me, it feels worse than Bloodborne.
I know my way around a weapon.
And that's the question. It's not bad if it feels good, even if it's different, but... it definitely does not feel better than Bloodborne, or even as good. Well, let's see if we can find that third boss, because there is supposed to be a third boss. No, Log, not every game is worse than Bloodborne. There are better games than Bloodborne. Believe me, I of all people should know. Oh, you need 4. Okay, so we're only going to be able to upgrade one more weapon anyway. Might as well make it this one. Yeah, Yami, I don't think it's going to change from here. The movement. Better frame stability? Absolutely. This game runs worlds better than Bloodborne. But that's also kind of not a fair comparison, because Bloodborne was a PS4 game. And this game is running on Unreal Engine 4 on modern hardware. I mean, I'm running this with a 3080 Ti and an 11900 KF on maximum settings. So, no, that's not entirely fair to Bloodborne. However, Sony and FromSoft refused to release a remaster of Bloodborne on PC. So... Well, HCTV, I have my favorite games of all time, but they're all previous-gen games now. They wouldn't be considered cutting edge. I mean, Valkyrie Profile? HCTV? But even the games I consider top tier, even my top 3 favorite games of all time, are not perfect games. They still have plenty of flaws. Right? Demon's Souls? Oh, I know there are people who think that, Yami, because they've never played a game that runs at 60 FPS. Let alone 120. Really, Riha? You're familiar with Valkyrie Profile? I mean, I presume it's Valkyrie Profile that you're calling classic, unless you're just really young and Demon's Souls counts as classic to you. Which always makes me feel old. When I talk to kids who are like, my first console was a PS3! And all I can think is, God, I'm old. Yeah, Boovman, exactly. No, Rogue Gamer, the human eye can see up to 60. I mean, individuals are different. Maybe different people have different vision that makes it easier or harder for them to discern between 30 and 60 FPS, but my eyes, which are not the best eyes, mind you, are still perfectly capable. Like, I can tell what is 30 FPS and what is 60. You had an Atari. Ah, okay. You saw a copy of what in person, HCTV? Valkyrie Profile? Yeah, Yami, at minimum, in order to make the game feel smoother, they need to loosen up the animations and make the controls more quick and more responsive to the inputs. Give the dash more speed, more fluidity, more invulnerability frames, and fix the collision of enemies so that the player isn't constantly getting stuck on them. You're older than me, Riha? Well, I'm not going to ask your age, but you'd have to be at least 39 to be older than me. Oh, gotcha, Rogue Gamer. I see. I'm sorry. Oh, you saw a physical copy of Valkyrie Profile. Gotcha. I'm guessing you're talking about the PS1 version, HCTV. I still have my original PS1 copy of Valkyrie Profile. It's in brand new condition, still in the box, still has the instruction manual. Not a scratch on it because I took care of it and never lent it to any of my high school friends or anybody else. Ah, gotcha, Riha. Yeah, it's, sometimes visual effects get a little bit, distracting. Oh, 1980! Okay. Fandom Auntie. That's fantastic, Riha. So you're, I think you're still in my generation. You'd still be considered a millennial, I believe. Or a very, very young Gen Xer, which is close enough, let's be honest. Still got a handful of PS1 games. Yeah, hold on to those. Never let go of them. Never, ever, ever get rid of those. Oh, no kidding, HCTV. I did, yes, Boovman. I actually was lent Alundra by one of my high school friends, who did not take very good care of his games, and so his copy of Alundra was quite scratched. And I ran into several places in the game where the disc would skip. But I did play it nonetheless. Now I own it on PSN, and I've actually... I think I did a full playthrough of it on YouTube years ago. Ah, okay, HCTV. Yeah, that was the copy I used for that playthrough. Yeah, Chatterbox, usually if there's a 4-digit number in someone's username that is a date within the last 50 or 60 years, it's pretty easy to tell. Well, Riha, I don't discriminate on the basis of age, so you're welcome here as long as you're a nice person, which I think you've already more than demonstrated you are. Ah, Suikoden, there's a series I never had an opportunity to experiment with. Okay, these guys don't like charge attacks. Got it. Are they, HC? I don't know. Ah. Oh God, Riha! Oh no. Didn't even wait to see if it was one of their own students. Just get in the bus. You look like you belong in a school. Incredible. Oh, there it is, Rogamer. Okay. What do you know? Okay, well, I guess that's how to handle those guys. This looks like a critical path. And I'm sure as hell not walking in there until I've finished. Yeah, I knew it. No, Yami, it doesn't. It doesn't give you any advantages, but it's the only way the devs seem to want you to play. Like, you're not allowed to avoid attacks by dodging a lot of the time. And if you're at close range when a red, like a fury attack happens, good luck. Anything that isn't a trash mob doesn't stagger, and yeah, almost every enemy, even ones that are trash mobs, they have those forward attacks that have enormous momentum that you can't dodge away from. You have to, you're really meant to perfect guard them. So the game seems to be built around you will perfect guard, or you will spend a ton of time slowly, patiently chipping away at an enemy's health.
Oh no. No survivors here. What what do we do? Just give her that baby puppet?
What did we just get? Perform the remembrance gesture. A broken puppet covered in wounds. It was left in the City Hall garden, a luxury item that the child of a rich family once played with. It is unknown where the puppet's owner is. Ah. Marvin, the only reason I had so little trouble with that guy is because I actually upgraded my weapon. I've watched a few of my friends stream this too, and I've watched a few randos stream it. And one thing I especially noticed about how people played is nobody seemed to be using the upgrade system. Like, no one was upgrading their weapons. And it seems like weapon upgrades make a huge amount of difference. Well, I'm glad to hear that, HCTV. I do try my best to keep things friendly and welcoming. There are limits to what I will tolerate, of course, but as long as people are treating each other with kindness and respect, that's really all I ask. Part of a quest that is... Yeah, probably that woman who wanted wanted her baby. Yeah, Log, you can dodge, but it usually only works against a small subset of a stronger enemy's attacks, and not all of them. And sometimes it doesn't even work against regular enemies' attacks as well. And on bosses, yeah. Yeah, you're not meant to dodge against bosses. You just, it's assumed that you will perfect block. Mr. Vanini's ambition to make a jolly police mascot puppet for the City Hall ended in failure. His passion to make a trustworthy friend for the citizens and a strong officer who overpowers criminals was in the right place, but turned out to be excessive. The new police officer puppet's overcharged storage battery exceeded its capacity, causing chain explosions, malfunctions, and serious body damage. The City Council recommended disposing of the puppet on the grounds that its appearance intimidates visitors, but Mr. Vanini and the taxpayers protested, halting the Council's plan in its tracks. The puppet still lies abandoned behind City Hall to this day, while the lawsuit is ongoing. Oh, great. So that's going to be the boss, huh? I don't know, Yami. The dodge is serviceable at times, but it's not serviceable consistently. And again, it's so slow and clunky. It's just not as responsive as the Bloodborne dodge, you know? So, I don't know. Well, Riha, I mean, I struggle with my reflex speed. My reflexes are definitely not what they once were. It's not just me, Yami. There are a lot of attacks that I know my reflexes are just not enough to be able to handle, that other people should be able to dodge on reaction. But there are also a lot of attacks, especially by bosses and strong enemies, that I don't see any way you're supposed to be able to dodge those attacks on reaction, no matter how good your reflexes are. Or even perfect guard them on reaction. Okay, and I'm telling you it's not, Yami. Yeah, it's definitely a guard game rather than a dodge game. Boofman, we'll have to get there and find out, because the whole time I've been playing the demo, people have been dropping into chat and saying, "Oh, you can unlock a better dodge at the end of the demo." No one has mentioned how much difference that dodge makes. And when I've asked people, nobody seems to know. So we're just going to have to get there and find out. But if it makes an actual difference, then that's also kind of a problem, because as we've discussed, something that makes that much of a difference should be available by default from the beginning. Yeah, Yami, and I will probably beat the demo without being able to use the dodge. Does that make me right? Use a star fragment at the Cracks Calling. Cracks Calling? That's almost as bad as P-Organ. Next to the boss area to summon a Spectre. It will help your character in the boss battle. No, I'm not too heavy, Marvin. I expressly have kept my build light enough not to incur a movement penalty. Alright, oh, this is the boss arena already. Wow! Yeah, I can see why this was intimidating to the citizens. With the freaky head movement, too, just... This is like unpatched Fallout New Vegas 1.0 is what that is. Alright, what do we have? Okay, all right. Is it just Parl Movement? Yeah, okay, see... I was trying to sprint past him to avoid that big wind-up, but I was getting stuck on him. And I'm beginning to wonder if that's intentional. I'm beginning to wonder if they designed the hitboxes deliberately to prevent you from just sprinting around enemies as another way of forcing you to just perfect guard. Yes, Marvin, I know you can, but that's the problem. I do not have the reflexes to perfect parry stuff reliably. I can learn the timing, but even knowing the timing does not help if your reflexes are insufficient. And yes, Marvin, I have already gotten that hint. The first boss's attack where he falls, you get hit before it even touches you? Yeah. Yeah, and they rotate in place to track you, so you can't really sprint past them. Yeah, see, everything he does has massive forward reach. You can't sprint past him. You can't dodge backward because everything reaches too far. And if you do space yourself so as to run away, you only get one attack. So if I do this any way other than using perfect guard, it's just going to be a miserable slog. And it's going to take forever to kill him. and blocking does not reduce enough damage to make it safe to rely on. Maybe could have gotten 3 hits there. But stamina. Okay, I got past him that time by dodging. Okay, even 3 backward dodges wasn't enough to get out of the way of that. God, okay, The Headless Ape from Sekiro? He doesn't fight quite like the ape. Bruton, I wonder if if there's a weak point there. Oh, I know, Yami. I did get the tutorial explanation for that. The butt isn't a weak point? Okay, that's weird. Why make it so obvious if it's not a weak point? Yeah, it sure does look like it, Yami. Maybe it was originally planned to be, and then they just decided not to make it one? Oh, okay. I'm realizing this fight is also clearly not... Oh, okay. Well, he runs away from you if you get behind him. Wow, okay. Just Blanca Ball, huh? Okay. Oh. A forward lunge. Oh, okay. He looked like he was going to do something different. Great. Oh, and we get one charge back. Yeah, that's not enough. Okay. Yami, the dodge isn't great. It really isn't. For the amount of active frames that a lot of moves have, and especially for how delayed they are, the dodge is not generous enough. Even Bloodborne's dodge was borderline not generous enough for the amount of flailing some of the bosses in that game did, and even some of the regular enemies. But this is beyond insufficient to deal with the amount of deliberately delayed and held attacks that enemies and bosses use. The window of iframes for the dodge is not long enough. Well, against regular enemies, Memidim, yes. But blocking against bosses, unless you perfect block, you take a ton of damage through your guard. Like, okay. Yeah. So the correct answer was, thou shalt perfect guard. Well, phase 2. I know a damage zone tell when I see it. Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh, was that a grab? God, alright, he has a grab. Great. Got it. So now it's not safe to even attempt to guard him, it looks like. Sir, would you please? He's got an AI script that's telling him to get within a certain distance of me before he takes his next action, is what's going on here. The attack is scripted for him not to use it until he is within a certain minimum distance where I can't dodge it, is what's happening. I hate when devs do this. I absolutely hate it. FromSoft does a lot of this. Okay. Jeez, okay. I should have sprinted. Appear invisible? What are you talking about, Ed? Well, fortunately, at least we have a pretty short run back. And at least it's relatively easy to avoid the enemies along the way. That I appreciate. Yeah, Marvin, there are plenty of checkpoints, and the enemies are not terribly difficult to run past. Yeah, blocking is not stopping enough damage to be sustainable. Not without perfect blocking, anyway. I could have sworn I timed that right, but... Well, you do have to be stubborn to get through a Souls game, HCTV, and persistent, although I find probably the most valuable skill... I mean, and this goes for any kind of gaming, but probably the most valuable skill I've ever learned that has enabled me to enjoy games that I otherwise would have found frustrating is patience. And on the other side of that coin, self-control. This is a story I've told probably several times by now, but one of my classmates in elementary school, this was when I was very, very young, back when I was living in the US. I had a classmate in elementary school whom I visited at his house a few times, and his NES controller had bite marks in it. Because he would get so mad that he wouldn't just throw his controller, he would bite it in anger. And I always thought that that was the most... Even as a kid, I thought that was the most childish reaction to getting frustrated. Yeah, that attack, that just... The ridiculous delay on that. Okay. I'm hitting the timings I can hit, but I'm not sure about the rest. Oh, okay. That looked like a grab. Oh, and he has a near instant startup on that Fury attack as well. Great. Okay. Another thing I've noticed is that they are also not particularly generous. Oh, okay, Yami, have a good dinner. Thank you for stopping in. I don't think it's mean, necessarily, Yami. I think... Oh, now? Only now do they think to give me this tutorial? When I've been using this ailment for the entire demo, not knowing what it does? Electric shock occurs when electric blitz damage builds up. Both your character and the monsters will take increased electric blitz and physical damage. Your character will receive continuous fable damage. Monsters will experience increased groggy damage. The higher your electric blitz resistance, the slower the electric shock gauge's charge speed. Oh! Okay, so it increases the damage you deal, which we had to figure out by ourselves. And it also makes them groggier faster? Log, I've shocked a whole bunch of enemies. They only gave me the tutorial when the status was inflicted on me, which took till the end of the demo. So that was not very good tutorial design at all. I mean, maybe in the main game, this information is just available via the main menu or something, but in the demo, they did not do a good job of presenting it. It. I think I was too late on that. Sheesh, I almost missed that window of opportunity. Oh, okay, that definitely is a grab. Jesus. Okay, that was about 2/3 of my health, so definitely stay topped up during phase 2, I guess. It's in the menu of the demo? I looked through the menu, and I didn't see anything that looked like, See, what they should have just done then was, when we started the game, they should have just displayed one pop-up that said, information on various game systems is available via the main menu, so I knew it was there. Because I looked through what was on the main menu, and I didn't see anything that looked like tutorials. It would have been really handy to be, you know, just given a little tip that that was there. That I don't think I can block on reaction. That looping arm swing is just too delayed, and he has too many other attacks that look like it. Yeah, too many different variations of that. Okay. Was he taking extra damage from me hitting his butt? Oh, that's the grab. Nope, not dealing with this. Okay, so when he does the arm swing at close range, you can dodge forward past him. But it looks like they don't want you sprinting past him. Yeah, Marvin, that's why the sharpness system is not a great addition to this game. It's just there because other games have it and to be something else that you have to keep track of, but it doesn't add anything, and I forget it's there. It's just one more thing for me to have to remember to do, and it's just really tedious. I don't know, Hentai Spider. It's difficult to tell if hitting him in that that seemingly obvious weak spot does any actual additional damage. I don't know if it's even worth trying to do that. Maybe we'll figure it out if I manage to hit him a few more times there, but... You're gonna just keep backing up? Cool. I'll take the free hits. Oh god, now we have the FromSoft camera problem. Ah! Blast it. Oh, come on. Yeah, see, he was up in the air during half of the already very short window to land a crit, and there was nothing I could do. He was backing away from me during the first half of the window, and I couldn't hit him then. And then he jumped into the air for the second half, so I was robbed of that crit. Whereas in a FromSoft game, that would never have happened. Because in a FromSoft game, once you get the stagger, the enemy is down, they stop moving, and you can follow through. Once you get it, you've earned it, and you can have it. No, Boovman, definitely not. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that, though. Thank you for reminding me, Marvin. It is something I completely forgot about. I'm also so accustomed to the Elden Ring controls, I keep pressing Y or triangle to go through the fog gate. And accidentally using my skill. Blasted. I'd probably better deal with that grinding now. Well, now how am I supposed to find an opening? Use an attack, damn it! God, this is another behavior that I despise, where enemies will not take an action until they get close enough to you that you cannot avoid whatever action they take. FromSoft does that a lot, too. Hey Malikio, welcome! Oh, right. Okay, so I was stuck in the standing up animation and couldn't dodge, and that lightning strike OTG'd me. So that's a thing, I guess. Okay, I wonder if maybe a different weapon would do a little bit better here. Maybe one with longer reach. So let's try the Greatsword. Well, Boovman, that's exactly what we've discovered, is there's one correct way to play, which is perfect guard everything. And if you try to... oh, God. If you try to handle it any other way... you're going to have to slog through a ton of health on strong enemies, and you're going to have to get used to hitting bosses once at a time every 45 or 60 seconds. So I guess the devs had in mind a particular way that they were expecting people to play, and they designed everything around that. And they designed everything to push people into playing that way, and they didn't make any considerations for any other playstyle. I mean, in a FromSoft game, at minimum, you can go in with a big shield, unless it's Bloodborne, or a big sword and no armor, and you can either block or dodge, or you can stand back and cast. At minimum, you at least have those three options. Here, it really feels like it's intended to be played like Sekiro, and if you're not playing it like Sekiro, you're doing it wrong. And if they had said that on the box, if they'd made that clear from the beginning, I might not have as much of a problem with it, but they made such a big deal about how the game looks so much like Bloodborne and and how it draws so many influences from Bloodborne, and yet it does not play anything like Bloodborne. It feels honestly more like Sekiro with a Bloodborne aesthetic. Except the controls aren't as responsive or snappy as Sekiro's. So I feel like to some extent I was a bit misled. That's the grab. Amamiya Dog, hello and welcome. Thank you very much for the raid. I really appreciate that. I will be able to give you a proper welcome when I'm a bit less indisposed. Right, and then the lightning strike is there to punish you. God. Yeah, quite a few dev teams sure have tried, Boovman. Breakfast, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. It's your big day, Pizza Day. Pizza Day is always a big day. I always appreciate pizza. Yeah, Malikiel, the lightning stuff on the ground is not the worst of what he does, but it definitely makes it harder to find openings. During Phase 2 especially, he really leaves very few openings, especially when you have to do a charged attack to take advantage of an extremely short stagger window. Which is probably my biggest criticism about how they've implemented staggers in Lies of P, is that even when you turn an enemy's or a boss's health bar white, you're still, chances are, gonna get robbed. Because the enemy can go on moving, and they can just dodge out of that and stay away from you, and not let you follow through with the stagger. So even if you go to the trouble to earn it, it's not guaranteed that you're going to actually get it. So it feels like it's there's a high likelihood that you'll get cheated out of that reward for all the hard work you did to perfect guard everything and not get hit. I've got some of the timings, but some of them I just can't. Jesus, okay. I saw that coming, too. Man, and the bite just to add insult to injury. Okay, and then he changes the timing of that combo in Phase 2. I realize that, Log, but it's not worth it because the radius at which you can register a critical hit is so narrow, and you can't cancel out of your attack animations by strafing. So you get locked into an attack animation that you don't have time to cancel before you take advantage of the crit, and you end up wasting the crit just to get in a couple of regular melee attacks. Landing crits is not reliable enough to make that worth it, Log. They need to expand the radius of registry for following through with crits, and they also need to enable you to cancel out of normal attack animations by strafing the way you can in FromSoft games. Marvin, it's weapon dependent. Huh. You wish, Breakfast. Okay. Sheesh. Okay, looks like there's no dodging that. Oh, come on. Breakfast, you already have like 15 pets. That wish has been fulfilled many times over, Breakfast. It has an extreme delay log, but it also looks almost identical to the attack he does where he just pulls back his right hand and then holds it for like 3 seconds and then punches you. And by the time you figure out that it's not that attack, you've already been grabbed because you're standing in front of him waiting for him to do something that you can perfect guard. I mean, FromSoft games have their own problems with enemy design in one way or another. Elden Ring especially, but... but this is a unique flavor of it. Okay, it looks like there's maybe a spot on the ground where they're trying to point me to stand. Damn it! Every single time with this this item system, I'm too used to the Souls system. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, you don't even have time for a single attack. After that, you have to move. Oh, come on, every time. SMSTRM. I actually worked on the official strategy guide for Elden Ring. I have mixed feelings about Elden Ring. I think it makes a large number of improvements over Dark Souls 3. It added quite a bit of quality of life that should have been in Dark Souls 3. And there are a number of things that Elden Ring did very well. However, as FromSoft's first open world game, it definitely had some problems, and I am not personally a fan of their combat design philosophy that they have been doubling down on ever since Dark Souls 2 in Elden Ring. So, again, my feelings on it are mixed. Oh, damn it, again. This is my own fault. This is me being used to buttons from a different game. Oh, okay, I guess I staggered him out of that Fury attack. Okay, yeah, they do put a red mark on the ground to tell you where to stand. Okay. Good to know that that's what that is. Okay, yeah, I got stuck on him trying to attack. God, and then you can't see through that flaily stuff he does. Okay. Right there. Nope, not this time, buddy. Jesus, okay, so then he uses instant startup nonsense. Alright, is there a phase 3? Is that what I'm seeing here? Okay, yeah, the default number of heals is, I feel like, a little insufficient, and the rate at which they recover is also incredibly slow. Boovman, it's not that the Demon's Souls remake wasn't good. It's that the studio that made it could not resist leaving. They could not learn the lesson to leave well enough alone, and they started messing with it. They messed with the original game balance after promising everyone they wouldn't. They started changing things around so that you couldn't drop, you couldn't trade rings to other players. They made some other balance changes that that just kind of rubbed people the wrong way in terms of multiplayer and PvP and how they worked. And then they added a really cool feature that let you summon like 4 or 5 people into a PvP session, and then they removed it for some reason, even though it worked fine. So they kept messing with stuff. And they didn't follow through on their promise to not touch anything. Oh, I forgot to repair it again, Log. Wanderer Riha, that was Dark Souls 3. The Demon's Souls remake was only released on PS5. It never had a PC release. The security vulnerability was DS3. the heck do you get away from that? This guy really is just Dark Beast Carl. Hey, Miscreant, welcome! Yeah, exactly, Log. The stuff that the remake added, that Bluepoint added in the remake was the source of stuff like the Blue Blood sword bug that let you infinitely increase the Blue Blood sword's attack. Well, Miscreant, it's good to have you. I was actually planning on doing a little bit more after I finish up the demo, but it's looking like this ended up being a full stream in and of itself. Oh, okay, that just whipped. If you get hit by the first one of those, there's no avoiding the second. Oh, okay. That looked like something I would have expected I was supposed to jump over. Oh, okay. Of course, right as I heal. Great. Now there goes my opportunity. And I bet his stagger bar just reset. Yep. It appears to have reset. Nope. Maybe not. Okay, so you just have to get out of that, I guess. No thanks. Yeah, okay. Just die already, jeez. Okay. Overcharged storage battery, broken heroes ergo core. Well, and my weapon was nearly broken. Freaking jeez. Okay. Takeaway from that fight. Takeaway from that fight is that more than anything proves to me that there is exactly one way the devs want you to play, and if you don't want to play that way, you can basically get bent. None of the other tools in my toolkit would have been anywhere near sufficient to beat that boss except for perfect blocks. There is no way that could have been done with dodging. There is no way it could have been done with just blocking. Perfect block was the only correct way to handle that. And the problem with designing a fight that way is, in Bloodborne, fights, although Bloodborne's combat system has issues of its own, and fights are sometimes hampered by enemies that are really spammy and flaily, here, the problem is, I felt like I spent that entire fight standing in one spot, waiting for the correct time to press L1. That's all the fight was. There was very little in the way of meaningful dodging or motion. Pretty much the only meaningful movement I was able to or had to do was getting away from the grab and the AoE, which was just backing up a few times and making sure to start backing up early enough not to get caught in them. But other than that, that entire fight was just me standing in one spot, either perfect guarding everything or getting hit. Whereas in Bloodborne, the combat is designed more to be... it's designed around a lot of movement in the fights. You look for the right time maybe to use a gun counter, to use a parry, but it's a lot of dodging. And in Bloodborne, you don't tend to get stuck on enemies. You dodge smoothly past them. Although the camera can be an enemy in Bloodborne as much as the actual enemies are. And credit where it's due, there have only been a couple of times in this demo where the camera has been problematic. And shout out again to whoever on the dev team was cognizant of... I can actually demonstrate it here. Cognizant of this. Oh, okay. I'm out of line of sight. Cognizant of being able to break line of sight and still stay locked on to an enemy. Monotone, hello and welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Oh god. Okay, I really should just go rest. How are you doing, Monotone? And thank you for the shout out to Monotone. Guys, if you don't know Monotone, he's a great, great guy, a good friend of mine, and an awesome streamer. He's a marine biologist. He does science streams and video game streams. Go check him out. He's a great dude. It's been a mixed bag so far, Monotone, but I was just saying, shout-outs to whoever enabled this. In any Souls game after Demon's Souls, my lock would be broken because there is an object in between me and the target. Here, they have allowed you to stay locked onto a target as you used to be able to do in Demon's Souls, even if there is something between you and the target. So that's good. But yeah, overall the combat is... It needs a lot of tweaking. It needs some very significant polishing. Yeah, it should, Darton, and for some reason it doesn't. It still bounces off. Yeah, Log, it did. It was the only Souls game that enabled you to stay locked on behind obstacles. If some physical object got between you and your target, starting with Dark Souls 1 onward, your lock would be broken. Well, I'll give you guys my full take in just a moment, Ignite Train. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, let's go see what this improved dodge is all about.
Cool part you got there. Come here for a sec, would you?
Uh-huh.
I picked up traces of high-powered energy originating far away. That's one mystery solved. Why don't we make a Legion arm with it? Mr. Vanini is the expert when it comes to Legion arms, but I'm pretty sure I can make one.
Fulminous. Well, that sounds electrical. Electrical Blitz attack. Oh, it's more powerful than our starting arm. Ah, and it relies on advance. Motivity, technique, and advance. A Legion arm that holds powerful electricity. It accumulates electrical blitz and discharges an electrical shock. Lightning has been interpreted as God's authority and fury since ancient times. Now God's fury descends to the earth and is being used to destroy steel monsters. Okay, that's pretty stylish. I'm definitely getting some Devil May Cry vibes here as well. It's not just Sekiro with the Shinobi prosthetic, but definitely, yeah, Knight of Trousers Advance, the closest Souls equivalent I can think of for Advance is maybe Intelligence, where it powers your arcane arts or your elemental abilities. It's upstairs. Okay, thank you, Movement. Well, let's see what this arm is all about. Oh. Oh, it's a close-range burst of electricity. We haven't received really a proper long-range weapon yet, Hentai Spider. The closest to it we have is... Let's see if I can find it. The closest to it we have is this. Which is basically a grappling hook that works like Scorpion's spear. Or his kunai in Mortal Kombat, except it only works on weak enemies that die in 1 or 2 hits anyway, and it doesn't affect stronger enemies, which are the main things you'd want to use it on, so it's useless. Can't be modified. Okay, so these are upgrades, I guess? Press and hold the Legion arm button to track an enemy. Enables dodging after a hit. If you pull or wire trace an enemy and press and hold the Legion arm button, it will trigger a link attack, whatever the heck that means. Oh, okay, well, I guess that's a really niche use case log, but not useful 90% of the time, then. And this one has enables moving while charging electric blitz. Continuous small sparks from the hand inflict damage while charging. Increases the maximum level for charging. Okay, so a regular just tapping the button is 168, which is about the same damage as a regular attack. That doesn't seem worth it for 3 seconds of charge. We do the same damage that a couple of regular attacks could do. So the question is, does it inflict an enormous amount of electrical blitz? That would be what would make it worth using over a normal attack. Gramophone is ready to play records. We don't have any records. Okay, upstairs, you say. Oh, there's, what's her
You
name?
saved Geppetto. Wonderful. He is on the second floor. He can hardly wait to see you. I'll use my power to help.
Okay, well, we've pretty much committed to a strength build at this point, I guess. Let's see, so physical attack is 130 plus 24. 28, 32, 36, 39, 43. So, that operates on Soul's principles exactly. Okay. Oh, there's Geppetto. This is another silly thing. So many developers do this. They, you see how when I rotate the camera, the fire rotates with the camera angle? There are ways of doing this that make it less obvious, but yeah. Yes, Karaga, it turned out to mean I will find a way or make one. Okay, this appears to be a diagram of the human nervous system. I'm kind of disappointed that book doesn't say how to pick up fair maidens. None of these have actual writing on them. Ah, okay. There's what looks like an upgrade station. Okay, Geppetto. Okay. What's going on?
You've returned. Forgive a sentimental father for worrying about his son. Always remember that you're precious to me. Even when I ask you to do something dangerous. Speaking of which, there's a factory just beyond Elysian Boulevard. It's packed with countless puppets. My friend, the inventor Venini, went to stop them, but he never came back. Please, go save him and shut down the factory.
Okay.
P organs are the source of your powers. Collect quartz to get the strength you need.
Yeah, that's a very typical,
Remember, the hotel is the last safe place in Krat. It's our only refuge in a city full of perils. It'll be extremely dangerous if anyone has ill intentions. Be careful who you tell about this place, especially if they're stalkers or alchemists. Be wary of dangerous people, and always be a good boy to me.
okay, I guess that's the end of the demo. But now we're given the option, only after completing the demo, to use Geppetto's tools, activate P organ. I was gonna say, abbreviating a word, I'm guessing the P is an abbreviation of puppet. Abbreviating words like that for whatever reason, when native speakers of Asian languages write scripts that then get localized into English, and sometimes even in those native languages, for whatever reason, it seems really popular to use Roman letters as abbreviations in this way. But without understanding the colloquial context in the native language, you overlook things like how inappropriate it sounds to call something a P organ. Use the P organ slots to activate your character's latent abilities. Equip quartz on the P organ to obtain its corresponding effect. If you equip quartz in each of the slots in a single group, you can gain the group's synergy effect. Each time synergy effects of 2 groups are activated, the next step is unlocked. You can get a greater variety of effects as you take your P organ to higher phases. Increase pulse cells. Increase groggy available window. Ah! Add a fable slot. What? Oh. Link dodge. Enables another dodge in the middle of a dodge motion. Okay, so do we even have enough quartz? Enhanced charge attack, groggy. Enhanced fatal attack. Enhance the attack of fable arts. Increases an enemy's groggy duration. What? Attack type, survival type. Oh. Lower damage when discharged, lower damage when dodging. Oh, damage received when dodging, huh? That kind of defeats the purpose of a dodge, doesn't it? Guard regain recovery, fatal attack, pulse cell charge. Charge Legion when eliminating enemies, lowers charge attack stamina consumption. Perfect Guard Fable Charge enhance. Increase weapon durability recovery speed. What? What? So how... That tutorial did not help. Yeah, dodge but take damage, Boofman, right? But none of these involve Link Dodge, so I guess I have to fill these 2 slots with something in order to unlock Link Dodge. Enhances the groggy attack of charged attacks. Enhances fatal attacks. Enhances the attack of fable arts. Increases an enemy's groggy duration. Warning? Use quartz to activate abilities. Okay. You cannot equip multiple quartz of the same type. Okay, so... I barely squeaked by, Yami, and it is clear to me that there's only one way in which that boss was designed to be fought. And it sure as hell did not involve dodging. Lower damage when discharged, lower damage while dodging, enhanced guard regain recovery, charge Legion when eliminating enemies, lower the stamina consumption of charge attacks, charges Fable when a perfect guard is successful, increase the grinder's weapon durability recovery speed. Most of those don't seem very useful. No, you're crazy, Yami. Legion magazine effect enhance. Enhances the charge effect of the Legion magazine. Increases the amount of ergo gained from eliminating enemies. Increases the possession limit for consumables. Increases throwing object possession limit. The ones here that are actually useful are mostly things that really should be available from the start. Received ergo upon defeating an enemy is the, well, enhances the charge effect of the Legion magazine? What does that even mean? Does that mean it charges faster? Frankly, I haven't found a hell of a lot of use for any of the Legion arms so far. So I guess ergo, but by how much? Okay, so that now unlocks Link Dodge. Enables another dodge in the middle of a dodge motion. Okay.
The city of Krat. It's probably not how you remember it, eh? Ask me any questions, and I'll fill in the gaps. The city... Ask me... Venini Works is the puppet's main base. It's a factory where they manufacture more of themselves.
Oh, God.
Venini himself went to stop them, but I'm worried. He's an industrialist, not a fighter. Rescue Venini and shut down his factory. That will deny the puppets their reinforcements.
No, this is still the demo. SMSTRM. It doesn't actually end when it says it's over. It lets you continue to play and explore. So, the problem going on in this city is actually way more severe. It's not just a bunch of circus puppets running amok. It's a bunch of defective, bloodthirsty, murderous puppets that are manufacturing more defective, bloodthirsty, murderous puppets. So that's why the disaster has been going on for as long as it has. I see. All right, well, let's go see how much difference, if any, that new dodge makes. First, though, let's check in with, the piano. Okay, all right, let's check in with, Mrs. Gehrman.
That sounds very dangerous. Geppetto usually isn't so reckless. The pain of his grief may be clouding his judgment. I shouldn't have said that. You and Geppetto are always welcome at this hotel. Geppetto's room is on the second floor. You can stop by whenever you like.
Room? He has an entire lobby. Okay, somebody just said in chat a few minutes ago that they had a theory about Geppetto's actual son being dead and the protagonist being an attempt by Geppetto to recreate him. After the line of dialogue we've just gotten from Lady Ansonia, or whatever her name is, I think that theory has a lot of merit. Also, I see they went so far as to give her an actual IV with a blood vial. Well, maybe they just read the original story too. Yes, Yami. No, I have not. I only just got the, what do you call it? The puppet baby. Alright, oh! Okay, that's handy. They actually... Okay, so this is a great piece of game design. They show an icon of the item on the warp where we're supposed to go use the item. That's fantastic. I really like that. Yeah, it is really nice, Yami. It's not obtrusive. It's not, Father, did you know you can freeze the water by throwing your axe at it every 5 minutes? It's just enough. It's just the right amount. Now I have to figure out how to get back to... the spot where... I think it was through here. First, though, I want to try out... Oh, okay. The elevator auto-resets every time you die? Oh, as in you don't have to constantly send them back up like you do in a Souls game? Well, he's dead. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is handy, Yami. If that's the case, then I appreciate it. Okay, I think it was through here. Oh, we also, I think, were given a gesture. Remembrance.
You found her, kind one. I could sense her from miles away. Oh, my sweet Elena.
Elena? What?
Please let me hold her.
Oh, okay, there you go.
There, my baby.
No, go right ahead, Riha. Please do.
I missed you so much. What do you think? Isn't my baby adorable?
Yami, the voice actors are clearly also highly fluent, or at least, well, native or at least highly fluent speakers of English. Ma'am, I hate to tell you this, but that is a puppet.
What's wrong, kind one? This is my baby. My sweet Elena. Did my family convince you to lie? Don't do it. That road leads to nothing but sadness. I should know. I am so grateful to you, kind one. Please take this token of gratitude.
Clear ergo fragment, huh? I mean, I tried to tell the truth, but she just lied to herself. Let's see. Oh, okay, Riha. So this is the actual historical wheelchair. Fascinating. Huh. Yeah, thank you for sharing, Riha. This is actually pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty close, definitely. Rothide, brutal honesty every single time. Every single time. Without question. And Yami, I'm not sure choices do have consequence because... I dropped by Pat's stream of this game for a very brief time, and I saw him hand in this quest. And Pat lied to this lady. He went the lying route, and the result was exactly the same. She thanked him and gave him a reward. So I'm not convinced that the choices in this game actually mean anything. I'm not convinced that there is any actual consequence. Oh, Karaga, thank you so much for the gift sub to Riha. I really appreciate that. You get a record. And actual in-game differences? I mean, if it's just a collectible, I'm not sure I care. Oh, actually, this is a perfect opportunity. Can we talk to her again? No, we can't. Okay, so I guess it's a perfect opportunity to see if this works the way I think it does. It looks like it does. Rothide, lying is for situations when telling the truth will get you killed. But casually, pathologically lying? No. It's hidden behind a decision, tell you that the dev have a preference of what... What, Yami? Rothide, but it still had no consequence whatsoever in the end, because she chose to lie to herself. The difference is, I at least can walk away knowing that I told the truth, and I didn't deceive her. Well, Yami, I guess that depends on what your goal is. If your goal is 100% completion, then yeah, maybe lying is the correct thing to do. Rothide, but if it were me, and if I'm lying on my deathbed and there's a truth I desperately wanted to know in my remaining moments, I would want somebody to tell me the truth no matter how much it hurt, so that I could at least go to my grave knowing that I actually knew the truth. The truth to me is more important than whatever pain knowing the truth might cause. And we live in a world where people are so quick to lie to each other and to themselves in order to avoid, never mind pain, but just a little bit of inconvenience that contradicts what they want to believe. That no, I am not in any way a proponent of casual lies for the sake of convenience. Absolutely not. Well, Rothide, I would hopefully know that it was someone I could trust to tell me the truth, no matter how painful the truth was. I have many friends I trust to do that. And a fair few family members as well. I would feel worse knowing that that person were trying to tell me a comforting lie against my wishes. If I ask to be told the truth, I want to be told the truth, or as close to it as the person who is telling me can provide, to the best of their knowledge. Tell me the truth does not mean tell me a comforting lie. If I want a comforting lie, I'll ask for a comforting lie. Casual lies is how we help people in healthcare? Rothide, I'm not sure what healthcare system you work in, but as an occupational therapist, the way I was always taught to handle that was to be truthful with the patient if they ask a question about their own health, to be truthful with the family if they ask a question about the patient's health, as long as the patient has given permission to divulge information to the family, obviously within proper guidelines of confidentiality. But being truthful with the patient themselves, if a patient asks for a prognosis, the most we might say is, in my position, I'm not qualified to give you an idea of, you know, what effect this might have on your life expectancy. At most, to refer the patient to someone who has taken a Hippocratic oath, a doctor, right? Someone who's been all the way through all of med school. I don't know what branch of healthcare you work in, Rothide, but in occupational therapy, one of the core values that's hammered into us is veracity, which means to always be truthful with the patient. There are gentle ways of presenting the truth, but that does not mean that you stretch the truth or lie. You can withhold an answer. You can tell a patient that you can't give them a good answer to their question, or that it would be unprofessional for you to do so, which in a case like if a person asks, what would you do in my situation? That's a highly individual question, and what I would do in a patient's situation might not be right for that patient, even if it's right for me. So, you know, the truth is sometimes as simple as, I don't have that answer. But it is better to say you don't have an answer to a patient in healthcare and to say that you will look for the person who can get them the answer they want than to just tell them a lie. I've already forgotten what I was... Oh yeah, I was supposed to be going to see if this dodge actually makes a difference. Where would be the best place to do that? I guess probably the guys outside the City Hall courtyard. Well, Boofman, not every industry has express rules and regulations against lying. And in the health insurance industry, somehow I'm not at all surprised to hear that. All right, Rothide, you given an example. Let's see. Let's put it this way. A person with dementia wants to go to her job, which has been over for 30 years. You can't just say you don't have that job. She'll get upset. You can say it's your day off. You're lying, but only because they don't understand the truth. Rothide, and is that person with dementia going to remember the answer you gave them 10 minutes later? So, yes, I understand your point, Rothide, which is that you pick your battles, but even if lying is the path of least resistance, that does not make it the professionally correct course of action. If the patient gets upset at hearing the truth, okay. As a healthcare provider, you deal with that. I haven't even attempted to dodge. Ah, okay, I see. So... so it is just... Well, see, the problem is, I now can't fight any of the previous bosses using this dodge. All I have to go on is regular enemies. Well, Rothide, with your own child, I mean, you're getting into the argument of how much right does a parent have to raise their child, right? So, no, I will never tell a parent they're not allowed to tell their child that, yeah, that picture of a horse you drew looks great, even if it has 5 legs. That's a parent's prerogative. But, you know, you accept the consequences for, whatever comes of that. Mind you, nothing may come of it. Your child may go, oh great, I'm glad you like it, and then that's the end of it. But, alternatively, you could also begin getting your child accustomed to hearing constructive criticism at an early age, instead of getting them used to always hearing that everything is great and everything is lovely. Because in the real world, not everything is great and not everything is lovely. And sometimes something we do is not always going to be up to scratch. So if that were me and I had a child, which I never plan on, but if my hypothetical child brought me a picture of a 5-legged horse and asked for my approval, I would look for things about the picture that they had done well. Yeah, you did a great job on the nose. You did a great job on the mane. I really like the grass. I have a couple of suggestions for you. Horses normally only have 4 legs. So you did great on all these other things, but the next time you draw a picture of a horse, just keep that in mind. A little bit of room for improvement. You don't frame it as, you incompetent failure, this is a terrible picture and you should be ashamed. You frame it in a positive way, but you teach them that, yeah, not every crappy drawing that they produce is going to win an award. because that's just not how real life works. Oh, good day. No, I'm sorry. If you asked a question about FF6, I completely missed it. Let me scroll back up in chat. Actually, good day. Could you just post that question again? I don't know if it even made it into chat. I understand your reasoning, Rothide. I'm just saying that if I had lied to any of my clients when I was doing my affiliations for occupational therapy, even a small lie, at minimum I would have been reprimanded. Any interest in FF16? Ah, okay. Hello, good day. And welcome. Thank you for dropping in. I'm sorry I missed your question earlier. FF16, not FF6. Well, a mythological horse ridden by Odin, Thomas. But that's another lesson for the child. Good day. I don't particularly have any interest in FF6. Or FF16, God, again. I know the demo is out. I don't feel like it's the, I don't feel like it's the kind of game that I'm particularly interested in. It looks like it's going to be a really good game. Just, you know, not my proverbial cup of tea. Oh, and I'm not watching my health. Well, good day. Have you played the demo? If you've played the demo, then that's probably the best indication you're going to get. HCTV, I'm glad you asked. We have a command for that. I have some Earl Grey today. It's long since gone cold, but... You haven't played it yet? Got it downloaded? Well, that's probably the best thing you can do, good day. Try out the demo, see what you think. See if it's... if the gameplay feels like a fit for you. And if it does, that will help you make a more informed decision on making the final purchase. Oh, God. Okay, yeah, there's still a fairly large window on the dodge where you're taking damage. Does it consume? Yeah, okay. Oh, it consumes quite a bit more stamina to do the second dodge. Would it have made a difference in the previous fights? It's difficult to say. It looks like it would probably have allowed me to get out of AoEs faster, at the very least. But this dodge just doesn't seem to have a lot of invincibility frames to begin with. Patience Amulet. Well, that would have been handy to have a little earlier than now. Oh god, okay, increases stamina recovery speed. Keeping their springs in order and maintaining composure are meaningful skills for puppets. Even puppet designers still don't understand some of the principles behind how ergo puppets operate. Okay, no obnoxious green aura. That's good. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, let's see about without it. One, 2, 3, 4. It doesn't seem to make a lot of difference at all. I'm not sure it has any effect, frankly. Maybe a little, Falco. F and H? Riha? Oh, well, thank you, Good Day. I appreciate your faith in my taste. I will admit, Good Day, I tend to be more critical than most. I can't just accept a game as good at face value because it functions. I am fairly particular about what I like in a game and what I consider to be good design and bad design. And I kind of had a fear that my take on Lies of P after the demo would end up being critical to the point of alienating people. But from the sounds of things, from what people in chat have been saying, it sounds like I'm not the only one who has mixed feelings about it. How are you supposed to hit anything with a full charge of this ability? It has no range. It takes so long to charge that you'll just get hit out of it. There we go. And it only does about the same damage as a couple of regular physicals. I guess it must be for the shock effect, would be why you'd use it. Okay, the dodge is definitely not helping getting stuck. Backing up, getting out of the way, maybe? No, but I'm out of stamina. $289 ergo from that guy. Fear and Hunger. It's an indie dungeon crawler made... Oh, an RPG Maker game, huh? Earns its NC-17 rating. Yeah, RPG Maker is definitely... definitely a retro visual style. Good Day. I wouldn't say I know more than you do. I'm just familiar with different games. And you don't need to be a so-called expert on games in order to be able to decide whether or not a game is good. I mean, even if you find a game everybody else says is garbage, and that it sucks and it's terrible, if you enjoy that game, nobody can take that away from you. You know, if it's a game that's been panned by critics, fine. Do you like it? If you like it, then, you know, play it. Enjoy it. Don't bother yourself with whatever somebody else says about it. This dodge, I'm not really sure. It definitely makes at least some difference, but... But if a move has too fast a startup to be able to dodge it on reaction, then the dodge being enhanced doesn't really help. So it looks like the invincibility frames are really toward the beginning. And if you get clipped at the end, you're gonna get hit. Yeah. I think part of the problem here is that I just don't have the reflexes to dodge some of these that have really fast startups. What if we just mash dodge? Well, that's not helpful. Okay, yeah, I got clipped at the end there. Okay. I've never played Rain World, Riha. I can't say that I'm familiar with it. Okay, well, I'm not entirely sure... Manage weight? Weight of your equipped items gets heavier, your movement speed, stamina, and recovery speed slow down. Okay, but we don't have any of the... Why am I only being shown this after 9.5 hours of the tutorial? Oh, now I'm slightly heavy. Okay. That might explain the slow stamina recovery speed. Oh, but it was because I put on the talisman that I'm now slightly heavy. Okay. So that would be why I was getting the same results on stamina recovery speed with and without it. Okay, that looks like it might be a tiny bit faster. Maybe 5 or 10% faster. It's really hard to tell. Yeah, that's a really... Oh, and I didn't even equip the right one. Weight 2.7. 1.3. Yeah, the stamina talisman is just twice the weight of the max HP talisman. That's goofy. What if we level capacity a little bit? Oh, right. Now we have to go to, the hotel to level. Okay, do we have enough?
Now that we have a moment to talk, you must understand. The city is on its deathbed. The petrification disease spreads too fast, and the puppets rampage everywhere. Nobody knows what caused the disaster, everyone in Krat is just trying to survive. That's why I found you. Our only hope, Geppetto's puppet. We're both unique. I am able to wield the power of Ergo. Power I used to call on you. That's all I can say for now. Please, save Krat.
Okay.
I'll use my power to help you.
Let's see. Weight goes up to 76.3. Will that be enough? No. So... we do have a whole bunch of these. And then we have the boss souls, or whatever they're supposed to be. The Watchman contorted and broke from the adult's desires. However, he never forgot the children who considered him their friend. Huh.
I'll use my...
All right, let's see. Okay, yeah, now we have enough equip weight.
I'll use my...
So what else? Health. Yeah, Kenai, the weapons are pretty heavy. I don't know what to do with the boss souls. I don't think there's anyone in the demo who will accept them.
The puppets get fried easily by electricity. If you use an electric Legion arm, it'll make your life easier. You're going to the factory to save Mr. Venini, right? He's the richest man in Krat. A little eccentric, maybe, but a good person. I heard he went to shut the factory down. I hope he's safe. I wouldn't want to lose my best customer.
Yami, I think we've been pretty much explicitly told that that's what Ergo is. It's the souls of puppets.
I know my way around a weapon. I know my way.
Okay. Okay, yeah, now my stamina recovery speed is noticeably faster. Okay, so that's why. It's because equipping the stamina recovery speed amulet put me over the equip weight threshold. Okay, you can Kenai, although it doesn't seem to have that much impact on the gameplay. But with that being said, I think I've seen enough of the demo that I can now say, with some certainty, what my thoughts are. My thoughts are, this game has a lot of potential. It has the potential to be a very interesting game. It has the potential to be enjoyable and to play well and to feel good. However, whether or not it lives up to that potential will depend very heavily on how much, if at all, the dev team focuses on tightening up the movement and making the controls more responsive over the next couple of months before release. I think it looks great visually. I think it runs incredibly well. I'm incredibly impressed that it is able to maintain a heretofore rock-solid 60 FPS with the option to go much higher. However, I think that the combat and the gameplay overall are its weakest elements. And I feel that they absolutely need a significant amount of polishing before this game is released. As things currently stand, if the game reaches retail in its current state, I would consider this a game that I would maybe wait to buy when it's on sale, which probably will not be for a while after launch. And I would wait for a fairly significant sale. I am definitely going to be waiting to see whether they tune the movement and the overall flow of combat to be less clunky and awkward and to be more responsive. And that will significantly factor into my decision on making a purchase when the game does hit retail. I believe in September is when it's slated to be purchasable. So yeah, it has promise. I just really hope that it lives up to its promise, and I am going to go check online probably tomorrow to see if there is a feedback form for the game, to see if there is any way that I can send in some feedback. Because I definitely have some feedback after this demo. And I would be very interested to contribute as best I can to helping to improve it. Yeah, September 18th sounds right. Well, if you have Game Pass HCTV, I'm playing the Steam version. So I think that's going to wrap us up. That's going to be my thoughts on Lies of P. It's going to be tight, Salt. And like I said earlier, by the time a game reaches this point in development, usually stuff like the character movement and the animations are pretty set in stone. So I think chances of that changing significantly are probably pretty slim. But I'm going to cross my fingers and hope without getting my hopes up. Well, that's another fair point, Echo Drop. How old is the build that they're using for the demo? How much further along is their current build? We don't know. At any rate, this has been really interesting, and now I can actually say that I've played it, and I've got some thoughts on it. And I'm going to turn all of you over to a very good friend of mine. We are going to go raid Pandalicia, who is playing Earthbound. So for those of you who like games that look very different from this one, for those of you who enjoy the odd retro game now and again, she is playing a real classic. And she is just a wonderful person and lots of fun to hang out with. And if you like pets, you're going to really like her stream, because she has a couple of adorable little schnoofy boys, a couple of corgis. So let's head on over there and show her some support. Thank you all so much for joining me. I really appreciate everybody's company. Everyone's sticking around for a very long stream of what I suspect was probably meant to be a fairly short demo. And I will catch you all next time. Take care, everyone.